Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Joe Frankenstein 3, The Eye of Ra closeout party. I guess I'm the host, Graham Nolan, and we have the whole Joe Frankenstein team here. We got Chuck Dixon and Anthony Gonzalez Clark, and we're about to bury this monster tonight. It's been a good ride. The campaign is been up for a while now, but it's coming to an end. Anthony's finishing up the last batch of pages. The script's ready to roll, ready to go over to the letterer, and we will fulfill on time in March as promised. So this is the last chance, folks. Last chance to get in on it because it actually just comes down tonight, 3 a.m. Pacific. No, 3 a.m. our time, Eastern time, 12 midnight Pacific time. So head over to the campaign, find the stuff you're looking for, and get it now because it's coming down. So
all before midnight tonight.
And if you act now, you get this getting soon knife.
No, don't promise that. I'll hold you to it. Where's my knife?
Where's my knife? He promised a knife. So let's before we get into things, let's put the campaign on the stage here and see where we're at.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been doing pretty good.
Jump it up. Nice.
Yep. I've had some email blasts go out, and been working it like a Russian pole dancer today. So here's something that went up yesterday. This is the closeout cover. There's not going to be a lot of these because it only went up yesterday, and it obviously goes down tonight at 12 midnight Pacific Coast time. So if you haven't grabbed one of these, this is going to be a rare one because we're right at the end. There's not going to be that many of them printed. There's only 18 of them claimed right now. So that would be a cool one to grab for you.
A true rarity.
A true rarity indeed. Look at these got these great pages here, lettered already. Go over some of the perks here. You can take a look at some of them. Got the main cover by Anthony, a variant by me. Got Anthony's cover for the T-shirt.
9 claimed, yeah.
How many? Well, there's more claimed, but that was just because there's add-ons. So those numbers aren't accurate here. So if somebody ordered a book and they wanted a T-shirt, then they can add it on. So we've got.
I think it's so cool just seeing somebody wearing that. If I see someone wearing that.
Yeah.
Really cool.
If you ever see Anthony at a convention, make sure you're wearing that or wearing one of the Compass Comics shirts.
Yeah, it's a nice one.
This is really cool. This is a glow in the dark cover. I did this for the Ghosts of Matacumba Key.
Did I get that one? I don't even think so.
I think Chuck got one, didn't you?
No, I did not get one.
You didn't get the glow in the dark one?
I did not get
one, but I never got it. I'm used to that.
You promised me, Graham.
You promised me. Don't worry, I only cried myself to sleep 2 nights.
Well, I'm going to blame Julie.
Okay, that's good. Throw her under the bus.
Yeah,
that's right.
She's not watching.
She is the fulfillment queen, and she is not watching. So
just watch that for the rest of the night. I used to just blame his wife.
These glow in the darks are really cool. They're just like the glow in the dark you remember as a kid. You hold it up to a light, you turn the lights out, and it glows green. Yeah,
you showed that on the stream. It looked pretty cool.
Yeah, it is really neat. You can get the both covers package.
Yeah.
And then this is if you're just discovering Joe Frankenstein for the first time, you can get all 3 of the books, so you'll be completely caught up. Joe 1, Joe 2, and Joe 3. This is the Nolan cover version, and then we have an Anthony cover version because Anthony did the variant covers for the first 2 books as well. So you can, if you want to keep that consistent, you can get the Anthony covers too.
Wow, cool! There's 31 claimed to that. That's awesome.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, there's more of those because
of
add-ons. We got a signed CGC version that'll be signed by the whole team.
Awesome.
And slabbed and graded and all that kind of stuff. It's called the Everything Package, but it doesn't have everything in it because it was created before stuff got added later on. But if you click on it, it'll tell you exactly what it comes with. You'll get Anthony's cover, my cover, the glow-in-the-dark cover, Compass Comics shirt, posters, and then the Joe Frankenstein challenge coins. So that's a really good deal right there. And there's still time to get an Anthony Gonzalez Clark commission.
Still time.
Still time. You got hours left to grab one. He's itching to do it.
I got my desk all set up and everything.
Yeah, with the CGC, I see a drive down to Sarasota in my future.
Yes, indeed. Hello, Aaron.
Finally. Jeez.
I was in selling mode, Aaron. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got to go. If that's how I'm going to be treated.
Well, that's how you're going to be treated. How you doing, Aaron?
Who's Aaron?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Who's Aaron and why?
So look.
Yeah. It's
wait.
Not really
So look.
Who's Aaron? It's why is Aaron.
Look, I got all my stuff.
It's a much deeper question. Oh.
Look, I got all my stuff, all my traditional things ready.
I mean, he's literally ready to start your commission.
Yeah, look, see, I got a Windsor Newton.
Yeah.
I got the Windsor Newton.
Nice.
I got some Japanese ink stuff.
Oh yeah.
I got some Copic multi-liners. I'm ready to go, guys. Just commission me.
Yeah.
I got my micro pens. Look, I got my G pens here. See, I got all that ready to go. It's all there.
But do you have paper?
Oh shit.
See, you digital guys always forget something.
That's right.
Shit.
Belfx5, thank you for the $2, sir.
All right.
Just showing you. Wait,
I just got finished. I just got finished coloring a cover in Photoshop all day.
No.
Did you?
And I'm like, it just reinforces why I hate technology. It turned out okay, but
you old guys.
This guy.
I know.
This guy.
I know. But
hey, do you want to show?
Do
you want to show that cover?
No, I don't know if I can because I haven't even. The guy that I did it for hasn't even seen it yet.
Oh, it's not one of your campaign covers?
No. I still use this book. How dated is this thing? It's like
what is that?
Years old.
Oh, is that How to Color the DC Comics Way or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm using Photoshop. Everybody seems to be using what's it called? The other painting program or drawing program. What do you use, Anthony?
Procreate?
Yeah. I don't even know how to spell that.
Use Procreate.
What? What's the question?
What program do you use to color in?
Oh, I use Clip Studio. Clip Studio Paint.
It's all this newfangled stuff, Graham. I don't understand.
There's so many. You know what? The thing for me is the learning curve. Once you're happy with something, to go on, because I hear Clip Studio is so great for a lot of things like perspective and stuff like that. But I just don't have the patience and time to actually go through the learning curve and learn a new program when I can do everything I need in Procreate, except for borders. I'm not happy with how I can do borders in that. So when I digitize it and bring it into Photoshop, I'll just, put the borders in that way.
Now, I do something kind of crazy, Graham. I don't know if you ever heard this before, but I actually use a pen and draw the borders in on my paper with a ruler.
I've heard of artists doing that. They're all dead. They're all dead, but I have heard.
Ouch. Well, I'm getting there. Just this close. I can feel it. Oh.
Now, personally, I use Word.
That crazy program.
That's a good program too.
See, look, I used to draw. See, look, I used to. See, I could do it. See?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me put you big here.
That's cool.
Hold on.
That's much cooler than digital art, Anthony.
See that?
Oh yeah.
And then
that's really cool.
And then I scanned it, and then I tweaked it. Coloring it and everything.
In other words, you cheated.
Other than that,
okay.
I don't know. Here's like a sketch I did. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing yet, but
wow.
This is a rare. This is back in how old is this? Doesn't even say the date. I have a date, but I don't have a date. This is one of the first comics I worked on. This is back in like 2014 14, I think.
Oh wow.
Look how great I was. This is awful.
You were learning the
Oh
craft.
man.
You were learning the craft.
you have come a long way.
Yes, I've
we
come.
all have those pages. We all have
Let me
those
see.
pages.
And then I used to overdo it a lot. I used to overdo it. This was like a, I don't know, establishing shot, I guess you would call it. And then it was just panning back, and now it's a zoomed out shot there. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
now you do all that with color, right? Screw the line work. Let's.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't even do that. I just cut a lot of corners now. Yeah, that's all I got. Oh, a lot of penciled stuff. I don't know. A lot of penciling. This is something else I was working on.
Is that old or new?
This is old. This is back in like 2015.
Oh, okay.
That was about 2015. I think I was working on this.
Yeah. So like
Back
10
in the
years,
early
man.
days.
That's a huge jump in skills in 10 years.
Yeah.
Dude.
It was back in the early days before the times of the empire.
Yeah.
Now, Chuck, do you ever take notes like do you write notes for your stories or ideas down on a pad or anything still, or do you is it all just I type it stuff?
I just type it. I don't make notes. My philosophy is if I think of something and I can't remember it, it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth remembering.
So my mom used to say, like, if you can't remember it, it must not have been important.
There you go.
I remember you telling me that a long time ago, Chuck, that, if you can't remember it, it probably wasn't that good. But I disregarded it because I still write shit down.
All the time. Yeah.
And sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, this is terrible. Other times I'm like, oh wait, this could be cool, because something else has happened and it's over here, and I'm like, oh, those two things together would make blah blah blah.
Wait, Chuck.
If I ever do make notes, I go back and look at them and go, "What the hell does this mean?"
Yeah, I don't know. I've never gone back and checked out my note. I'll write it down, like I carry the notebooks around, like these little notebooks, but I don't ever really go back and check on the notes. I don't know. Do you guys do that?
Yeah. No.
Oh yeah, I'm always writing stuff in my. I got these legal pads. I'm always writing stuff.
Yeah.
I'm big on Post-its.
Yeah. I do the Post-its thing and these little notebooks.
I was writing Conan and I was coming up with Robert E. Howard words. Remember?
Plunge, hack,
dash, plummet,
lurch.
I go on an airplane with a notepad and a pen. I still don't have an iPad. I don't even know what that is. So it's just my notepad and my pen, and I'll write like script ideas, or I'll even actually work on a script on a notepad on a plane or something, and then try and read my handwriting when I get home.
I always do start my scripts on a notepad in pencil. I write it all out, and then I transfer it and type it, and then I make editorial adjustments, stuff as I'm writing it, as I'm typing it. But there's something about being able to erase something or to point arrows to move things around.
Yeah, exactly. Take that arrow and go, that needs to be
the scene's got to come first,
Yeah.
It's like when Chuck and I were working on Devil's Advocate in Central Park. We had all these like 3x5 cards, and we were writing all these plot points and things that were going to happen. And then we would shuffle the cards, and because it was a mystery story, so there was a lot, when the mystery, you got to make sure you don't uncover the mystery before it's too, but you also
that was one of the most complicated stories I've ever worked on, because we really wanted to make a whodunit mystery that worked.
Yeah.
That was really good. That was, I'll go back and I'll reread that. I'm trying to get my wife to read it, and I'm trying. So I said, this is really good. She just doesn't want to read any comics, but she knows that if I recommend something and she knows if she reads it, she knows she's going to really enjoy it. Like every single time that's happened, but it's just, I don't know, something about comics, the women, aversion, all that. So I don't know.
It used to be that way.
I love the scene in the courtroom where the Joker, you know, he
Yeah.
loses his shit. You know,
Yeah.
that's so much fun. But tell everybody what Archie Goodwin said about that story.
Yeah, Archie was our editor, and he told me when he was done reading the script, he said, I thought I knew from the beginning who did it, and then at the end you surprised me.
Oh, I thought it was. It was Archie.
Yeah. Archie.
Oh, okay. I thought
Archie
it was.
wasn't our editor.
I thought it was Denny.
It was Scott Peterson.
Oh,
Really? Okay, so Archie must have read over.
Yeah,
the script.
Archie must have, because he was a group editor in the Bat group.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, we fooled him. So,
Yeah, we fooled Archie, and that's saying a lot because he wrote
Yeah.
a lot of great mystery stories too.
yeah. Archie when you pointed him out, Chuck, and then I started reading his stuff, and I was like, wow, he's another really good writer that kind of connects a lot of history or mythology. Like there's always like a lot of depth to it. And I really did enjoy that. It was like him, and then I started reading some Larry Hama, and then it was the same thing. I was like,
Yeah.
So it was. I like those writers that kind of that add all that stuff into it.
That's why I concentrated my attack on interviews on Archie and Larry all the time, just because I just felt like, hey, these guys know what to do, and they like the same stuff I like, so there must be a rapport here.
Right.
That turned out there was. So we got along great.
Yeah, when I read that that Shrinking Hulk.
Oh God, I love that story.
Oh
yeah. I enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. And then it was the ending that just kind of got me, like where it just kind of like, I didn't see that coming, where it was going to go after that. I'm like, where could you go with this? Like, but like
what's the grade on that one, Aaron? What's your grade, your slabbed grade on that book?
I've got a bum rap. I've got like 55 books out of 1,500 that are slabbed. Okay.
Yeah, you missed a couple zeros in there, but okay. What was that? That was Hulk. What
155
or
154? 154. Sorry,
you guys in the issue numbers.
Oh, I just know.
Is that where he?
I'll go back. I think I just looked at it like recently. That's why I remember.
Is that the Jarella, like Queen of the Atom or whatever story?
No.
We're talking about the original 154. We're talking about the second, like the more modern. What are we talking about?
The Incredible Hulk 154.
Archie Goodwin wrote that one, and it talks about Ant-Man, doesn't it? Like goes about into Ant-Man, and then he goes into the
Hydra shrinks him down, thinking that we can handle the Hulk if he's small.
Right, but isn't that the one where he like falls in love with Jarella or whatever?
Yeah, no,
ultimately, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, as it goes into the next, it was like a 4-issue arc or something, like a 4-issue thing. Yeah, so I remember
that initial issue is that just kicks so much ass.
Yeah, I love when the Hulk gets small and he starts kicking the Hydra's ass, lifting up things, and they're all because he's getting really mad, and the madder he gets, the stronger he gets. And
yeah, we've made a severely bad miscalculation here.
Small Hulk, not necessarily a good thing.
It's like smaller Hulk gets, madder Hulk gets.
Hey there, make comic books great again. We are not. Actually, that number's down to 200 copies, but we still have some left, so you can grab one tonight if you want. Yeah, I'm only going to print 200 of those instead of the 500, but we have them. Somebody's on the road driving. It's the Boom. Hey, Dan.
Hey, what's happening? How are you?
You heading to Andy's house?
I am. I'm going to turn that camera off. That way, probably the signal will be a little bit better.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to be here for you. I'm on my way to Andy's, about another 3 hours.
You got a convention this weekend?
Yeah, Heroes Minicon. I'm going to sit with him and Bud. How you guys doing? You doing good?
Yeah.
You got the good folks in the house. You got Chuck and Anthony and, of course, our bro, Aaron.
Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Excellent.
Gang's all here. I took a long time letting Aaron in, but you know.
I know how that is. You forgot who he was. It's like Shelly had to show her face first.
I know. I never show up to these things anymore. So it's like, who's that guy in the back? Oh, Aaron's here. Wow.
Ah. Yeah, we're just racing up. It's been raining the whole way, but
bummer.
no, I mean it's a good thing in a way that last month I bought brand new tires and new wiper blades, so it's
Oh, that's right. That's right.
yeah, big help on this
Good.
drive. Yeah. What were you guys talking about? I just jumped on in because I didn't want to miss any of the fun.
Hulk 155 or 154.
155, yeah, something like that.
154 is where it starts.
Awesome.
I just went and looked it up.
What's the topic of discussion? What were you guys talking about? What are we
We're
chatting
talking about
about?
Archie Goodwin.
I never met him. I heard he was a good dude, and he's the guy who brought Jim Lee to Marvel. I heard he was a really good dude.
Yeah, Archie was great. Yeah,
Great writer. Wasn't he in charge of Marvel Fanfare, or was that?
That was Al Milgram.
That was Milgram. Okay.
He was in charge of Epic.
Epic was Archie's thing.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, create our own stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of create our own stuff, I don't know if did you guys see this this story? This stuff always fascinates me.
Read me the headlines because I'm watching the road.
Yeah, it's Superman estate sues Warner Brothers Discovery, DC Comics to block release in key territories. The estate of Superman creator Joe Shuster is suing Warner Brothers Discovery and its DC Comics, claiming it lacks the rights to release the upcoming summer tentpole in a handful of key territories. Plaintiff Mark Warren Perry, executor to the estate, filed the suit today in federal court in the Southern District of New York, seeking damages and injunctive relief for defendants' ongoing infringement in Canada, the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Australia, as well as declaratory relief establishing the Schuster's estate ownership rights across relevant jurisdictions. The matter is ripe for adjudication, it said, as defendants are actively planning a major new Superman motion picture and other derivative works for imminent worldwide release. The latest Superman starring David Corenswet in the title role is supposed to be set for release on July 11th. The cast includes blah blah blah. Warren and Peary and his longtime legal team have been in court rather often before this. Rather often? Who's writing this?
Yeah,
AI.
Yeah.
Most recently regarding termination rights under the U.S. Copyright Act, but the automatic foreign copyright reversion issue in this case did not occur until years later, said Mark Toberoff, attorney for the estate, and was never actually litigated. Now it will be.
Yep, it's got to. It's like the introduction of new things in new media. It means it's not like, oh, we get this for free. No, it needs to be discussed.
Well, yeah, and you're dealing with legalities in other countries because at issue are foreign copyrights to the original Superman character and story, co-authored by Jerome Siegel and Schuster. Though Siegel and Schuster assigned worldwide Superman rights to DC's predecessor in 1938 for a mere $130 each. Or no, $130 total, $65 each.
Oh, God.
The copyright laws of countries with the British legal tradition, including Canada, the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Australia, contain provisions automatically terminating such assignments 25 years after an author's death, vesting in the Schuster estate the co-author's undivided copyright interests in such countries. Wow. That's
why wasn't something like this addressed sooner? Why? I mean, they've been doing Superman movies forever. Why would this now just be an issue? Why wouldn't this been handled?
How long has Siegel and Schuster been dead? When did they die?
Schuster died in 92 and Siegel died in 96. So yeah, it's past
there you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Go get them. Maybe it may just be that 25 years hadn't transpired completely on the previous renditions, and now it has.
Yeah, and I think
they wouldn't go after it.
the Siegel family, I think they settled with DC a few years ago. The Siegel family. I don't know about the Schuster family, so this could be, something brand new for them.
Wow, they're still going at it with them. They're probably waiting for something like this to happen. They were probably waiting at the right time.
Yeah.
Yeah, to leverage them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you want to do it just before the movie opens.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the timing is not an accident, that's for sure.
Right.
No.
But
that's interesting that it's like they kept using Superman in places like Canada and UK and Australia without permission. So they have a case. Is that what it is? It's like that. So you can't use.
The copyright laws are different in different countries. Ours kept getting extended. They called that the Mickey Mouse rules because Disney lobbied in Washington to change out and add on to when something can go into public domain. Like Superman, the 1938 version of Superman doesn't go into public domain until 2030. Is it 35? Somewhere around there. Because Mickey Mouse just came in, and that was 1928. So we've got another 10 years. So it'd be 2035.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you can only use in public domain the character that appeared in 1939.
Right.
So whatever iteration of Superman appeared in 1939, like I don't know if he was working for the Daily Planet by the end of 1939. But
even if he was, there's no Perry White, there's no Jimmy Olsen, there's none of the characters that were created.
Well, there certainly wasn't a Jimmy Olsen. There was it was George Taylor was the publisher of the Daily Star. But I'm not sure. I think by the end of 39 they had brought in the Daily Planet and Perry White. But if they hadn't, then you'd have to wait till the next year, 2036. When Perry White and then to use those and
then the powers, a lot of powers come later.
Right.
Well, Action Comics 23 was the first mention or appearance of the Daily Planet.
Okay, so that would
have been at least
39.
Yeah, it would have been at least a year later. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So then you couldn't use any of that in your public domain thing. But of course they also trademarked the name Superman, so you couldn't call the book Superman either.
Could you call it, say, Man of Krypton or something like that?
Get away with that.
No, you couldn't,
Really?
because they didn't say. I don't think they had established in Action 1 that he was from.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, Perry White says here Superman #7. So 1940 would have been the first appearance of Perry White.
There we go. Okay, so
And wasn't he created by the radio show? A lot of these characters were created for radio. They weren't.
Jimmy was created for the radio show.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after Schuster had died in 92, the family had settled something already back in 92 that they gave up the rights to Superman in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
But that's interesting that I was just reading some stuff about the UK rights. Mm-hmm. So after 25 years after they die, because the UK the copyright laws are different in other countries, whatever. Mm-hmm. So since it was 2017 when they started again, but now they found
8 years ago
timing now. Right. They found 8 years ago. They found the perfect timing now to leverage something. Yeah, like leverage it. So they're gonna They want it to be. They need it to be a success. They need this to be a success because everything's been a failure. So it's like this. I mean, it looks like it's going to make a lot of money. So they need to. They're going to use this. They're going to use this timing. That's crazy.
What do you think the possibilities, given the leverage that they're using with their timing, that Warner Brothers would settle?
Highly likely.
They have to settle. I mean, because they can't. I mean, they've already know that they have ownership rights to those things. They've got to settle.
And it's a whole new
experience. I mean, they'll settle eventually.
Yeah,
but they'll do a lot of slow walking and delays. And
this is like a whole new thing.
We didn't get that letter.
We didn't get that. My dog ate it.
Exactly. I mean, they're just I mean, there's lawyers at Warner's and DC hanging on hooks waiting to go after people like this. So
they could
delay.
As we know,
as we know, right?
With this, they could delay the rights in other countries. So delaying it would mean, again, losing money for DC, losing money for this. But it's a new DC universe. Like, it's a whole new thing that he's doing. He rebooted the whole thing, right?
Right.
So he's going to start off with a whole new thing, and this is not going to be good, delaying the release. And so they're going to want to settle soon. They're going to settle it, and they're going to pay him first.
It's interesting how the other countries do have these different copyright laws. Like Conan is, you can use Conan in Europe. You know, it's public domain over there, but it's not here. Same thing with Tarzan. You could use that, and technically Tarzan's in the public domain here, but Edgar Rice Burroughs, they own the name Tarzan and all that, so you really can't call him Tarzan. And what I found when I worked on the Phantom was interesting, because King Features wouldn't pay you jack. You know, there was no royalties coming from them, and the Phantom was reprinted in all these other countries, Australia, the Scandinavian countries, India, where he was huge in those markets. And then Tony DePaul told me about that he'd found, or he got a letter from somebody from the Authors Coalition, and they collect royalties for artists, or have, and they put it in this account because these other countries are obligated to pay them, regardless whether King Features pays you or not. They're obligated to pay it. So they put it into an account, and then if you look on the list and your name is there, there's funds. That means that's available for you. So you write them, you tell them, give them all the information, and I had a check for like $5,000
Whoa.
for the work that they reprinted of the Phantom that King Features wouldn't pay me.
You got to send me the information on that.
I've looked for your name. I've already checked for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, when DC stopped paying international royalties because they're a bunch of pricks, I mean,
I know.
That really gripes me, because it's in the contracts. They got to pay us that.
You just reminded me. I found I was at Target, and guess what I found there? The Hobbit by Chuck Dixon.
That's always impressive.
Or by Charles Dixon. I don't know.
Charles Dixon. I didn't want the Hobbit to sound like it was adapted by a sportscaster. So, that's always impressive. That baby pays and pays all the time.
Sir Charles Dixon is what you should have put.
That was
Sir
it.
Charles.
Sir Charles. That's Chuck's brother.
Yeah.
So I remember you saying about, like, that was it's your best selling, right? It's always paying.
Absolutely, without a question.
The story behind that, like, where you said you got the contract behind that, like, is that when did you start writing that? Like, what was what publisher were you under?
I was with Eclipse.
Eclipse,
it was under Dean Mulaney's contract, and Dean Mulaney's creator-owned contract was rock solid,
right?
Covered every contingency, and a clause in there said that even if Eclipse went under and they sold the rights, that my contract had to be honored by whoever published it.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, and I had to get Dennis Kitchen and his legal partner on the estate, but luckily his legal partner knew everybody in the Tolkien family. So we brought them to their knees, and they started paying me.
Wow. Well, that was I found that there, and I was like, that's really cool. Yeah. Still there.
Yeah.
Awesome. To answer Art Hilda's question, or Hida's question, it'll come down officially at 12 midnight Pacific time, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I don't know where you're at, but those are the numbers you need to be aware of.
Wait, what did he just say at the end of that?
Yeah.
What did he just say? Did he say what I thought he said?
Yes, yes, he did.
Well, maybe you won't have enough time.
I don't know what kind of big plans you have, but
we don't know. Hard to judge.
Yeah. Maybe you ought to get on the backing first, and then you'll have the whole
right. Just go backward. No, wait.
You can relax. Concentrate.
You can relax. Celebrate. Celebrate the purchase.
Someone said something about My Sister Suprema in the chat. I'm just pointing that out.
Oh, cool.
I don't know. I just saw the name.
Cool.
But never mind. If we not important.
Anthony, are you? Well, what do you have lined up after you finish this last batch of pages? Do you have anything lined up?
Yes, I do. And
anything you can talk about?
No, I don't know. Is that it? It's like it's like I was always thinking about that. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, because I'm always working on projects that I can't talk about. I can't say anything.
Well, you're going to be doing more My Sister Suprema, so
that's true. Yes, that I will be.
In between your other project, which I know about.
Yes, yes.
But it's not with me, but I know about it.
Right. Yes, Chuck knows about that.
What I like to do is not work at all, that I don't have to worry about it. And nothing
right.
and I'm not hiding any secrets.
So I'm not working on.
I'm sure they won't give you work. It'd be perfect.
Yeah, I know. I want to make sure I don't get any work. I'll call Marvel in DC.
Now wait for them to call you.
Right? Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for that phone to ring, Chuck, and as soon as it does, I'm going to get busy.
See, that's called a freelance vacation. You know, you call Marvel in DC and ask for work, and then you just wait for them to call you back, and that's your vacation.
Yep. Eternal vacation. So here's a tragic story for you. So I drew on Graybeards a while back. I drew a Green Lantern for some reason. I can't remember what the subject matter was. And Andy sees it, and he's a big Green Lantern fan. And of course, you know Andy. Hey man, what do you want for that original? And I'm like, I'll just send it to you. You know, the nice guy that I am. And so this was a couple months ago. He keeps bugging me. He goes, hey, will you send that Green Lantern piece to me? And I finally said, all right, yes, I will. I can't find it. I can't find it anywhere. I went through all my flat files. I found scripts from like 1980 that I wrote when I was in high school, but I can't find that Green Lantern piece. So, Andy, your free art may be lost to the ether. I don't know.
Well, Aaron, the first thing you need to do is look in your scanner bed.
Wait a minute. I haven't opened that in years.
Whenever I can't find something, I open up the scanner bed and I'm like, hey, there it is.
I thought Graham was going to pull it out from somewhere. He's like, see, he's pulled it.
Well, then I keep thinking, did I accidentally send it to somebody else, and got confused or something? Because I don't know where it is. It's pretty funny. I mean, I've gone through everything.
You should just start looking for something else that you've been missing, and then that'll pop up.
There you go. That's exactly how it works.
Oh, yeah.
I was very excited to find these old scripts, though. I was like, oh, I wonder what I wrote back then. I go, this is almost like Chuck Dixon if Chuck would only write stuff down. He could remember. Well, I don't know if it's a good idea or not, Chuck. I haven't read them. I just found them. I'll let you know if they suck or not.
There'll be something there.
Yeah, well, hopefully. Wow. All the work I did.
Hey, Pastmaster Dan.
Pages of that stuff.
Kino Reviews is here. We got Dr. Mask in the room. Zeno the Stoic. SDA says shout out to you, Dan.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? I can't even see the chat, and if I could, I wouldn't be able to read it. This is like radio for me.
Eyes on the road, Dan. Eyes on the road.
My eyes are on the road.
Attaboy. Skeleton Core Crew is here too. He says, Hell Graham, Hell Comics Gate. Creative Faye is here as well. Very nice.
You know what's like fun is to uncover, like, I don't know if you guys ever do this, but uncover like old pitches and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, I pitched this to, I can't ever, then you kind of thumb through it and go, oh my gosh, there's a little art I did for it and a little,
right.
I find stuff like I have a tendency to scribble notes on everything and anything around. And I was digging through some sketchbooks in the garage, and I found a bunch of folded sheets of paper, and it was all like it was from 2010, but it was when I had to go meet with the executives at HBO to get the Ricky Gervais job, and I wrote down all the things that I would do on the show, and I had memorized it, but I didn't realize I had written it all down, until I found it again now, some 15 years later. And you go, wow, it's kind of a cool artifact in a way. I mean, it means nothing to nobody but me, but it's pretty cool.
You know what I think is neat is when you have notes for a project that you actually do, that you've done, and you haven't seen it in years, and then you see these notes and you see stuff you didn't use in and you're like, God damn, why didn't I use that? It's so great.
Yeah.
Hey, Black Ice, thank you for the $5 super chat.
Yeah.
This is probably a dumb question, but how do you make a monster terrifying despite not being physically ugly?
Wait, hold on. Before you answer that, Aaron, what's your handle on Twitter?
My handle?
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's Aaron Lopresti.
Why is it not coming up?
Who can remember that?
I know.
AARON?
Yeah, that's right. If you're not spelling it right,
I think if you wanted to make anybody terrifying, it's in the attitude. I mean, a beautiful woman could be a scary, horrible monster. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I have kind of a lighter style in terms. I mean, I do a lot of monster stuff, but my monster stuff is never like, there's some people do some really dark stuff out there that is really unsettling and creepy. My stuff never looks that way because I'm not that way.
Right.
And so it always comes through in the designs, So you come up with this cool design for a monster and you go, yeah, but it doesn't really look all that scary. I've had that problem, but I guess that's the opposite problem of what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's more character driven than it is design driven.
Yeah, I mean, not to be a downer, but I had a lot of very serious facial surgery as a kid, so I was kind of sympathetic toward monsters. I literally had stitches on my face for a while. So
yeah,
I can't tell if he's
now you're like beautiful
or if he's messing with me.
No, I'm serious.
No, he's honest.
I'm serious.
Way to turn the conversation. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No.
I only have this face, such as it is, because my mother wouldn't take no for an answer from the surgeon.
Oh, stop!
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I ran through a hedge once and had to have stitches in my eye, but that was about the extent of it. Right above my eye.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say I had a roast thorn stuck in my eyeball once.
Oh,
you can't even.
Whoa.
But here's the thing: you don't even feel it. I was blinking. I was a little kid. I was maybe like 9, and they got me in the corner of the eyeball. And it's because I had a thorn in my eye.
Wow.
You can't feel it though. There's no feeling in your eyeball.
I've heard
no
that.
nerves.
I've heard that there's like no nerves or something, or pain nerves.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. I was sword fighting with my brother when we were kids with wires, like coat hangers stretched out, and he champed me right in the eye.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it hit the white of my eye and not the the actual cornea or whatever. So it didn't affect my vision. But yeah, talk about being just a few millimeters from being blind.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I stuck my drawing hand under a lawnmower once, and
Oh yeah, you said that. Oh, good God!
When it was going,
yeah,
like I remember that story.
Why would you do that?
I had a mulching blade on it, so but the grass was wet and high, and it was clumping. So I went to lift up the chute to have it blow out, right? And it did, but some of it got stuck on the edge. So then I reached to grab that out of the way, but I didn't realize that the blade is so close to the frame. I thought maybe they're like half an inch or something, but no, it's very close.
Yeah, it's really
And
close. Yeah.
It hit the tip of my middle finger.
Can you show that? Is there any scar? No, you can't see
I don't think there's one that you'll see.
Okay, never mind.
I'll
I thought the nail be gone too. Like you see a little nub.
No, it just kind of like tore it, and I didn't even need stitches. We just butterflied it.
Yeah.
but it was like it hurt like a mother because you know, the cut is the cut, but it's the impact of that thing hitting
Yeah.
your bone, and then that pain just goes all the way up your
Yeah.
arm. You know,
Yeah.
you're like, oh, man. I ran down the hill, and I'm like, motherfucker, you stupid asshole, you stupid. I'm running down there screaming, and I'm so angry at myself. And Julie sees me coming down. She goes, "Oh my God, what'd you do?" She goes, she goes, let me see. She thought I wasn't gonna have a finger, and so she looked and saw it was all tore up and everything, and so took me over to the Mac Center to see if I needed stitches and all that kind of stuff. But there's a lot of hours waiting around for them to clean it out, X-ray it, and then just butterfly it. And then I was back. I was fishing the next day.
Dude, I was in my kitchen when we first got married, Shelly and I, in our house, and I was slicing cheese, and I cut my finger open, right, with a knife, and I went like this. Ow! Blood flew everywhere. I was like, what an idiot. I'm just going, ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, the biggest scars, I mean, I've never broken anything. But I've like fallen out of trees, fallen off walls. I've fallen off playgrounds, all this stuff. So when I was like 2, one of the biggest, because you could see the scar on this eyebrow here, and then my dad put a blanket over me. I ran into the corner of a TV, had it cut open. I had to get some stitches. The next year I was 3, and then I was running around like a one of those, I don't know, whatever, these the flower bed, well, the little sitting area. I was just running around it, or whatever, the little, I don't know what it's called. And then I fell and I hit a trash can.
Oh.
Then I got underneath the eyebrow. And so I have this scar underneath my eyebrow. I have one scar going through an eyebrow, one scar underneath the eyebrow. And so, yeah, those are the biggest ones. But other things,
cool.
like,
You look cool like Cable, right? Like,
yeah,
that's what I'm imagining.
Well, everybody always asks me, like, well, what happened to your eyebrow? I always say bar fight.
Yeah.
Pretty cooler. But, and so I've had burns. I've had, like, an ATV roll over on my ankle. I've had, like, all these different things, but nothing's ever broken. I just have burns or scratches or something all over my body. So it's like.
It's amazing any of us survived.
Here's the next day.
It's the middle finger.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's the very next day. I got fish slime all over it.
Dude. Oh, that's how you caught the fish? You put
your bloody finger in the water. And
that's pure uncut Nolan blood.
It came out of Lake Erie, so I'm surprised it wasn't radioactive. Like I didn't get the powers of the fish.
Like Aquaman. Hey, I cut my finger, but the good news is I'm Aquaman.
Yes, it is any wonder how we survived as kids. So,
oh yeah,
I always get really worried about my kids, but I go, man, I survived.
Yeah,
my parents barely watched me. No,
well, mine either. We left in the morning. We came back at dinner time and had no idea where we were at.
I would be out till 7 o'clock on my bike. I would just, I don't know.
Yeah,
so I was really young.
If our parents knew how far we went,
right? Or some of
God.
the shenanigans that went on.
Yeah. The places I've gone to, the things I've done as a kid.
Yeah. And we're all level-headed now instead of a bunch of little sissy weirdos.
That's true.
Yeah. One time when I was a kid, there was a construction site, and we went into the construction site, and we're bouncing around on plywood and stuff, and I fell behind a piece of wood and stuff, and there was some nails sticking up, and I had this nail go right into my thumb.
Oh.
And let me see if I think you can see this scar.
I thought it was gonna be another picture of you with a fish or something.
This is me the next day with a sea bass.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You can see like that horseshoe.
Yeah,
like my thumbprint's completely messed up now.
Wow.
Oh, so you can commit crimes and get away with it. Nice.
Right.
No, it's very unique to him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was printed as a child, were you, Graham?
Well, my dad was a cop. Actually, I was. My dad printed me.
Oh,
Do you
wow.
remember what back in like the early '80s where they would come around and do fingerprints on kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I've been
Yeah.
printed multiple times. That's why they catch me it's so easy.
I was
It wasn't
printed by
me,
the FBI.
wasn't it? Remember this fingerprint you left us in second grade? I'm like, not again. God.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
Chuck. Wait, you were wanted by the FBI?
I was printed by the FBI. I was fingerprinted by the FBI.
What?
Yeah, so I worked at the Federal Reserve Bank in Philadelphia for a couple of years.
Ah, okay.
And they had to have everything on file.
Oh, I'm sure.
If you
That's
did
not-
anything, they'd find out. You'd get fired. So,
Is that anywhere near where the mint is? 'Cause
no.
we went in a tour of that when I was there one time. Very interesting, where they made all the coins and stuff.
Yeah. No,
Is
the
that
mint,
That must have been cool.
the mint and the Federal Reserve are like, two different operations. It's not that far from Independence Hall.
Okay.
Oh.
We went there too.
Yeah.
That was cool to stand in that building and go, you know what? George Washington was here, Thomas Jefferson, all these dudes were in this room signing. It was cool.
Ben Franklin.
See, I ran up those stairs and said Rocky Balboa was here.
Different generations, I guess.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm gonna dip out. But I'll be back when I get to Andy's. I'll come show some face. But you guys keep kicking ass.
Okay, thanks,
we'll
Dan.
talk soon.
Drive
Thank
safe.
you.
You got it, buddy. Bye.
All right, see
Thank
you,
you.
bud.
Bye.
Yep. Let's do a refresh. See if we got any backers since we've been on here. Oh, I hate when it does that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 12,050, 12,170. We got a couple backers. Excellent. Thanks,
Nice.
guys.
Hey,
Thank
do you have that? Do you actually have that thing, a bust or whatever? That's your little icon there up in the corner of
No.
the joke. Oh,
Mm-mm. Sorry to
I
just.
mean, we got the chair. I figured you should have at least have the bust too.
That's true. I know. I found that online and I used it. But yeah, guys, back Joe Frankenstein today. Tell your friends, tell your enemies. We don't care. Because we are
As long as they
closing out
back.
tonight. This bad boy's coming down because we're going to begin shipping in March, as promised on this. So this really is the last chance to get on board and get the Joe Frankenstein series. So you got them all. So
Do you have plans of continuing it, or is it just going to end at 3?
no. Well, you know how it ends. We can't end it like that.
I know.
He hasn't read the script yet.
That was really
He didn't get to that part.
I didn't know if that was going to be under the title of another one, a part 2 of another series.
No, there'll be a follow up.
Got it.
We're sort of laying groundwork here.
So, so Chuck, you saw have you been seeing the pages as they come in?
Yeah, I've been looking at them.
Oh, over the few months that you've been watching.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I'm the writer. I got nothing to say. Nobody wants to hear.
Saying-
Yeah, you know that Chuck's the writer, right?
Oh, I'm sort of the writer. I mean, I am a writer.
Sort of.
Graham did all the heavy lifting here.
No, it's been great. No, I was gonna say because if it was like, oh, once all the pages get in, then I want to see it, and then that's when the words will come or something like. I thought that's what it was going to be, something like that. But did you have like a favorite page? That anything stand out? Anything you remember?
No, just overall, it's amazing stuff.
Oh, that page where Frankenstein's doing that stuff. So cool.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
I thought this
where he eats that troop of Girl Scouts. That was my favorite page.
He does lots of stuff in this.
Throws one into the pond, eats another one, throws another one into the pond.
I thought it was a good question.
The page where he decides he really does like fire.
I've been waiting for that for decades.
Yeah. And he doesn't like wine.
No.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Daddy,
Yeah.
what does this say?
This is Andy.
Back when my kids barged in on me, there was no internet. So
you're right. Yeah. Well, Chuck
It
keeps
happens to Dan all the time.
yeah. Yeah, no, Chuck keeps telling me that, well, he had his room was, well, your writing room. That was also the kids' room.
Yeah,
they come and play with you.
Studio.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got the chair and over here and the books and stuff. So it's all there. Yeah. Not right now. Not right now. You got to go.
How's the war going with them, Anthony?
Oh, they have a lot of fun. They just put them all out. Like, they just have them all out. And they just go, like, they have the colors fighting colors, like all the different colors that are in there. So, yeah. We haven't done anything where we're naming, like, who's who. Because it's not like labeled on it, like where we know which war this is from or something like that.
Oh, is Chuck getting is he getting into the little miniature?
Yeah, I sent him just a big box of toy soldiers.
Yeah, Chuck sent me a gigantic box of like all these little little army men, and then my sons were just going wild with it. So yeah. There was a lot of them there, so it was a lot of fun. So they keep messing around with it. So yeah.
What era of the toy soldiers?
Civil War primarily.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Civil War primarily. I asked for that one, and then there was like a miscellaneous. There was like a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, for some reason the company threw in all these extra figures because he was sending me pictures, and I'm like, "That's the Boxer Rebellion. What the hell's that doing there?"
Right. Yeah. Yeah, there was like a ton. Like I was like, it was like. I didn't know if it was like it was a list of all the different wars and all the different eras, and I was like, "Wait, is this every single?" Yeah, it was like every single. There was like a little bit of every single war was in this one or something like that in these bags. So it was really cool. Yeah.
Let me thank Black Eyes for that $5 super chat. He reminds us that it was very deep. That the monster hates fire because it's a symbol of the patriarchy. And Dr. Mask Retro Elixir for $4.99. Hail Graham, any word on the rights for the Girls of Dimension 13? I would love to see more of that series. Back Joe Frankenstein.
Yeah, let me draw that one.
The rights have reverted to me. I have those, but Aftershock still has their percentage of it too. So I'm free now to do anything with it. But since they're in bankruptcy, I want to try and wrest that half from them and maybe see if I can't get all the rights. Then the rights would be for me and for Brett. So we'd only have to split it 2 ways instead of 3.
Yeah, so that's my situation with IDW going down.
What's that?
With IDW going down, it frees up a lot of IP I created.
Everybody, they're falling like flies, man. So was it Brett Booth that drew that? You said Brett.
Oh geez, I'm drawing a blank.
Blevins.
Yeah.
I said Booth. I meant Blevins. Yeah. Brett Blevins.
Yeah. Brett's awesome. He's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So good. And he brought stuff to the artwork there that was great. You know, Chuck always says, you know, when you write and you're working with an artist, just make me look like a genius. And that's true. You know, I thought Brett made me look like a genius in some of these scenes. It's really
that's
cool.
why Chuck won't work with me. But you know, what are you gonna do?
You know, that's funny. He said the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm not working with Aaron.
Share the genius title with anybody.
kept bugging me at CrossGen, and I was like, "Get that guy away from me, man! He's gonna ruin my stuff." You could hear it in the dark in the back rooms, you know, and had all the lights out. I could hear the mumbling.
There's got to be other errands we can pull in.
Why does it have to be low prestige?
You guys work together at CrossGen, right? You were both there at the same time, yeah.
We worked in close proximity, yeah.
But
not together, right? We never worked on anything together.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
He was in the crowd with Jeff Johnson, so I saw him quite a bit.
Yeah, we shared many a guffaw, but didn't actually work together on anything.
It was good times while it lasted.
Yeah, it was fun.
Jeff did Way of the Rat with you, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It was Aaron and Rob Hunter and Jeff. I forgot who the fourth person was.
I think it was Andy, wasn't it?
It was Andy. That's right. That was a fun quad.
Well, who
Well,
was
that wasn't the
writer?
original quad. We moved. If you
Writers were in
remember.
offices. We could shut a door and not have to listen to all those nitwits.
I know you guys were like around the edges, and you had your little offices, and we were out there in the cubicles grinding away.
Yeah, you were like Romita's Raiders, in the bullpen.
It was very much like the bullpen because I mean, remember at Marvel, the editors had an office.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
all the way around the
the
wall.
creative
Right.
area.
So there was cubicles that were sort of open. People can walk by you and see what you were drawing and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah,
how
there
was
were
it?
quads, and there were 4 guys in each quad. And you could
Yeah.
enter the quad and talk to everybody.
And was
Yeah.
the space like? Was there enough space on the desk? Was it a big desk? Or was it like really tiny, like a Japanese?
No. They were just
Container.
your average size. If you went to like an art supply store and got a desk, it would be about that size. And we had, originally when I got there, it was me, Andy Perkins, and Steve Epting were in there. And but then as things went along, I ended up over with Jeff, Andy, and Rob Machine Gun Hunter.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's when things started falling apart, though. I think is when we were kind of the last, guys that were still hanging around. Because remember they had those layoffs, Chuck, where they had those big meetings and they let people go, and then there was like the remainder.
Yeah, the holdouts.
Yeah, we kept thinking this will work. This can work.
Were people allowed to come in and see CrossGen, like just tour around and
Yeah, we had tours.
Yeah.
I remember they brought in the guy that owned Outback Steakhouse.
Huh.
Mark was looking for investors, and they brought him through, and he couldn't have been less interested in meeting any of us.
Yeah, really. It's like,
I
why
remember
is
Mark
he-
saying, "This is our head writer," and he's like, "Man, okay."
Yeah, it's like if you don't like comics, they're not going to care at all.
No, they don't care. He didn't care.
Yeah.
He needed to go. We're doing this food comic. I think you'll be really interested in it. Steak Man, and it's get your little advertisement in there, and
Yeah. Tales from the Buffet. That's our name.
yeah.
Hey.
Big seller.
It could have worked. Somebody would have read it, right?
Somebody.
Yeah.
Every comic is someone's favorite comic.
That's right. That's right.
That's the thing. It was like everybody was like manga today writes something for everybody. Like someone's just doing something for somebody. Isn't that what like CrossGen was sort of starting as? But but the failure in it was like because they were all connected, all the stories somehow. Is that what was?
They were all connected, and Mark wouldn't cancel the lowest selling titles because they were part of the big story. It was like nobody cares about the big story.
Yeah.
We had a meeting and we went around the table, and Mark says, "What's the future of CrossGen?" And we all said it was a genre. We're a genre publisher. That's what the readers are telling us. We're a genre publisher. And then he said, "I don't agree with that." That's okay.
But he never wanted to do superheroes.
No. I mean, he figured that that was, and wisely that was covered by Marvel and DC. And the thing is, as long as we stuck with the genre, it was successful. I mean, I did a straight up pirate book, had nothing to do with the Uber story. It was our biggest selling title. And
that was
no supernatural elements in it, or anything. It was just a straight up historical adventure.
Yeah.
I see. I was gonna about that. Like your story behind that, where you just did it without them.
Yeah. I couldn't talk them into it, so I just did it anyway.
Yeah, right.
Anyway.
And then
the first time I met with Epting, I said, I have a 12-issue plan. He goes, what's the plan? I said, we're going to do 12 issues of this book we're on, and then we're going to do a pirate book. And I kept saying, pirates. We need to do a pirate book. I remember Alessi got so pissed at me when he found out about it. He said, we're not publishing books just to make you happy. And I said, yeah, I know, you're right, because if we were, I'd be doing a Western listing. It's the time for and this is like 6 months before Pirates of the Caribbean came. So
wow.
I was.
Did you know it was coming out?
I knew it was coming out, and I read the screenplay, an early screenplay, to make sure we weren't repeating anything, which we weren't. And
No.
but it was our biggest selling title.
Yeah, well, it was good, and I mean, there was a lot of good core titles. You know, the core titles were pretty good, and they were in that 20 to 25,000 range in sales, which for then weren't bad for a startup.
Right.
But it's like you said, he wouldn't cut off the dead weight off the bottom, and we kept adding stuff on, and pretty soon you have a bunch of comics that are not. You know, there was only a finite number of readers of CrossGen at the time,
Right.
and their money would only go so far, and it was like, and that was you know, too much too quickly, and not, like you said, not cutting the dead weight.
Well, he thought our lowest selling title represented our core fan base. It's like, yeah, that's true, but we can't afford to cater to them anymore.
Right.
The book's selling 17,000 a month. We can't do it.
Yeah.
How many issues of El Cazador were there?
There were 6, and then one special that Sergio Cariello drew, like a one-off.
Yeah, every time I find it, and then I go to buy it, and then it's already sold. So every single time it's happened with El Cazador, like I'll go, it's either on. I went on. I haven't tried recently, but it was like I think I tried it twice, and I have not. They've canceled the order every time. Someone already grabbed it.
Oh,
There was nothing like that, you know.
Nah.
I haven't read it yet.
I was just looking at as I was looking for that piece for Andy, I found a bunch of Mystic pages, and I was just like, it dawned on me how hard I was trying at CrossGen, because it was like we were all there for. Well, I shouldn't say everybody. I'll speak for myself. I was there because I had no other options at the time, and it was like I had to get back in the good graces of Marvel and DC, and I was kicking butt. I was looking at that stuff going, wow, I was really, you know, the way I was doing storytelling and everything, trying to be innovative, and I mean, it worked. It got me back in at Marvel when everything went under, but I'd forgotten that there was a lot of good stuff we produced there.
Well, I mean, everybody was working hard, and you know, you were given the time and all the rest of it. That was the biggest thing. And then when you think about it, I mean, CrossGen made Steve McNiven. CrossGen turned Steve Epting into a guy who draws comics into Steve Epting.
Yes.
You know, because for once you were able to really work and really bring your best stuff. Paul Pelletier. I mean, Paul Pelletier was like born again at CrossGen.
yeah.
He was a backbencher at DC. He shows up at CrossGen, and I was blown away by the stuff. And I was like, I didn't even know he was capable of that level of work.
Yeah.
But, you know, with the right encouragement, the time, and everything else, I mean, it was a great opportunity for all of us.
Yeah, it promoted growth.
Yeah.
By having time and having that fellowship around each other.
Yeah.
You learn from each other. You compete against each other, and it raises everybody up. It's a great thing, and it sort of reminds me of where we're at now with our crowdfunding and our individual publishing lines. You know, we have the time now, thanks to all the backers, to do to take the time so that we're not having to crank out, 10 pages a week,
like Billy does.
to make some crappy deadline. We take the time, we get it right, and produce really great stuff. And then as an adjunct to that, you have growth too.
Yeah. Graham, I know I said Saturday. But
then there's those that can't make deadlines.
I know I said that.
Yeah.
But I wasn't being honest. And
But this fade. You saw it. You saw what I was working on.
Yeah, but I didn't see it finished.
You saw it. Looks awesome.
So, Billy.
Yes.
Saw you put some
Billy?
pictures up of you and your lovely wife heading out to some 20s shindig.
Yeah, you saw that, huh, Scott? What did you say?
I said something about you, high society.
Yes, our high society
lifestyle. Yeah.
Yeah. No, she looked like $1 million. It's funny because she got hit on by these dudes and shit like that. It was funny. because she was out dancing and I'm just at the table drinking, you know, with the boys, with my mustache, which is gone now.
Yeah, I noticed.
Oh yeah,
that.
the beard's gone too.
Gone beard. I had that little Dick Powell mustache yesterday.
Dude, I
Oh, I
grew
gotta see
this
that
in
picture.
support of you, and now look at you.
Yeah, I know. Well, she goes, I miss your face. So I'm like, all right.
You
Well, if
can't.
your wife says that, I guess you got to listen.
Gotta
My
listen.
wife keeps saying, "Cover your face up more." You know, so
That's not true. You're so adorable. No, we had the best time. It was for our friend's son who sadly passed away. And they do this fundraiser every year, and they do a couple of them. But it was like a Roaring 20s night, and it was nice. And I had my tuxedo, which of course I own a tuxedo. I bought one.
Where did Deb get that outfit? Do you guys own that?
Get everything on Amazon. Yeah, she's like, I'm keeping this dress, and then she goes, we're having a Roaring 20s party. So I'm like, all right. So maybe in May we'll have a Roaring, or June we'll have a Roaring 20s party. But it was a lot of fun.
That's cool.
It was a lot of fun. It was a good time, you know. And they brought out the Macallan, so they had Johnny Walker Red. And I'm like, really? And I'm like, you got anything else? And she's like, I think there might be Macallan in the back. You know, it was like at some country club or something. So we get that. And they were selling Johnny Walker Red for $12 a glass. And I mean, it was full glass. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So she goes and she's like, let me go check. So she goes and check, comes back with Macallan 12, right? I'm like, I'll take that. And she pours it. I'm like, how much is that? She goes, 12. So I tried Macallan. I'm like, oh my God, you guys are gonna lose so much money. Because me and my buddy, I think we killed that whole bottle almost.
That's awesome.
But it was good. It was good. Anthony, the book is looking great. Chuck Dixon, of course. Look at you. Always great to see you, my friend. As Bo Smith refers to you as the great silver Wookiee. Congratulations on Levon. God bless you, buddy. Well done.
Thank you.
You said
Can you
crack
talk
me
about
open.
that at all, Chuck?
What?
Can you talk about that?
Yeah. I mean, you know.
Hey, Chuck, real quick though, did you see that a plane just crashed in like your old Philadelphia when you right in Philadelphia?
Really? No. I did not.
A medical jet was flying medical supplies in Missouri and just lost power. And just if you look on Fox News, in Philadelphia, look.
When?
Wow.
I don't know, an hour ago, half hour ago.
Holy shit. 2 aviation accidents in 2 days.
Yep, 2 of them.
And we hadn't had one since 2004, 2001.
Yeah, we got to get. Yeah,
I think 2009.
we're not getting rid of that. You know, the crap. I heard some things talking. My brother-in-law's an air traffic controller, so I've heard some things about both one of the pilots and also the air traffic controller, and it's not good.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much what you think it would be. So. But that's why they're not releasing the name of the other pilot, and it's just you know
what's the cause on the Philadelphia one?
they don't know. It just it literally came down, and there's a camera like a car, you know, dash cam. Someone's driving a car, and you just see this huge fireball. I mean, the plane I think just either did like a flat spin or came straight down and.
Like in a neighborhood or near the airport or
near a mall. Let me go on Fox News. I can share it if you want me to share it. Real quick.
Share it.
Yeah, all right.
It says it went down. It went down shortly after taking off.
breaking news from Billy Tucci.
There you go. Look at that. Small plane crashes near Philadelphia. So it's a jet though, but it's a small jet. And if you look,
great Irish community there.
Oh,
but you see the explosion, but then you'll see the big fireball too. There's a dash cam pic of it.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
So it's near Roosevelt Mall. Do you know Roosevelt Mall, Chuck?
Nah, I don't know. That's probably a new mall.
Mm.
But I'm recognizing that neighborhood.
Yeah, see, it's I guess some kind of Learjet or something or whatever it would be, and it just here. Watch this video on the left.
Oh, this is the dash cam. Okay.
Boom. See?
Oh, did it land in the street?
I don't know, in a neighborhood somewhere. Maybe in the street he came down, but he crashed. So,
jeez, that's terrible.
Sucks.
Yeah, that car turning around.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
Not going that way.
Huh.
It says it's happened near. I don't know if the streets is Cottonman Avenue and Bustleton Avenue.
Okay. Did you see?
Mall.
Do you know what that is, Chuck, at all?
Where is it?
It says Cottonman Avenue and Bustleton Avenue.
Yeah, I know that. I'm familiar with that area.
Close to Roosevelt Mall.
Wow.
Did you see in the New York Post about that trans cult upstate? They're the ones that killed that border agent. They're like a commie trans leftist cult, and they shot and they killed. I'm not sharing anymore, am I?
Oh yeah, there's like I heard something about that.
Yeah, let's see. Border agent shot, murdered.
God, it's like a Roger Corman movie.
Yeah, leftist cult. Here it is. So go to Post. Here it is. Look at this shit.
Faster, pussycat.
Like
It's a Russ Meyer movie.
There you go. Speaking of mummies, here's a great segue. No. Look at this. So, I'm going to get rid of that. Case of the radicals. Oh, come on. God's sake.
Zizzy and vegan.
Zizzy and vegan leftist trans cult.
What the hell?
Wow.
They shot this poor guy. Hopefully not his dog. And then they look at it. Look at these fucking home runs. Okay, here you go. Felix.
Look at these home runs.
This fucking dickhead right here. Milo Consuelo, young blue. You know, with the mask, of course. But they look at it. Okay, all right.
They were in the mask.
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, yeah. Look at this. Winners all. Look at that.
Wow.
Model citizens.
This is like the Manson family, 2.0 or something.
Look at this dickhead.
There's a pattern.
The Manson family wouldn't want to have anything to do with these people.
I know, yeah. They wouldn't have
I mean, they were straight,
Manson would call them
boys and girls,
Jeez. Look at this, Teresa Milo, and this guy Phil. Now look at Milo, this dude over here. Like, haven't we seen this guy on like lives at TikTok or something? Like,
Yeah, right.
And I'm gonna fucking.
I like the parentheses name Ophelia, like I'll feel you.
Yeah. Look at this poor guy. Look at this guy, right? Not making fucking. He's border age. He's not making a lot of money. When he gets home to his family, he's like, "Oh, thank God, I'm not down on the Mexico border." And then look, you get fucking killed by these pieces of shit.
It looks like Fraga.
Now here's another one. Look at this one. All right, okay, all right.
What were they? Was he trying to arrest them or?
I don't know. But they murdered these other people.
Well, he stopped the car.
Oh, they killed these people?
Yeah, they murdered these people first. Like I said, they're like the Manson family. Was it Chuck who said that?
So the Border Patrol, the guy, he stopped the car and then they shot him. They opened fire on him. I don't know what the altercation was. I don't know what was going on, but they had shot him after he pulled him over.
Yeah, authorities say the gun young Blut used in the Border Patrol attack was bought by Michelle Jacqueline Jacko, the trans non-binary adult child of Rita and Richard Zacko, who she killed her parents.
Oh,
Delaware County, PA. I used to live in Delaware County.
Shit, look at this. This is a Chuck Dixon day.
Yeah. I'm News Central here.
I love how they say they're a highly educated trans vegan rationalists.
Okay.
There's a contradiction in term.
Wow.
But what, he's got all the answers, this guy.
Yeah. This is the chief. He's fucking new Jesus here.
Yeah, he's a drugstore cowboy.
Like I said, okay. All right, yeah, very good. This poor guy. Look at this. He was stabbed. So this guy doesn't have an eye, and he was stabbed by them. So they've been stabbing and they were squatting on the property. It is like the Manson family.
They are the Manson family. That's what I was going to say.
2022.
Exactly what
Wow.
they are.
Wow, they were living on a ranch.
Yeah, who would have thought? Jeez.
So
at least they were
Once
vegans.
upon a time in Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was in 2022 that the Z's cultists were squatting on that guy's property. And then when he tried to evict them, they attacked him with swords and knives.
Jesus.
Swords?
They took his eye out.
Yeah, they fought back. He killed one of the attackers and survived losing an eye. It says 2 of the remaining attackers were set to go to trial. This was in about 2 months, in April, not 2 months, sorry, 3 months, April 2025. And it says before the trial, Lind was murdered.
Oh, they killed this guy again. So he died.
Yeah.
So he was attacked by them, and then they came back and they murdered him.
They just murdered him like it was like 2 weeks ago or something like that.
Wow.
So the police actively
looked at his throat.
Cut off.
My gosh, the guys are worse than the Manson family.
See, Aaron, seeing you thought you were having a bad day.
I don't have any trans vegan cultists living in my backyard, so I'm thankful for that.
Not that you know of.
Yeah, really. You are in Portland, aren't you? So they could be around the block.
Oh yeah,
up a tree.
So this cult is suspected of multiple killings across different states.
Wow.
So they're ambitious too.
Yeah.
Who ever heard of this cult?
So Amir Baharian, the mad Armenian right here, Borhanian. Anyway,
Borhania.
Yeah, whatever. Who gives a fuck? But he's Emma. He's Emma, and this is Somni. Look at this fucking guy.
They're central casting psychos.
This guy's got guilty. As soon as you see him, like, yeah, guilty. Guilty.
Well, both of them are not exactly guys you want to have over for dinner.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to clean them up for court.
Right.
No.
When they say we're having some friends for dinner, you know what they mean.
Yeah.
No, they're vegans.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So now, since it was the killing of a border patrol agent, it's been escalating the case into a national security issue, and now that they're actually finding connections between other murders that had occurred, unsolved murders, and then also there has been some activists online, I don't know who, have been celebrating the killings, wow. And there's been a push to silence the reporting on the case. As always, that's probably why you don't even know about it. Yeah. Now it's Trump's America. No, yes. Things are going to come out now.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They look like white supremacists to me.
You know, Nazi fascists, absolutely.
Look like a bunch of pinko commies to me.
Well, they weren't very diverse. So
no, they weren't.
Other than being trans vegan rationalists.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. They're called
it's like the whitest thing you can be. So there's a Z's network or a Ziz network.
They got to roll that up.
Wasn't it? Is it who did the? There was an Image comic that came out recently. It was like in the last couple of years or so. Chankian, I forgot his last name. Didn't he do like a trans villain type of thing? But he wasn't like it wasn't a anti
Howard Chaykin.
Howard Chaykin. Yeah, he did something for Image, and it was something America. I don't know what it was, but
yeah.
And he had like a trans character, but it was a villain, and then it got lampooned, it got canceled, it got But he's like a leftist, right? I mean, and then but that story had like a trans character as a villain in it, and then
he's a New York liberal. You know, I don't think I'm going to go as far as call him a leftist.
No, New York liberal. Yeah.
He's
like But I remember. Yeah, this makes me think of that. I was just thinking about. So we can relate it back to comics. We can bring it right full circle right back to comics.
All about comics.
Yeah, we're talking about. Sorry,
let's talk about one in particular.
Yeah, buddy.
Speaking about the Ziz network.
Yeah, let's see if we picked up anybody else.
Yeah, let's look at a nice.
Wow, there we go. There's another jump.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Excellent.
We're at 1,463 backers. If you guys haven't, if you're just tuning in, we are closing out tonight at 3 a.m. Eastern time, 12 a.m. Pacific time. Oof. And this is your last chance to get on board the Joe Frankenstein train. We've got a brand new cover that rolled out yesterday, and of course, it's only going to be up till midnight Pacific time. So here's your opportunity to get this. This is going to be a very rare cover. Here's Anthony's great main cover. My variant cover. Cool Joe Frankenstein shirt. Compass Comics logo shirt. We have a glow in the dark cover, which is super cool. You get the both cover packages.
Yeah.
And then if you haven't, if this is their first time discovering the Joe Frankenstein property, get the Nolan Monster Pack, and you'll get Joe Frankenstein 1, 2, and 3. Or if you don't like my covers and you like Anthony's better, you can get the AGC Monster Pack. That's the Anthony Gonzalez Clark Monster Pack. And that has all three of Anthony's covers there. So,
and remember, folks, this campaign is 100% trans vegan free.
That's true.
And it's highly irrational.
Yes,
it's very irrational.
It identifies as a monster comic. We've got signed CGC versions. Will be signed by the whole team, me, Chuck, and Anthony. And then in this package here, the everything package, you get Anthony's cover, my cover, the glow in the dark cover, Compass Comics shirt, coaster set, and the Joe Frankenstein challenge coin. And Anthony is available for commissions. Your last shot at getting one. Grab one today. If you go to the Indiegogo site, you can read the first 10 pages here that have been lettered. And if the mods would just keep dropping those links in there, I'd appreciate that. Look at this. He ain't him.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
It looks so good, guys.
So, yeah, check it out. There's lots of stretch goals that we've already got. So if you're ordered book number 1 right from the get-go, you get the bookmark, you get in the Joe Frankenstein vinyl sticker. You've already been upgraded to Spot UV on the cover, upgraded paper as well. And now, since we hit the here's the larger. Oh, I forgot about this one here. This is a limited collector's edition cover. I'm still discussing with the printer what we're going to do with it. It's either going to be embossed or foil stamped or something special for the cover. It says 500 copies, but there's only 200 copies that are going to be printed. I dropped the number down. So this is going to be a really rare one. So you might want to grab that. And these are all add-on stuff. But the stretch goals have been unlocked. So there's a Joe Frankenstein mini print for everybody and Joe Frankenstein phone wallpaper. There's going to be 2. You get 2 wallpapers that you can put on your phone. And the exclusive trading card. Also, you get a trading card. So all the stuff is free whenever you back the book because it's already been unlocked. If we hit 120 tonight, there'll be another stretch goal to be announced.
Sweet.
But yeah, get on it, guys.
Yeah. See, I got my pens. I got my G pen here, a little nib there, and I got my Windsor ready to do a commission.
He'll do it right here on the air.
Do it live.
Hear that, Aaron? Jack Allen says, "Get that slabbed edition."
Oh, I see it. I see the. I see what's happening here. The slab edition comes signed, though, right?
Yeah. Signed by all 3 of us.
Yeah, but then you're writing on the cover. Why would I want that? See?
Wow. Damn.
Dang.
And I personally drive it to CGC and drop them off.
Yeah, it's going to have Chuck's DNA on it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hey, now wait a minute now.
Oh, hello.
Big fella. Let's talk about this.
I get to drive right up to the doors of CGC. They won't let me in, but I'll come out and get the boxes. So
when they find out who you are, they probably won't take the books either.
no, they won't. They got a lot of gold in that building, so they won't let me in.
Yeah. Guys, I got to go eat the roast I made today, but I can smell it. Are you guys? How late are you seriously going, Graham? Are you going to go all the way?
No, I'm not going to 3 in the morning. We have Junie's has her first birthday party tomorrow, so
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not gonna be up super late tonight.
Oh,
Well, I will check back with you guys later this evening. Have a
Great.
great evening. Back Frankenstein, Joe Frankenstein, in fact. And I'll see you guys soon.
All right. Thanks,
Later.
Aaron.
yeah.
Thanks, Aaron.
See you,
See ya.
buddy. All right, now that he's gone, we can talk
thank
again.
God, right? Holy
Hey.
shit! What a fucking bore.
Ugh. He's probably gonna go eat one of those vegan dinners.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's not, it's
Vegan
not
roast.
Yeah, it's not roast. It's roast beets.
roast
Right,
meat.
right.
Oh,
Tofu roast. Yeah, it's like a.
I hate beets.
Oh, so do I. Oof.
Yeah. Julie loves them. I smell those things, and it smells like my worm bait. Like when I go fishing, it smells like dirt. You know,
Worm bait
I
is
like
great.
beets, too. I hate them.
Yeah.
hate 'em.
I think I'd rather eat the worms. You know, at least it's protein. If I'm gonna get the dirt aspect, I might as well get the protein too.
You might as well, buddy.
What's that?
You might as well.
Yeah, right. Well, if Bill Gates gets his way, that's what we'll be eating.
There you go.
Yeah.
That and crickets.
Yeah, fucking Soylent Green. That's next.
Soylent
You know
Green.
that.
Soylent Green is people.
So look, I have the script sitting right here on my notes,
Wow.
on my page notes. So to make sure I stay consistent with the page count, so I was making sure my 2-page spreads.
Right. Yeah, that they they fall on the right numbers.
Yeah,
Oh, God,
I
that's
was making
a
sure I was doing that. And that was just notes and notes throughout it. But anyways, so yeah.
Great.
That could be a cool one of a kind pledge, level.
Yeah.
Anthony's script with his original sketches and things like that, unless you're a sentimental sort. So.
No, everything here is going to be gone, moth and rust. What does the Bible say? I'm storing up stuff in heaven.
Oh,
okay. Everything here.
Do you remember, Chuck, when we did that when it was Ape Month and we did that that Batman annual with the gorilla?
Yeah.
And I did a double-page spread and they stuck an ad in the middle of it.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You get this double-page spread and the pages were off and they stuck an ad right in the middle of it. So you had to either tear the ad out or you had to flip it over to see what was on the other side.
Now was that you guys' fault? Did you write it wrong? Like you had page 21 and
it was an annual. We didn't know. They could have put the ad anywhere.
Yeah.
Idiots.
Wow.
It started on the left side on an even page, and the second part was on an odd page. Perfect. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
I'm working with Joe Bennett a lot, and he loves the 2-page spreads. And of course, as Graham will attest, I'm famous for misnumbering pages. So it's like he'll get a hold of me and he says, this 2-page spread isn't going to line up anymore because there's 2-page 17s. Like, oh man, just have to rewrite everything. Add a page.
Or you got to add another page.
You would slow down, Chuck.
Yeah, if I would slow down,
maybe you get that.
I don't have time to
He doesn't use a typewriter, folks. He just does that.
Yeah. And Scott Peterson used to say, you don't even read these before you send them in, do you? I was like, no.
Oh. Well, that's what you have an editor for, right?
Yeah.
Do your job, Scott.
Yeah. I would write my scripts and have my wife read them to make sure everything was right, everything perfect, and then send them in.
Well, I remember one time I wrote, I misnumbered pages, ended up with a 23-page story. They said, you're going to have to cut a page. I said, I'll tell you what, next month will be a 21-page story.
There you go.
Yeah, they love that when they have to print extra pages.
Oh, they loved it.
Graham, I was going to ask you about that Two-Fisted Banley Tales.
Yeah.
Like I have this similar idea about I wrote all these short stories, but they're mainly stories that I want to expand into bigger things. But I was like, let me just do a short 8 to 12 page thing. And then I got the idea. I was like, should I draw every single one of these and then do like a crowdfunding or something like that, or like commission like you did a bunch of different artists and stuff. So what was what was that process like? What was the what did you have to go through with that? Because I'm like, did that turn out to be like, you don't want to do that again, or did that turn out all right? Like you managed that out like pretty well.
What I went through was hell.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I call it cat wrangling. Now the writers, we had 5 writers. It was Chuck, Bo, me, Baron, and Kevin Grievous. But then we had 10 artists, and it was the artists that were the problem. The writers were no problem.
Oh, the artists are always the problem.
Yeah. So that was like, and I know some of the guys that I had hired. I know and their backgrounds, and I tried to give them as much time as possible. And I was like, I got to get some pages. I got to get these pages in. They still got to be colored. I still got to get them lettered, and all this stuff. And it was expensive too. It was as well as that crowdfunded. I think I raised $136,000 on that book, something like that. But I had to pay everybody. I had to pay rates, for everybody. So it wasn't as financially viable as something that I write and draw myself.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, it's like, I know, because it'll take longer. Like what I was like, is it going to take longer for me to draw everything, each story? Or is it, how long is it going to take to like get other artists? And because I know how we are, like, I mean, I'm one, and I just know that like I'm getting, like, I'm just not good with deadlines. I'll say I could do 4 to 5 pages a week, but it just depends on the page.
Sure.
It really does depend.
Right.
So it's like, then I'm like, if I want to take, and then I know I'm supposed to be working fast. I know I got to get this done. My wife's always like, just let it go, Anthony. But sometimes I can't. I got to go back. It's got to be perfect. Because like because I keep hearing stories. I keep hearing stories like John Romita Sr. He was like, no, it's got to be perfect. I'm like, he said that? Okay, then I'm like justifying it in my head.
But he couldn't do a month.
But that's the wrong person to look at.
I know, absolute wrong person.
Yeah, you got to look at John Buscema. You know what John Buscema told John Romita Jr.?
What did he say?
He says, "How many pages a day do you draw?" And Romita Jr. said like 3, and something like that a day. And Buscema goes, "Throw away the fucking eraser."
That's a famous Jack Kirby quote. They don't pay us to erase.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's it. Those guys, they understood, they had their craft down, and they could, and they had styles down that would allow them to move quickly. Now, of course, they're working in an era where costuming detail wasn't nearly what it is today.
Right.
It took you longer to draw Captain America's boot now than it did a whole page, because these grommets and shit on it. But that being said, you could still stylize in a way that is still exciting and interesting and move quickly on.
And they knew all the shortcuts, and
because they weren't getting paid Jack for a page rate, and there were no royalties. So if you had a family to feed, it was all about page count.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I think
Romita Senior was never able to do a monthly on any kind of a period of time.
No, which is why he took the staff job as art director,
and probably ended up doing more drawing as art director than he ever did as an artist.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, a lot of fixing.
Yeah.
What about
redoing covers and putting tracing paper? I've saw tons of that, and putting tracing paper over other artists' work, and this is how you do it.
Yeah. So that was a good fit for him.
Oh yeah.
But if because Jack was offered when Jack was complaining about there's no royalties, there's no nothing, and Stan at one point offered him the art directorship at Marvel, and he turned it down, which there's no way Jack Kirby would have thrived as an art director. It would have been terrible for him creatively, you know.
Oh,
So
hooking a racehorse to a wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm like I'm trying like my best to like speed up the process, like speed it up, but not lose, you know, but it's, you know, but also I'm also penciling and inking. So I'm like, I'm doing and coloring and I'm doing all that stuff. So I'm trying to I'm just still trying to speed it up because it still is like page count. Like it's still page count for me. Right. And so I'm trying to do whatever I can just to because when I also went through the history of all those the old guys too, they did whatever they could too to speed it to do whatever they can. And so I'm doing everything that I can to do that. So I'm just thinking I'm always thinking of deadlines, and I never work because I'm like freelance, you know. It's like when I'm thinking of deadlines, never been in an office, never worked under that. Yeah. So it's really hard when it's up to me because I'm like, am I lazy or am I just, I don't know. So it's
you're producing, so you're not lazy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I can do it.
Well, not so fast. Graham, is now I'm supposed to, are we starting the intervention for Anthony now?
Yeah. No, I
here.
I'm like
Graham and my meeting from before.
Yeah, whenever I'm hearing like Chuck talk about artists or something like that throughout the history or something like that about deadlines or something like that, and I'm like, he's talking about me. He's mentioning me. No, I was kidding. No, I'm kidding. This has to do with me or something. No, no.
What was Wally Wood's thing? Don't draw it if you can copy it. Don't copy it if you can use a photograph or trace it.
Yeah.
Don't trace it if you can paste it.
Yeah.
I think there's one more step. These are Wally Wood's things for how to get things done quicker, you know, and they work, you know. When you work in a commercial art field, and you're working on page count, then that's what you have to do, you know.
Yeah, Nick Cuddy was an assistant to Wally for a long time, and he told me the story where Wally had to draw an interior of a helicopter, and he had no reference. So he hands Nick piles of Johnny Hazard strips he had taken out of the newspaper over the years.
Yeah.
Just find me a helicopter interior. So Nick finds one in a daily, and he says, okay, blow that up. I can't see what the hell that is. Blow that up. He blows it up, and Wood goes, son of a bitch, there's nothing there. There's no reference. I don't know what the hell he drew. But it looks like, when you shrink it down, it looks like a helicopter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Robbins was great at that, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it was all about, you know, just putting the necessary shadows in and lines in and stuff, and your eye fills in everything else.
Right,
you know?
right.
And he had all that photo reference, so he could draw it. I mean, I've got a helicopter Johnny Hazard on my wall right there, with, and you know, he goes in with his big fat brush and boop 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 boop. It's great. Yeah. Love it. Hey, Jasper.
Yeah, I'm all about just doing because as the work was coming in and I needed to get things done and I couldn't just take my time like I was doing before. I needed to just do it. It was like I'm doing whatever I can. It's like I take pictures all the time. I'm always taking pictures. I'm always using reference. I bought dolls. You know, like I don't call them dolls. I call them mannequins because I don't want my son to say, "Dad, what are the?" You know, I go, "They're mannequins," and so there's like
action figures.
Yeah, but they're female. Like, you know, it's like you know. So, anyways, mannequins, and so I'll use I'll find whatever I can with 3D models, and I'll just do whatever I can, just whatever. If I can't get the hand right, if I'm drawing it, I'll import the photo, sketch over it. But then, because I remember I was doing that before, but everything was looking too much like a photo. So then you got to learn that the cartooning aspect of it, like the exaggerations, the shoulder goes higher, or you got to learn all that stuff, or it's going to look like you traced a photo. So you got to learn, all the.
And then it's dead on the page.
Yeah.
You got to push. It's called pushing the drawing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I like that. Because I was like, I have all these. They're called like groundwork from animation studios, and they'll just show you all the different. So I'll go through that and look at all the exaggerations, and I'll look through all the expressions and stuff through a lot of anime studios that I like. And because I was telling you before, like, I mean, I was trying to find whatever I could to inspire me, and I didn't have like this comic book friend. I didn't have comic book community. So all I was just like, oh, I like that. Let me go look up that person and see what they look up. And then I was all these Japanese animators and manga artists. And then when I wanted to look up what they were inspired by, and it's all old American artists. So it was like, how crazy was that? Like, it was just like all these different artists that they were looking at. So then I'm going back and looking at the old, and I'm like, oh my God, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Anyway, so this was great.
Yeah, it's gold in them thar hills. Discovering these guys, Yeah. That's a lot of fun. But
okay, so it'll be I'm still I want to do that project where I do a bunch of little short stories and draw them out and stuff like that. But okay, I'll rethink. I just know of a couple artists, like I could probably commission to do it, like help me with it. But because I was going to do like 2 of them. Did you draw one of them? Anything in there?
No, I wrote 2 stories. And I had enough on my plate to as publisher, editor, cat wrangler, and writer.
What would you do differently now if you ever do volume 2?
What would I do differently?
Yeah. Hire differently? No, I don't know.
No, the only thing that would make it worth it is if I raised more money for it, because I also upgraded it to hardcover too. So it was a hardcover book, so that cost more to put it together. So I mean, if I had raised $200,000 instead of 136, okay, there would have been much more profit there. And maybe I could now, if I got a team together, because people really loved it. And if I did a part 2, it might be able to crowd hire. So
was Frank Fosco, was he slow?
Frank did a story in there.
Yeah, but was he slow?
No, Frank got his stuff in on time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I talked to Frank and he's pretty quick. Like, he'll tell me. I was like, let me see. Like, I always want to see if he's quick or not. But he was one of the artists I was thinking about too, because I really.
Frank's he's solid. He gets the job done.
Cool.
I had a problem with one artist. I wasn't happy with what came in on it. But by and large, everybody that I used did a great job.
Yeah.
Cool. So.
Well, yeah, just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like those long, like I like the long form. I'm always thinking, like, it's so hard for me to write because I get bored eventually. I just want to get. So when I was just spitting out, I was just writing and writing and writing. I was like, oh, this is cool. Then this will happen. This will happen. This will happen. I had this outline for all these short stories, and then I just write out like dialogue later on. But I was like, this would be pretty cool with, like, if so-and-so did this, if so-and-so did that. Anyways. But anyway, and I remembered that you said that. And I was like, okay, so I got to make sure the wrangling of the artists and stuff. It's like, yeah.
Yeah. So you might be better off for you to do it yourself.
Yeah, I probably.
And maybe experiment with some different styles.
Would it be cool too? Would it be a cool idea to, like, if I do like a vote, like, which story do you want to see expanded into a bigger whatever? Would that be a cool idea to do something like that? Or should I just stick to, like, something I would like to do? Or
stick to what you want to do.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you'll get a million different answers, and you'll just get analysis paralysis.
Okay.
You figure out what you like and do it, and then you love it. It'll translate into the work, and then they'll love it,
You've got the mojo. You got it.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
You're muted, Billy.
Because I blew my nose. Get that mojo. Keep that mojo. I didn't want to be rude when I had to snort.
Have you guys seen the James Gunn Superman trailer? I'm sure everybody's seen that.
Well, is there a new one? Because I saw the one from months ago.
I saw the newest one.
Yeah, there's a newer one.
One that everybody's making fun of with his cross-eyed or something, or his cockeyed.
That's right. With his lens.
Yeah. That is kind of those are all like those shots are like really new, and they do that a lot with like manga was doing that. I remember when I started seeing a bunch of manga artists started doing this kind of fisheye lens view in some of their panels, and then it's just becoming more prevalent. And then now you're seeing it in movies just recently, and that was one of the things there. It's just like one of the new things to do. But it was a cool shot. I mean, like, I know it looks kind of funny, but I thought that was pretty cool. I like that. I like the dynamic fisheye. I like the fisheye lens. I tried to do that it's like a 5-point spherical perspective thing. And I try to do that sometimes. I tried to do it. I did do it in one panel, and you told me it wasn't clear enough, so I had to throw it out.
Oh, yeah.
So I remember that. And I was like, I was like, is he gonna like this? And I shouldn't. I remember I was telling myself, just show him the bare minimum. Don't finish it. And I finished it. And I just kept telling myself, like, just show him first. See if he's gonna like it. See if it's gonna be clear enough. And then sure enough, I finished it. But then he said he didn't like it. It wasn't clear. But anyway,
now, Stibbling Vaughn says it's Superboy, not Superman in that shot.
Oh,
is that true?
Oh, did they make him younger? Like when he?
Well, he does look younger, actually.
Oh, I think just because he looks younger. It's Superman. I think he's just saying that he looks. He just.
They're not going to do the whole. They said they're not going to do the whole origin thing.
They're doing a what?
Right.
They're not going to do
the
like
a little flashback of when he met Crypto or something like that.
Yeah, it could be.
That was part of Superboy lore. You know,
you got to explain the dog.
Oh,
that's my favorite part. Is Crypto. I mean, I'm going to go see this movie because of Crypto.
Yeah, it looks. I thought it looked. I thought the only other downside about the trailer was like, what is it? Guy
Gardner.
Gardner.
What is up with that?
His hair. It's just his hair looked funky.
All right.
Why did we go with that one?
Yeah, I know. I got to ask you guys about this. How Guy Gardner came about and looking like that? Because I know I would talk to Bo when Bo's writing them or after Bo wrote them. I'm like, why did he have that fucking pudding fucking haircut? Like
the little Howard hairdo.
The Dumb and Dumber haircut.
Military haircut. I'm like, dude, I was in the middle. I've never seen anybody with a fucking haircut like that. So Chuck, what is?
Wasn't it because he's conservative? They want to make him look like a doofus.
No, they want to make him look like a fool. So
Is
that why?
But he ended up being like really cool. Like everybody really liked him, despite the doofus haircut. Right?
Yeah, because they liked his direct personality. No.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of like that's what I thought. Like I'm like, oh, he's
a conservative to make it look like an idiot.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Like I remember
who did that first? Was that Kevin McGuire that gave him that haircut, or does it go back before that?
No, when he was first introduced, he didn't have that haircut.
Right.
He had a crew cut, if I remember right.
Yeah, he was a gym teacher or something.
Yeah, I don't remember the whole origin. I just remember, he was he was a guy who was a little bit more direct, a little bit more of a slob hero than Hal Jordan, but then they turned him into like, this object of ridicule.
Right. He became sort of a joke.
Yeah.
Character.
Yeah.
Not when I wrote him.
But they put him like that. It's like Fillion, right? Nathan Fillion. Yeah. He's playing him, and then he just had like this dumb look on his face with that bowl cut. And I'm like, is there?
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's just like it's like it's like okay, it's like if a conservative or somebody complains, I mean, it's like that they're doing that for a reason. It's like they're just and you just have to just go, okay, I know they're gonna do stuff like that, but it's just like annoying. Like you know that even pointing it out, it seems to be like exhausting to point the crap that they do sometimes, like in Hollywood.
But it's a Superman movie. What's he even doing in the movie?
Right, I know. That's what's another thing annoying about it, is that there's just too many characters in
set
it.
up all this stuff for the DCU in this
Who
one
gives a
movie.
shit? Just make a Superman movie. Most
I
people
know.
going to see these, they don't care about DCU. They
Yeah.
don't care about it. They just want to see Superman beating up a giant robot. Just give it to them.
I know it. I know
Stop
it.
fucking around.
What do you think, Andy?
I want to see Superman smashing shit. And not flying at me with a big old freaking head and wonky eyes.
Like a big old pile of shit.
Yeah, man, they make fun of my girl like fire tonight, and then look at fucking Spatch-Eye fucking Clark. Zoomed in there. Oh, hi, Andy.
Hi, Billy. Billy, you're clean shaven again, I see. I must say that mustache looked pretty damn good on you, though.
Let me tell you, dude, I did. And Debbie's like, I kind of, I'm like, but then I'm like,
share that picture because I haven't seen it.
I'll share it.
With the
Oh, you have? Oh, yeah, you're in for a treat.
You should see. Debbie looks way better than me, but let me find.
Oh yeah,
it.
well, I mean, she's
That
out
goes
of your league, but
Yeah, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, like I was telling them, like these guys were like these 60-year-old guys are hitting on her and shit. It was funny.
Yeah.
It was, all right, let me find it.
Dan was on earlier, Andy. He was on his way to your place.
Oh, Dan popped in from the car?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's on his way here. That's why I came on now, because when he gets here, I'll just turn the camera off and then...
Is he sleeping over or something?
Huh?
Is he sleeping over or something?
Yes.
Oh.
That's why he's going to turn the camera off.
Do tell.
Oh, we're having a good old pajama party.
I like
pillow fights.
Pillow fights and s'mores.
That's right.
Scratching each other's eyes out. Here I am. Look at this.
Those aren't
pillows.
There you go.
There you go, Graham. Oh,
look at that. Hey, blow it up. Blow up your the face.
Okay, hang on. Yeah, I'll blow my face, my big old cheesy smile. Debbie's. And so by the time it takes her to
get that
fucking glasses, look at
dude, you look great.
That mustache. That's so cool.
Everybody liked it, but so then I got up this morning to go, to the gym, and I'm like, it's gonna look fucking weird if I'm wearing sweatpants. Like, it looks good like that with a tux or a suit or something. But when you're
in the squat rack, it ain't holding
it's
up.
not as good. Yeah,
they're gonna be looking at you funny in the shower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Billy, your soap.
Oh, shower for two.
Oh,
that's
Mr.
right.
Lind.
I'm gonna turn my camera. I'm gonna get a water. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I'll take this opportunity to thank Leg Kick for that $5 super chat. Have you guys seen Kirby at War? It's a documentary on Jack's experience in World War II and how the battles and traumas he had evolved his art style. Thank you, Leg Kick. I have not. Have you? Has anyone?
I think that's on Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember just hearing it's like where once there was I was watching like critiques on comics and stuff where the differences between when Kirby drew Captain America punching the Red Skull or something, or and then like this day and age of some whatever modern writer, and it's like because when Captain America punched the Red Skull, he actually did that, in war or something, like whatever he did here, he experienced that. And then you have these fucking modern writers, you know what I mean? Like, and they're just chatting, they're just talking, and they're just on the phone, and they're just showing heroes doing nothing. You know what I mean?
Those guys haven't even been in a street fight, let alone combat.
In this day and age, Captain America would be like, "Look, Red Skull, I think we should use our words to settle this. Let's sit down, have a spot of tea, and just talk it out like grown men."
Nine. We will not talk nine.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's like how I'm going to talk your ear off on how Captain America should not even exist, and how my existence is perpetuating war, and how anyways, on and on it goes.
I identify as a Red Skull.
Meanwhile, Kirby was at the Bulge.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
He was infantry with was it with Patton? Was he with Patton?
I don't know. I know he was at the Bulge and he was infantry. He was a ground pounder.
Yeah.
I think he went all the way to Germany. He was all the way going into Germany.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like all those guys, he wasn't a guy I like to talk about it. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he talked about it in his drawings.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. There's definitely a difference in his work when he comes back.
Mm-hmm.
So,
definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, Leg Cake says it's free on Tubi. Okay.
Cool.
Oh, it's on Tubi? Oh, okay.
What's Tubi?
I thought
it's
Tubi's
a
just
free
another
stream.
free streaming platform.
Really?
Sit through a bunch of annoying ads.
Yeah, you got to watch ads.
Oh, well.
I'll say commercial.
It's a trade-off, I guess. So
but you got to watch ads on Amazon now, which pisses me off.
Yeah. I'm paying for it and I got to watch ads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's like PBS. I'm paying for that, and then I got to pay for it if I want to see it on Amazon. So,
PBS?
Yeah. Yeah, you got to pay to see PBS shows. You got to pay to download PBS podcasts. So why do I have to pay? I already paid.
Yeah,
exactly.
Tax funded. It's taxpayer funded.
Yeah, 100%. 100%
Well, for now, anyway.
Yeah.
Because they started auditing them today. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
because look at
PBS, man, they're on the chopping block. They're going to start.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I sure freaking hope so. I mean,
they need to go away. They need to go away.
Yeah. I'm tired of paying for the mouthpiece of the Democratic fucking Party.
Yeah, they use our money to indoctrinate other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, National Panhandler Radio.
Yeah.
It's not mine, but it's good.
I do like it. That's okay. But yeah, that Kirby's on Amazon Prime as well. So if you have Prime, it's there.
Okay.
Too.
So it's commercials either way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sexy Texan wants to know if any of us have seen the new Nosferatu.
Yes, I have.
You have. I have not.
I have not. My son Matthew's coming home from school next weekend because he doesn't have wrestling. They got a little break. So it's now on TV, right? It's on Amazon or Netflix or something. So we're all gonna I think
it's still in theaters. I know
as a rental?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's a rental, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but so what? But I think we're all gonna watch it together, me and because we all wanted to see it. And we just never got around to seeing it when it was in the theaters together.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know if it still is or not, but
no, it is. It's still in theaters.
It's still in theaters.
Have you seen it, Chuck?
No, my youngest saw it. He said it was really creepy. And
it is.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
He wasn't aware of the silent version at all. So
really,
yeah, he's going to check that out.
We got to see 25 years ago. Lincoln Center had an orchestra, and it was small. Maybe it was a quartet. Maybe it might even been a string quartet, and they showed Nosferatu.
Cool.
On the big screen with this quartet doing the live music.
Yes,
that's cool.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I was on with Shanth yesterday on his channel, just hanging out.
Yeah,
and I think he said he saw it that way.
Yeah, so great. And she's like, I mean, nothing's creepy. And I assume that's Max Schreck as the coachman, right?
Oh yeah.
How could I remember that? He's got but he just looks and he's got the hat and.
That hat too.
Yeah. Great stuff, man.
And the way he walks too, it's so cool. With the hands and the claws and he rises up like that. It's so.
Well, I heard they shot a lot of his scenes backwards.
That makes sense.
It does
They used backwards a lot in silent movies. A lot of Buster Keaton stunts they did because they did things backwards. Like the train isn't pulling up to him; it's actually pulling away. Stuff like that.
Really?
How do they do it where he throws the wooden thing onto it and bounces it off?
That's got to be real. That's got to be real.
That's real.
Yeah.
But maybe when the house
he's crossing the tracks and the train's coming.
Oh, that okay.
He's backing over the tracks and the train's backing away.
Now, when the building falls on him,
that's real.
That's
real.
They thought he was going to get killed.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean and he's standing there and the window just goes?
Yeah. Window.
Yeah.
That's geometry, man, for you right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he broke his neck. He did all kinds of stuff. Buster Keaton was from a family act, and the family act was basically his family, and they played drunken Irishmen in vaudeville, and the stunt was his dad would throw him into the audience. And
Really?
he threw him in the audience 3 times a day, 3 shows a day for years.
Jeez.
Wait, how old was he when he got thrown into the audience?
From like 10 years old on.
Oh, really?
It was a
Wow.
really popular act. They would just play these fighting drunken Irishmen. And the climax was his dad throwing him into the audience.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandmother and great grandparents were vaudevillians.
Oh, wow.
And I got all these photos they gave me. I was telling the guy, I think on the Kings or the Bros. I've got dozens of photos. I just got it from a family friend of all their photos. There's like midgets and a lot of cross dressing. That was a big thing. Just the weirdest, craziest shit what they did. Great stuff.
Yeah,
man.
I read some. I was always like reading some interesting stories, like about and it made me want to write write a story or draw a comic book about vaudevillians. But I was like, what would be interesting? Or I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So is there any comics like that? Like any stories? Any comics? Anything like that?
I've never
About
seen that.
vaudevillians?
No.
I think the closest you get is that the Charlie's London book, which is good. That's a good comic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's right. I did a cover for one of those books.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, that is. I'm looking forward to getting the next one.
Yeah, my dad was an electrician at a vaudeville house when he's like a teenager.
Oh, that's
He
cool.
met Red Skelton. Hung out with
Think
Red
of all the
Skelton.
talent that came out of there, out of
yeah.
vaudeville and
Yeah.
burlesque houses,
Yeah.
where these guys could hone their craft by doing all these shows a day and then translate that into film.
That's
years
like Bob Hope. He started out as the dance partner of Siamese twins.
Is that right?
That was his break-in act.
Wow.
Yeah, I always liked when I saw The General, the Buster Keaton movie.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Oh my!" I just tapped into something amazing here, and then I just went found whatever I could about Buster Keaton, and then it was Harold Lloyd,
yeah.
and then Charlie Chaplin. It was those 3 guys,
Yeah.
and then I was just watching whatever, and I would show my little sister, and it was great. This stuff was that was amazing for the time and what they did and all that crazy stuff that they did.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
And
And that got me really into film after
Keaton had
that.
so much creative control because he had his own unit and he called all the shots there for the longest time.
Who?
Yep.
Really?
Look at some of this stuff I have. I have photos. Sorry. Crazy stuff. This is my grandmother.
Wow.
Hold on.
And-
Wait. Hold on.
Her name was Lola, and that's my grandmother.
Wow.
Wow.
She'd be 60. She was gorgeous, but let me see.
Smoke show.
Here's her and my great grandmother. That's my great grandmother.
Oh, crap.
And here's the funny. So where's my great? So here's my great grandfather, right? And his last name was Stevens, but he was dark. That's my grandmother, obviously. And everyone believed that they were. He told everyone he was an American Indian, but he's like, I have no American Indian in me. But so I'm like, wow, my grandmother's got such dark eyes. I said, well, that's because your great grandfather was an Indian. And I'm like, look at this, November. Let's see the dates on this if I can find it. It's my great grandmother again. Look at the little flapper.
What year is that?
I don't know. Let's see. I mean, is there something there? Let me see if I turn this light. It says it's New York. There's a stamp down here. 1926.
26.
Wow.
I think it's 1926.
Wow. Crazy.
Crazy, right? Just fun stuff. And then I'll find it, but I think I'll do it. But there's so much crazy vaudevillian stuff. Look at this. So they found my I never knew my father. He died before I was born. And then there was a big row with my mother. I was born in Elliott. I'm not a Tucci, I'm an Elliott. So this neighbor of my family, when my great grandmother died, when they moved to Florida, gave me. They lived on Long Island, then they moved down to Florida after my grandfather and great grandfather died. She gave me all my stuff, everything of mine, all their photos. Like I said, all these vaudeville photos. This is my grandfather, And it's like crazy shit. And there's like dozens of these photos of this. So I don't know if I scan them all in and make a video or something like that. Because
you definitely scan them in just so that they're protected and you've got digital copies.
Yeah, but it's very sad. Like I said, my mom's tough. So it was all my mother. And I think because what we're trying to find, and my mother was cruel what she did to them, because my mother remarried Tucci, and I guess my stepfather wanted to raise me as a Tucci. Didn't want another woman with a kid with another last name, say. And my mother told me I'm raising him as a Tucci, and my grandmother's like, that's all we have left of our family is my grandson. And my mother said, well, if you don't like it, you're never going to see him ever again. And my mother basically just kicked them out and just like kept me away from them.
Damn.
Jeez.
Yeah, I just learned all this. Like Debbie's pissed, but my mother's 85. What am I going to 86? What am I going to do? Hey, Ma.
That's the way they rolled back then.
That's how they rolled, man.
Sicilian. Got all kinds of crazy stories like that.
Yeah.
So for people taking secrets to their graves.
Yeah.
But you said that his name was Stevens.
Steven, that's my
Your mother's.
No, my father's my father's mother's side is Stevens.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's because he's an American Indian. So he's like, you should check your DNA because you probably got some Cherokee in you. And I already did. And he's 84 years old, this guy Walter, and I call him Uncle Walter. He's the greatest guy, but I have no American Indian in me.
Right.
So we'll let everyone think that, because he probably, back in the day, oh yeah, I'm an Indian. Yeah, I'm from here.
Elizabeth Warren. No, why shouldn't it work for you?
Yeah, I know.
And my sister did a genealogy test. Apparently, I owe myself reparations.
Oh, damn.
The Dixons got around. Yeah.
Dixon got around, bro.
Oh yeah, you said it was your what is it? Your wife's last name or her family here in Arkansas?
Yeah.
Or some story.
Yeah.
Here in Arkansas. You just reminded me of that. I'm like, I got to look into that, I guess. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm all for reparations because the Irish were the first slaves in the New World. So I want my share.
Yeah, my ancestors were brought here in chains to clear the Carolina swamps.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah,
Italians.
They were Jacobites.
Yeah, we were gone. We were thrown in. I'm sorry, Anthony.
I was just gonna say the Italians got hanged a lot.
Yeah, we were borderers, man. So they hung in 1601. That's how they made it down to England. They captured them, the Elliots, and they some of them was shipped to Ulster to Ireland. Yeah. And mine were sent in chains to work in the coal mines in the Black Country in Wolverhampton. Wow. Yeah, they were dead because But hey, I guess wars have consequences, right?
Yeah, right.
Spoiled.
And the winners write the history books.
Yeah.
Did anyone read the book Jim Goad's The Redneck Manifesto?
No.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well. That's another. Got to read that book. That's a very good in-depth. I guess because you say winners write the history, but he's one guy that's been lambasted a lot, so that's a really good find of a book. So Jim,
you guys ever see the Fighting 69th?
Yeah,
James Cagney.
Yeah,
he plays Plunkett. He's like a coward when it comes to war, but he loves to fight people and stuff like that. Really a different role for him, but he gets into it with Alan Ladd, who's another they're all New York Irish guys. And Alan Ladd calls Alan Ladd you big Mick donkey.
You mean Alan Hale?
Alan Hale. Yeah, Alan Hale. He calls him you big Mick donkey. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? And well, evidently it was a pejorative term for the Irish. They called them donkeys, because it was cheaper to hire an Irishman than to hire a donkey to work in a coal mine in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yeah, so they called them donkeys. And I never heard that term before until I saw that movie. And I'm like, oh, geez, that's one that I never heard before. And
so here's the thing is that, wasn't that your nickname in high school, though? Donkey, but for another reason, right?
Yeah, there was a whole different reason for that.
Yeah. Whole different one.
Yeah.
And also Mr. Ed, right? Was that your nickname too, Mr. Ed?
I worked in Tijuana for a few years.
Yeah, you'd walk by and everyone go hee haw. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. More like ha ha.
I wonder.
Irish curse. That's the other thing.
I have like a ton of there's a ton of slang that I've heard. Like I'll watch these old films and there's tons of stuff I've written down. I have like this word dictionary. I don't know, whatever. I just have stuff written down when I'm watching a movie. I'm like, what the hell? Like you even said something about a Russian pole dancer, and I'm like, that is a slang. That's right. That's like a slang term. And I'm like, but you just remind me like, yeah, like I'll write down all this stuff from all these old. I haven't like looked up the definitions or something like that. I'll just write it down. I'm like, that's interesting. Use that later or something. Like from an old Hitchcock film. I don't know, like a 30s Hitchcock film or something. Yeah. Like somebody was saying something about this, and I was like, huh? Anyways, but
yeah, when I was a kid in school, they taught us the difference between a quadroon, an octoroon, and a poltroon. So,
yeah.
I
Okay.
know what a poltroon is, but I don't know what the other ones are.
Well, it depends on how much black blood you had in you.
Oh.
If you were a quadroon, an octoroon, or a poltroon. Poltroon was like, okay, we don't know.
Yeah. It was a major insult though when somebody called you a poltroon.
Well, you were of uncertain parentage. Yeah.
Right. It's like calling somebody a bastard
or worse. You know,
worse.
You're a mongrel. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I think I'm a mutt mongrel thing.
I was gonna say mutt. Yeah.
Yeah, that went in. That
was like, we're all mutts. So.
Yeah, that was 90s thing. You get called like a mutt. People still called you bastard if they knew.
It's crazy. The shit we called each other and our friends and the kids in school. Forget it. It was like a Mel Brooks movie. It was like Blazing Saddles, growing.
Oh yeah, dude. Nothing was off on it.
Well, I watched that. I remember watching. I was like, when I say recently, I mean the last like 5-6 years. I don't even know. Whatever. It was like Bad News Bears. You know. I was watching that.
We weren't such a pussy, Lupus, something like that. You know.
But I'm like the racial epithets in that was like, whoa, like this is great, but like nothing. Like I never watched the new one. I never watched the. I didn't even watch that. But the 70s, man.
I'll tell you when Tanner lists all of the ethnicities of the team, which I can't repeat here, will not repeat.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
And we got to play with a girl too.
Right, yeah.
The funny thing is, I looked exactly like that kid Tanner when I was little.
I can imagine that.
I'm probably the same age as his, at the same hair. That's what everybody called me. That was like one of my nicknames was Tanner because I was little, and I just cursed a lot,
Yeah, that character was
gotta read this
phenomenon when that movie came out.
Got to read this.
Oh, Tarantino's book.
Yeah, this talks all about that.
Yeah,
that's
a great book.
The freedom of film in the 70s or something like that.
Second golden age, they called it.
Yep. Yeah. And then the 90s. So it was the 70s and the 90s. So I was like 70s and the 90s. A lot talked about that. So anyways.
I can't remember the 90s being that great, but
well, like the 80s, they say like no, I'm sorry. I meant to say like Quentin Tarantino was pointing out the films that were made in the 80s where it was really like he says political correctness is, you think it was bad. It was like there was like you couldn't have certain things or something like that. It was like really, really there was a lot of political correctness in the 80s. And then the 90s came around, and then the 90s there was like a whole new other thing that was going on because he talks about his stint in Hollywood. That's when he started doing films, like when he started directing and writing. And he talked about like, yeah, it was more free, more open, more whatever to do things in the 90s. That's what he was claiming on that. And that was interesting. And I was just like thinking about all the films that came out during that time. And I'd really think about that. And there was a lot of crazy stuff that did come out during the 90s. But I don't know. I have to think about that more. But I thought that was interesting about the 70s because I do like a lot of 70s movies. And I was like, why? Because again, it was like, that's when they were like really like pushing the envelope, like right. And then, but now it's like they've pushed it over the edge, and it's like they're just thinking that what was already done back in the 70s. They think that's brand new now or something like that. I don't know. It's like, anyways.
Well, the 70s, they were just pushing the envelope to get people to go to the movie theater. They were just doing
right.
everything they could.
Yeah.
Because they had no idea how to get that audience back. So they
and it was the final collapse of the studio system, and big conglomerates were buying them up, like Gulf Western was bought out, Paramount, I think it was.
Right.
So all these conglomerates were buying up the studios, and the actors that were still around, they were no longer part of the system. They all had to go freelance. It was a whole huge change.
Yeah. But I mean, you never knew what you were going to see when you went to the movies then.
Yeah.
Now, nothing's that challenging now. 70s was like, holy shit, I can't even sit through that.
Yeah. It's very nihilistic. There's a lot of nihilistic films that came out in the 70s. But then by the same token, you also had the blaxploitation films, lots of crime films.
Italian
Star Wars,
movies.
turned things around in 77.
Yeah.
But there's so many different genre films, car chase films. I mean, they're all over the place, and it was so cool. And what passed for PG. Would be.
Oh yeah, dude, definitely. What passed for PG? Oh yeah.
So I went to go see. I remember it was 73. We were little, right? So I guess I was 7 years old, probably. And back at 7 years old for a matinee, you go to the movies with your friends, right? We'd walk to the local movie theater, and we went to go see The Way We Were. Because my friend Ronnie Patika told me it was a fucking dinosaur movie. And we're sitting there watching Barbara Streisand with the soft lens fucking staring at fucking Robert Redford, this communist shit and all. And I'm like, Ronnie, when are the dinosaurs going to come? He's like, don't worry, they're coming soon. They're coming soon. We had sat there fucking movie.
Oh my God. As soon as you said you went and saw The Way We Were and you were that age, I'm like, why?
Yeah, they let us into that movie, though. They let us in to see The Way We Were, a bunch of 7-year-olds, Like,
Saturday matinees, they used to just throw on whatever they just put on whatever. Because I remember I went to a double bill Saturday matinee, I guess it was 8 or 9, and they showed Good Neighbor Sam, which is a Jack Lemmon comedy. Way inappropriate for kids. The climax is in a whorehouse. And then after that, they showed us Failsafe.
Oh,
we're watching Failsafe, and we're kids. Back then, it wasn't like it is now. The kids don't sit we didn't sit. We weren't mannered. We ran up and down the aisles. We threw shit at the screen, screamed and yelled. Yeah. And if the movie
threw shit off the balcony.
Yeah, if the movie was boring, we did even more of that. And so at the beginning, it's like we're pandemonium because it's like it's a bunch of adults talking. They're all sitting in the room talking. It's in black and white. Blah 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 blah. And then it begins to dawn on us what the movie's about. And the movie theater gets quieter, and quieter. At the end of that movie, you could have heard a pin drop because we were all, holy crap.
You probably pissed your pants.
All those monster movies I saw, that's the only movie that gave me nightmares. Because that was real. That shit was real.
Yes.
But you're right about how, like, these double bills. I remember I went to see Bedknobs and Broomsticks. And the movie that followed it was Rio Lobo.
Oh, geez.
Well, you'll like this, Graham. We went to see, it was a Vincent Price triple bill. This was Saturday matinee. It was like The Raven, House of Usher, and something else. And we were there so long that I realized, hey, man, another 30 minutes, the evening feature comes on. Let's stay. And all the kids are like, oh, we're not staying. We're leaving. I said, well, tell my mom I stayed. Right. And the feature was McClintock.
Oh,
nice. Cool.
So I watched McClintock, and then I walk out of the theater, and my dad's there with the Studebaker waiting for me out front. He just says, how was it?
Oh, that's great. That's great.
We have, like, our local theater. I mean, shit, they played The Way We Were. They played You Light Up My Life for like a year. Believe it. But, times were bad. It was the Carter years. But we had Saturday afternoon, they'd have these special matinees, like themes. So they would have like sci-fi, every Saturday for like months. You know what I mean? Like they would play, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea or You know, like just all those great films, the 60s ones, quarterman, quartermaster, what?
Quartermass, or the British say Quatermass.
Quatermass, yeah.
Yeah, Quatermass.
We call them a Saturday matinee.
Yeah, the one with, what's the one with the big rocket that's on like on a roller coaster?
Oh, When Worlds Collide.
Yeah, that one. And you just watch and you see those. It was fun, man. Fun stuff. Forbidden Planet, you know, and we'd go and we just sit, you know, and then go up to the store, get our famous monster magazines, and you know, fun stuff, man.
Yeah,
those were the days. No, back then, if you missed, you know, you missed an episode of your favorite TV show, you didn't see it ever again, unless maybe you caught it in the summer, right? When they had reruns, like you had to watch. You know, I remember when Salem's Lot came out, and that was the biggest thing. Like we were all jazzed to watch it. Oh, look at that, glow in the dark.
Yeah, I'm just.
You got to turn all your lights off.
He wanted to see if there was a glow in the dark.
You can't turn the lights off?
I can't turn the lights off here because they're up.
Well, you got to yell.
Get scared.
Yell for your wife, and then.
But you can see that shiny part there. That's the glow in the dark.
Yeah,
cool.
And it'll turn green.
I think I have that one. That's one of the ones I got.
All right, let me get back.
Yeah, let's not bring that up again because I didn't get mine.
Oh,
that hurts.
Yeah, one of my favorite double features, two of my favorite double features was when they had the last Planet of the Apes movie came out, and when it came out in 1973, they paired it with the first Planet of the Apes movie.
Oh, that's
my brother and I got to go see the first movie and the last one together. That was really neat.
Was it Conquest? Right? Conquest?
No, it was Battle.
Battle.
I thought Battle was on TV.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, that's the last one.
I went to a double feature one time, and the first movie was so boring. It was some British science fiction film, and it was dull as hell. It was just grown-ups talking for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And everybody left. Everybody left the theater before the second feature. I'm the only kid in the theater. And the next movie was Last Man on Earth.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Richard
Madden, I'm in heaven.
Double features. I don't know when they stopped it, but I mean that's not what I grew up with at all. I had to just I just go to the theater and then I go walk into another theater. like you know what I mean? Like it was just basically just, you know, you have to go, you just walk. I mean, like my cousin and I, we go to the theater and we stay there for like 4 hours because we'd go to the one theater and we act like we were going to go see the next. We walk into the next one because we knew when the next one was going to start. That was it.
Well, I remember one time Bo and I we were at a show, and we went to the movies that night, and they were previewing Navy SEALs.
The movie?
Yeah.
Ah.
And then it was in the same theater they were having RoboCop 2, right? So we watch Navy SEALs, and then we sit there for the next feature. Everybody leaves, and then the ushers come in and go, "You have to leave." What do you mean we have to leave? And he says, "Well, the next movie's coming on." I said, "Yeah, it's a preview. It's a double feature." And these guys look at me. I was speaking, you know, Esperanto to these guys. Right. So I'm like, I said, "Fuck this." And so we go all the way to the manager, and Bo is like, "Yeah, forget about it. We'll just leave. I said, "No, God damn it. It's a double feature." I don't leave the theater when there's a double feature. So they let us in again.
My brother and I went to go see a monster double feature one time. It was Godzilla's Revenge, which was dog shit. But the second feature was War of the Gargantuas.
No, I love that one. I love that.
See that on the big screen. I mean, the whole thing opens up with the boat in the storm, and then the octopus comes up on it, and before you know it, the Gargantua is fighting the octopus in the water. And then when the survivors are being interviewed, they do a flashback scene, and all these guys are swimming for their lives, and you see the giant Gargantua in the water smoving after them, grabbing them and throwing them in their mouth and stuff. Scared the piss out of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie that scared the crap out of me when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Wow.
That one was scary. Yeah. I was
Did the words get stuck in your throat when you watched it, or
the what?
Did the words get stuck in your throat?
No.
You're not getting it.
No, I'm not getting it.
Words get stuck in my throat.
No, I don't.
That's the girl is singing that when the gargantua eats her.
Oh no, I didn't. I don't remember that at all.
Wow, is this mic on? Hello.
Hey, I'm here. No, I don't remember that at all. I just remember I remember just the scary costumes and stuff like that. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, that was actually a sequel. It was supposed to be a sequel to Frankenstein Conquers the World.
Huh.
Yeah, right. Now, what's the story with that? Because aren't they supposed to be like a morphed Frankenstein monster?
They're cellular remains of the Frankenstein that they grew, I think, in a lab. But when you watch the American version, there's no mention of it. But when you watch the Japanese version, they don't dub out what's his name, the American actor,
right?
Russ Tamblyn.
Oh, Russ Tamblyn.
Yeah. So they actually refer to Frankenstein in that movie when you see the Japanese version. It's kind of cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the story makes more sense actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, how long was the original Nosferatu from 1922?
How long was it?
It's not 74 minutes. Let's all take a guess and then we'll see what it is. I say 74 minutes.
The only reason I ask is because it was a couple years ago at Halloween. I watched the original Frankenstein again, and it was forever since I originally saw it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just shocked at how short it was.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
it made sense for when it came
Yeah,
out.
over
I was
an
like,
hour.
Or was it like
Yeah, it's like an hour.
It was like 75 minutes, something like that.
I don't think it was that long.
No,
no, it's. I think it's under an hour.
Really?
under an hour.
1 hour,
The
1
original
hour, 31
Frankenstein,
minutes.
If not, it's like right around it.
Right.
Because I couldn't believe it when it was
Hold on,
over. I was like, what?
Hold on.
Is it, Anthony?
Time.
1 hour, 31 minutes.
Wait,
The original
I have 1
Frankenstein
hour
or
and
not?
34 minutes.
1922.
Yeah. I have 1 hour and 34 minutes according to IMDb.
Oh, that's pretty good for back then. I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Google said using their AI, it said 1 hour and 31 minutes. It says AI overview, and that's what it came up with.
That's stupid AI.
All right, so now look up the 1931's Frankenstein.
1931.
And while you guys are doing homework, we're going to show
1 hour, 11 minutes.
Frankenstein again.
1 hour, 11 minutes. Okay,
Yep.
so close enough.
Yeah.
A
A little
little
longer.
over an hour. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah. I think
Yeah, we got a
Frankenstein,
few
I don't think
more
that's
hours
long.
left on this, people.
That's right.
So get out there, get your Joe Frankenstein books, get your T-shirts, all that good stuff. Mods, put those links in there. There is a link that's pinned to the top of the chat, but I know the mods will put it in there. So check it out, guys. It's great stuff. Anthony's pages are awesome. Look at this.
Phenomenal.
Look at that. I love his face here. It really looks like he's choking out,
Well,
Oh,
just
yeah.
what if that middle panel? Just what an angle! Wow.
Yeah. Great hand, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is great stuff, guys.
Cool.
You're going to want this book. And if you don't, and get the closeout cover, too. There's only 19 have been claimed. I still got to print them. It'll be the rarest cover of the series.
Nice.
It went on sale yesterday, and it closes tonight. So it's a very short window. So
Oh,
check
cool.
this stuff out, guys. Let's just play the trailer really quick for anybody that's in here for the first time. Here we go. And there it is, action-packed. Fun stuff. What are you eating, Anthony? I saw you chowing down while the video was
It's just like
Popcorn.
like rice and vegetables with some sausage. That was it.
Ah, sounds good.
You.
Yeah, it's like in this giant bowl like here. So I had something I could eat for 3 hours if I had to go. You know what I mean?
The new Nosferatu has a maggoty weenie, so that's nice.
It's true.
Well.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
But
worth
it
the
is a
price
good
of admission.
movie.
I remember the last did we do it? We talked about this on the last time we were live streaming. That other Dracula movie that came out. The one about the
Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Was it any good?
It was okay. It was a little disappointing in areas because, I mean, you know, they're obviously Dracula can only come out at night. So at night is when they hunt for it, and then sometimes during the day. But then during the day, it's like we're in the middle of the ocean. The thing's on the boat somewhere. It can't come out during the day. Hunt for it, find it, kill it. There's not many places it's going to be.
Like the last man on Earth would have done.
That's right.
But the nice thing about the new Nosferatu movie is it actually has that. It has that section in the movie when he's on the ship. And, you know, so I'm watching the Nosferatu and I'm like, oh, I saw the extended version of this short scene.
That's all the TV version
differently. So
it's a small chapter in the book. They made a whole movie out of it, you know?
Yeah.
So
and Nosferatu, don't they use like black sheets to recreate the ocean? I mean, they don't even shoot it on the water.
Wow, really?
They use like a miniature boat, and then they had these black sheets that they just sort of whipped around to make it look like waves.
In the 1922 version?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
They couldn't shoot on the water back then. These cameras were too expensive.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
they were using tricks from theater, on film.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love those silent films. There's so much cool stuff you can take from them that nobody knows because nobody watches those things.
Right.
You know, I did a Sunshine State strip one time based on a Fatty Arbuncle scene, which I just thought was so poignant. You know, Fatty never gets the girl and he's in love with this girl and he's standing at the doorway and he's looking inside the room and she's laying in her bed sleeping, and his shadow from the doorway is cast over her on the wall. And so the shadow bends down and kisses her on the forehead while he's standing there by himself. And it's that unrequited love. It's something Fatty can't do in real life, but he does it with his shadow, kissing her. Such a beautiful, poignant scene, you know, visually done. I just thought that's amazing.
It was all show, don't tell back then. Those are the tools they had.
I just saw a clip for a Buster Keaton movie. He goes to the hat check girl, and she's got a super hot looking girl, like what was that one girl who had the kind of bob haircut? Louise Brooks.
Oh, Louise Brooks. Yeah.
It might have been her, but it looked like her. And she's like, and so, you know, she gives him his hat, and he's like kind of standing there, and you can tell he's talking to her, and she's just standing there like this. And he goes, there's all this great body language. Like he's trying to get a date with her and she's not having any of it. And not a word is said. And you know exactly what happens. And he puts his hat on and off he goes. So great.
What's so interesting about the silent films is they're creating film storytelling. But at the same time, the audience is learning it. And it's like they're all learning a new language together.
Yeah.
That's what's so awesome about it.
Oh yeah, incredible. And you know, because then you saw storytelling just stop from like 1928 to like 31. Remember, because the sound machines were so big that everything had to be right. There's no pans. I mean, the ones they could do were all shot. What it's called, MIT, right? MIT, right? MOS.
Yeah.
Without sound. You know, without sound. and that. But man, so freaking stagnant. It's like you're looking at a stage, you know, until like 33, really.
Yeah. Well, those early
you got guys like
ones,
you got guys like Capra and Fritz Lang and everything else. They found ways to move
Mhm. Yeah.
move the camera, but a lot of them just like filming a stage play.
Yeah, you know,
the microphone was a problem too. Like
Yeah.
to hide the mic, you know, before they had the boom mics where they could stick them up.
Mhm.
Like they'd have these mics like in the lamp, you know.
Oh, with the-
So you'd see these two at a desk, and they're leaning in towards the lamp to talk, so they can pick up the sound.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
Yeah, see here now. See here. Say, you know.
Oh, you know what I watched the other day? All Through the Night. Have you
Oh,
guys
that
ever seen
movie's
that?
awesome.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen it. No.
It's a Humphrey Bogart movie. It's pre Casablanca, but it stars Humphrey Bogart, Conrad Veidt, and Peter Lorre, who the next year would do Casablanca together. But it's also got Jackie Gleason, Phil Silvers, Frank McHugh, Edward Brophy. Anybody who is anybody at Warner Brothers is in this damn movie, and it's so great. It's a murder, and these sort of semi gambling gangsters have to fight the Nazis. And it's so fun. The dialogue is great. This is one scene where Frank McHugh delivers a package to Gloves Donahue, who's
Gloves Donahue.
Yeah, who's Humphrey Bogart, and he goes, "Any message?" He goes, "Do you want here's the package from Muldoon. Any message? Do you want the curse words? No message."
That's fun because it's Bogart in a comedic role. He's really funny in that.
That's good.
Bogart's in a comedic role.
Yeah,
you don't get to see him do comedy that often.
No,
he's very funny in it.
He is. He's really good. And William, not William Frawley, William Demarest.
Yeah,
is his right hand man in it too.
That guy's always a trip.
Oh yeah. He was a lot. There's a scene where they're in this this Nazi Bund gathering, you know, and what they're going to do is they're going to sink some battleship that's in the bay there, and they're pretending to be these Nazis, but they get called up on stage because they're supposed to give their report. You know, and they don't even speak German or anything, and so they start all this double talk, which is, when the Fram is being and about and of course, then we're going to have to watch Witty, and the German is like, "What? You must say that slower. We don't understand you." Well, you don't understand the Finnegan pin when you remove that. Of course, you're going to have a kablooey.
Oh, that's funny.
Great movie. Great movie.
That's great.
Yeah. There's so many of those just nuggets of gold out there, that they're not famous movies, but they're really good.
Well, they put the work into even the programmers in the B movies. I mean, even the quickies, it's like, yeah, these are really funny. I mean, I bought a collection of Hal Roach made a whole bunch of like short features. They're like less than an hour long, and he sold them as you can fit them anywhere on the bill. They'll fit in. And he had like 23 of them. I bought this box set, and man, they're terrific. They're hysterical. I mean, William Bendix running a New York cab company, and they made like 4 of them.
Oh wow!
And he's married to an ex-stripper. I mean, they're hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Remember the 7 Miles to Alcatraz?
I've never seen that. I've never talk about that all the time, and I've never seen it.
Oh my god! Yeah, this was like, I forget what company made it. It wasn't Monogram, but it wasn't a big thing. And it's about these 2 guys that escape from Alcatraz, and they end up at this lighthouse in the middle of the San Francisco harbor. And this guy running the lighthouse is a Nazi spy, and and they're supposed to let the submarine into the harbor because it's going to blow up the fleet. And so the 2 gangsters, they may be gangsters, but they're not Nazis. They got to fight for America, and so they end up fighting and of course getting a pardon for their sins and everything because they're good gangsters. So much fun, so much fun.
That's a great premise for a
It
film.
is.
Oh yeah, it's so high concept. How could it not be good?
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
I love that. Yeah, I got a 7 what?
7 miles to Alcatraz.
7 miles
Look it
out.
up.
Yeah, what if it's on YouTube?
It
I've never
probably
seen
is.
it
It's,
there. I look for it all the time, and I can't find it anywhere.
really?
Yeah.
It's on Voodoo or what do they call it? Fandango now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
because I bought it there as a digital download, so
Oh,
they
wow.
have to have it. Yeah,
Oh, I'll look for it. I'll take a look
Yeah.
for it.
you can download it right there. You might even be able to rent it there.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Calloway Went That Away?
I love that movie.
Oh, isn't that a great movie?
I love that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured out it was a bomb when it came out, and I figured out why. There was no audience for it. Kids didn't want to see it, and adults didn't want to see it. So nobody wanted to see it.
Well, there goes that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a send up of like Hopalong Cassidy, you know, that it takes place when the cowboy shows were really hot and stuff. And this one was making a comeback on TV, and they want to get the Smokey Calloway. They want him to come back and play the role, but he's a drunk. So they have to find this other guy who's a real cowboy who looks just like him to come in. And he's actually a nice guy. But then when the real Smokey finds out that there's all this money being made, he wants a piece of it again. He comes back, and Fred McMurray is in it, and he's an ad man, and he's freaking hysterical in this movie.
Yeah. That's a funny movie. It's brilliant.
That's one it's hard to find.
I've got I got it on my server. I don't know where I found it, but I got it.
Ah.
So
Yeah, it's hard to find. I catch it every once in a while when it's on TCM.
yeah.
Oh, nice. That's
Did
cool.
you look it up, Billy? 7 miles from Alcatraz?
No.
What are you doing then?
I'm looking at you guys.
You had one job. Look up a movie on YouTube.
Well, okay, so I know the camera's here, but you guys are here because this one's bigger. So I'm looking at you. And I found something I want to share.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
It's a thing from our childhood, and holy shit. Here it is. Let me get the link. Give me a second. It's this thing called Vintage Toy Central on Facebook. It's a group. And this dude, holy shit, has got like the ultimate, like every G.I. Joe, like that, like all like the toys, you know, like the vehicles, the toys, like when we were kids. Is it sharing? Let me see.
I got it. Yep.
Look at this.
Wow.
And then look at this. Look at it. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
I had that deep sea diver one on the second shelf from the bottom.
I had that one too. I had that.
Yeah. Did you guys ever get Chernobyl diver G.I. Joe? Here's my Chernobyl diver G.I. Joe. So I had him. It's this, the next generation G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
I had him up there. So I have a lot of my Joes up there and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I guess over the summer it got so hot over the summers, and I'm looking, and his if you go big on me, you'll just see his wetsuit just look.
Oh my god.
So, he's fucking Chernobyl Explorer G.I. Joe. Let's see if it's leaking into the lake.
Yeah, it looks like Chernobyl got them. Yeah.
Wade into the reactor, comrade.
Yeah.
Here's a broom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Okay, stop it.
Did you see that that special on Chernobyl?
The movie?
HBO?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the thing on HBO, right?
Yeah, not the scripted one, but the actual documentary.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
not a scripted one. I saw the drama.
There's
whatever.
a documentary
One too,
ones
but-
where these poor bastards, they got sent up on the roof with brooms to brush all that shit back into the hole, and they could only be up there like 20 minutes, and then they come
Oh,
in,
it's like 90 seconds. I think they had to then run out, right?
It was real.
well, they
it
would
was
come
real
out, they
short
take the
time.
suits off, and they looked like they were in Cancun for a week.
Oh,
Their skin was all burnt,
Jeez.
tanned.
Yeah.
so to
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah. One of the guys was there on the roof in the movie pushing the charcoal or whatever it was, and he catches himself on something like that. And he looks down. And he's got a tear in his.
Yep.
Not that it would have done much difference anyway, you know. But
Yeah.
But then if you saw that the film Chernobyl, how terrifying was it? The scene where the guy runs out and sees those giant. I don't know how much they weighed. They weighed like 30, 40,000 pounds each.
Yeah.
Those things, bing, bing. You know, they were shooting up like in the reactor. Whatever covered the reactor, the pieces that held them straight. It was just so hot, and they were just rising up. Insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
And they found when they got under, they had to pour concrete underneath because it was sinking into the earth. And if it had gone any further, there's a water supply line that would have hit, and it could have killed most of Europe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The radiation would have gotten into this water line, and it would have gone out to, Germany and all these other places. It could have killed most of Europe.
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's what the government wants you to think. Nuclear power is the safest. No.
Well, it is if you're not Russian and you don't build a containment sphere around it like we do.
Well, it would. Nuclear power would be safe if it wasn't connected to the production of plutonium. I mean, you can have thorium reactors. Thorium won't even go through a piece of paper, and it's just as efficient as plutonium. But they want the weapons grade plutonium, so that's where we are.
Yeah, but doesn't the spent plutonium or plutonium that they use there? I mean, you can't weaponize that because it's
no. But you're gonna have to spin up plutonium for weapons. It's just it's just a messed up technology from the very beginning. When there were other radiations they could use, other radiated materials they could use. The thorium, I mean, you can have a thorium reactor in every neighborhood, and there's almost no radiation. No radiation, literally. It can expand.
Jeez.
Well, one of the car companies just announced, one of those high-end car companies just announced they've developed a fission engine. They've gotten around the problems of fission.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's completely clean. There's no radiation.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Until you get to an accident.
Yeah, and there's a mushroom cloud where the car was.
At the city.
Antifreeze? No, run!
Bender took out the city.
It starts melting a hole in the fucking street,
The asphalt.
The next
Yeah, Red
2025 Nagasaki.
giant, giant mutated rats coming out from under the street, and they're all eating everybody and stuff.
Well, those damn electric cars, they burn so hot they take days to put out.
You can't put them out. They just have to burn out on their own. There's nothing on Earth will put that.
We had one
5,000
light up
degrees.
in our parking lot at the post office here.
Really?
It just melted right through the asphalt. They had to redo the parking lot area where the asphalt was because it was just melted through.
Wow.
Now imagine that's in your garage.
Nope. I'm good.
Well, they said they're getting 3 or 4 calls a day in New York City, the fire department, from these electric bikes, the batteries going.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. But most of their calls are electric bikes blowing up.
Wow.
And why don't people have 2 electric cars? Why do they only have 1? If
When the shit hits the fan, they need that gas-powered car to go a long distance.
You ever notice that? It's like everybody always has like 1 electric car and the rest are gas.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like Andy said, somebody's got to drive.
Yeah, exactly.
Charger, the gas-powered charger.
Yeah, somebody's got to pick you up.
That's right.
Well, you guys, when you had that last hurricane, people were stranded out on the roads because the batteries died because of all the congestion.
Yeah, and that's their plan too, though. They could shut the electrical grid down and just literally keep everybody held hostage,
Well, it's a larger issue than that. I mean, our grid, if everybody went electric, our grid could never support it. The physics just don't stand up.
California can't support it. You know, they have these brownouts and they tell everybody you can't charge your car.
Yeah.
But they mandate that you buy one.
Right.
Enough. And thank God. Can you imagine?
Oh, thank God Trump put
Could
the
you imagine?
on that.
Like, he took out for the on the official White House website. He removed the T from the LGBTQ, whatever. It's LGBT. It's now just LGB.
Really?
Yeah, officially it's LGB.
He took all the alphabet out, huh?
Took all the other shit out.
T, lesbian, gay,
Yep.
And bi.
trans, right?
Right.
Well,
And then
it was, yeah.
Hold on,
But
no.
not lesbian, gay, bi, LGBT,
Oh,
right?
yeah. The Babylon
Gay
Bee,
bi.
the Babylon Bee wrote that. It was today. They said, what did they say? Genders hit 10-year low. The number of genders hits 10-year low.
Damn.
I saw one that said had a chart from like 20,000 years ago to 2020, two genders. From 2020 to 2024, 5 genders.
Yeah, 5 or 10. And then 2024.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw that. Like Elon had posted that on X or something. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, all the memes like coming out where it's like one of them is like where ICE is coming to some random like Hispanic's door, and they're like, we want to come in and ask you a couple questions.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like how many points do you score in a touchdown? How many? And they go down the line, and then the last one is like, can you say the word Walmart? They're like Walmart or something like that.
It's a video.
Or Walmart or something.
It's
and
pretty funny.
They bang the door down.
Yeah.
So
that's like that day of that recurring meme, the Mexican word of the day. And
God,
last week was hide.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Anthony didn't have a hyphenated Clark until like 2 weeks ago. It was just Anthony Gonzalez, and now he put Clark on there to fool these guys.
Right.
Right.
So they'll send you back to Guatemala,
and they're like,
What do you mean? My name Clark.
I'm right.
What you talking about, Menk?
I started doing that around in July, so I could make it seem like I had it on for a long time, Yeah.
Yeah. Explain the infield fly rule, Anthony.
Jeez.
Oh my God, I'm gonna get deported.
I was like, wait a second.
Anyone know that?
I'm out of here.
I know that. Yes, I know that.
Everyone looks at me. Everyone looks at me and they go, "Oh, I'm the Clark," and then they look at my wife. They go, "Oh, she's the Gonzalez. So you took your wife's last name?" No, they're both my last names. It's like I have to keep doing that. It's like everybody, it's like no, I'm Hispanic. Hispanics can be white too. It's like I don't know, very white, very European.
Spaniards are very white.
Yeah,
Castilians.
It's only this new American brown.
Is your family originally from Spain? Is that your lineage?
It's Italy, and then my dad, he's Mexican.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Really? Where? Hang on a second. Now, where's he living these days?
Yeah. I just go.
I want to hear him say Walmart.
I'm assuming I'm like Italian, Mexican. I don't know. I'm just like, what is this? Where do I get the white skin from?
You're like.
Oh, yeah, and I have a little bit of what everybody was talking about Cherokee earlier. I'm a little bit Apache in me.
Apache. Wow.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, I got a bunch of Cherokee in my family on the Dixon side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my dad and his brothers. I mean, they look like Cherokee, and my grandmother was 100%. So
no shit.
Yeah.
Your grandmother was 100% Cherokee.
Yep.
So then you've got to be what? A quarter.
I guess that's a quarter.
Yeah, can't you get money from the government though? Because you're part.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I could probably register
recreation.
So this is why you don't drink fire water.
Yes, I don't drink firewater. I don't fight at night. So.
That's right.
And he won't
My
like
dad used to tell us all the time we're part Indian, and I'm like, yeah, okay. He also told me that the bow he gave me for Christmas used to belong to Robin Hood. So I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know, because Chuck, I remember I sent Chuck. Remember that beautiful blanket I sent you for Christmas that year? You sent it back.
Yeah. The whole family got it.
Yeah.
Well, my uncle went down. He went down to visit like the old family, and he brought back pictures, and he shows us this picture of a bunch of Indians. I mean, they're in blankets, and they're at like a railroad station. I said, "Who are these people?" He goes, "Well, they're like your third cousins." I'm like, holy crap, we are part Indian.
Oh, wow.
Then I started looking at my dad and his brothers, and like, because my Uncle Willie, he looked like Little Beaver. So
I bought some original art for Chuck, and I gave him beads.
Oh, yeah.
and it was Ditko pages too.
yeah. His beads were worthless.
Look at these shiny beads. You don't want
and the
paper?
red cloth. It was polyester.
I'll give you all of this.
Yeah. I like these gold coins. No, look at these beautiful round colored things. Look,
That's right. Go get the marbles. He'll never know.
So someone's trying to find the limited cover on the campaign.
Oh,
I guess they can't find it.
Let me see where it is. All right, closeout cover.
Blankets.
I mean, we saw it when you were scrolling. So
yeah, really.
We're talking about trailers. Anybody see my trailer?
No,
Yeah.
You got a trailer?
Oh yeah, I saw it. Chuck, with the M14, bro.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wait,
hold on a second, Rant. I'll turn it on.
I'm hoping for a Super Bowl ad.
Oh yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Is it like so? You're talking about Working Man, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be like, so if, Lord willing, it does well, right? They're going to do Working Man 2, Working Man 3. It's going to be like that?
It's a 3-picture deal, yeah.
Oh, it's a 3-picture deal.
Statham says he wants to play it again. And MGM and Amazon are pretty excited.
The trailer was nice.
I know. I saw it on the big screen.
Oh, really?
And,
wow.
I was just like, oh, this is so cool.
Wow.
Oh, you saw it on there? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I might go.
Why didn't they go?
Places, Chuck. I hope it's a huge success for you, brother. I really do.
Absolutely.
Why didn't they go with like? Why didn't they go with like Levon Cade as the?
Nobody knows. I mean, my son he DM'd me on Facebook. He said, "See, they changed the name," and I said, "Man, well, let me email Sly and see why they did that." And Sly didn't know about it. Boy, he was pissed.
Wow.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, I was like, I thought people were going to go, "What's a Levon?"
Yeah. I think that's what they ran into.
Because I'm thinking like, like the name that like Shawshank or Levon Cade. It's just like, I don't know. I was like, is Levon a weird name? I was like, Levon Cade. Maybe
it's like
I don't
Schindler's List. I mean, okay, find out who Schindler was.
Right.
Right.
Not gonna hurt the box office, but it's Hollywood. They do what they want.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Like
got my name right on the check. That's all I care about.
That's right, brother.
Right.
That's right.
All right, buddy, it's up now. For some reason, it was turned off.
Wow, it was
So
really
covered?
good.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's turned on now. Thanks for pointing that out.
And somebody Steven in the chat says, Working Man looks good, but did they remove the daughter?
No, she's in it.
She's just not in the trailer.
No, she's not in the trailer because that would have been confusing. But she's in the movie. She's great. She's my favorite.
That's what I thought. Yeah, no, I remember talking to you about it.
Yeah,
so
she's great.
So cool.
Chuck, when's the release date? Sorry, when
March 28th.
That's awesome, bro.
Her name's Mary Cade. So I forget the actress's name, but she's English, but you can't tell. And this kid has like an amazing acting career. She's only like 11. So,
oh, cool.
yeah.
So
they filmed it over in London, right?
Part of it in London, part of it in Chicago, and I suspect part of it in Louisiana. You never know.
Like, what's the setting? So the setting, like I was trying to remember the first book. I read it like it was a few years ago.
But I mean, is Alabama and Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
Yeah. They shot some of it in London, but it's not. It's set in Chicago. It's not London.
Right.
Why they do these things, I don't know. And
why, why London? Why did they?
I think there was a construction site there, like a building under construction they could film at. Without having to build a set. And so, like the first couple of weeks were in London, and then they moved to the United States, shot the rest here. But I think part of it.
Trailer in here, Chuck, and we'll show it.
I don't know how to do that. How do I do that? I've never done that.
Okay, I'll find it.
I'm technologically challenged.
Working Man 2025.
Yeah, but it's
it's a good title.
It up, Anthony? You want to share it, Anthony? Do you have it?
I don't have it up. I don't have it up or anything.
Are you going to the premiere, or you don't know yet? Or?
I don't know. But yeah, because people ask me, did you visit the set? No interest.
Yeah.
I guess they'll invite me to the premiere. I don't know.
I would assume.
I bought a new suit, so just in case.
Okay, I got it.
I got it here.
I got it.
Do you know if this is going to rate? If they'll do another trailer that shows more, or is this the only one?
I'm sure they'll do a second one.
Yeah,
they usually do.
All right.
Yeah, that's the one I was going to do. So,
well, you're just too slow.
Well, I have premium.
Wow.
You're going to get a commercial.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, I guess not. Never mind.
Yeah, there's no sound unless it's turned down.
There's no sound?
No sound. Nope.
Did you mute the channel?
No. Let me just make sure that stop the screen. Present. Share screen. Audio tabs on. Okay. All right, let's try it again. Is it on your screen?
Yep.
Yeah, we see it.
So listen, it's going to be hard. Let's all go home with the same amount of fingers that we gave.
There it is.
Let's get it. When my wife passed and I left the Royal Marines, a lot of people would have given up on me. You gave me a job. You were patient with me. You, Carla, Jenny, you're my family. Excuse me.
It's not your business.
I'm good, boss.
Love it. Was that some military shit?
Hey, you didn't see anything.
Just get my back if I ever need it. Jenny's missing.
She went out with her friends on Friday.
The police don't have the resources to work these cases. They take a report and forget about it.
Please, find our daughter. Where's the girl?
You a cop?
You wish I was a cop.
So these guys are next level.
Look at those bricks. You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Let's play. This isn't just some kidnapping. This is human trafficking. Remember Gunny?
Your blind ward buddy that doesn't know he's blind?
That's the one. You shot a foot to the left, I'll be dead.
I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. I will be your weapon sommelier for this evening. This is a real beast.
That's good.
I love that scene.
Is that yours, Chuck? Saddam's palace. And I have a Bluetooth scope.
Oh, there's a special place, high rollers only. They can do anything as long as they pay. Gangs, the mob, corrupt government officials, they're all involved in human trafficking. You're in the payroll too.
You killed your way into this. You're gonna have to kill your way out of it.
That one's right.
That's good line, bro. Great line.
Food as much.
All of this is for a girl.
I'm not stopping until I bring her home. That's for slapping that woman.
That woman was my wife.
That's for slapping your wife.
I love
Who
that.
are you? What are you?
They showed the whole movie. I don't need to see it. No.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a lot in the show.
Bro.
So the how he gets involved in it, like they was that added in the movie where like someone gets in a scuffle at the job and he stops it?
Yeah, well, yeah. In the,
That was added for the movie, right?
Yeah, but in the book, he pulls a gun on some guys who are trying to get money out of. They're coyotes trying to get money out of a guy they smuggled into the United States, and he pulls a gun on the guys to get them to go away. So,
right.
Then the boss's daughter gets abducted, and he knows Levon has a past, so he asks them to go look for him because the cops and private investigators and everybody else, they can't find him.
Yeah. What's the runtime? Do you know?
God, I saw it. I think it's 100. It's an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Who's the director, Chuck?
It's David Ayer. He made Fury. He wrote Training Day.
And End of Watch, right?
Training Day? Ooh.
Yeah.
End of Watch? Did he do End of Watch or
He
no?
did End of Watch. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, they put up Suicide Squad, and I was like, oh, maybe you want to put that down.
Yeah.
I was like, put
Yeah,
End
but
of Watch.
Keeper
Put
was good.
Training Day. Put or what is it? He did Training Day.
Yeah. Fury.
Oh.
No.
And he should have put those ones up.
He did a movie with Schwarzenegger called Sabotage. It's the meanest American cop movie I've ever seen. It is just nasty violent. And that's why I was kind of like, when they told me, oh, it's David Ayer is going to direct it, I was like, okay, I'm in good hands. I guess Stallone wrote the screenplay. This guy's going to direct it.
I think I've seen Sabotage. How old is Sabotage? That rings a bell.
It's probably 10 years old, maybe.
Yeah.
It's really nasty. Oh. That's a good
Schwarzenegger's in it?
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah, I saw some in the trailer. I saw there's some other British actors in it. There was I saw some other faces in there. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, Jason Fleming. And David Harbour plays Gunny.
What did you think of them casting it as a British character?
Got my name right on the check.
See,
That's the perfect answer, Chuck.
It's Statham. It's Statham. He's believable in the action scenes because that's who he is, and he can act. So I didn't have any objection, and he wanted a new franchise. And I'm like, okay, well, if my books are going to be your franchise, let's sign that deal.
Yeah,
right.
Make that happen. So but they told me at the preview audiences that the audiences went crazy over Gunny. And he's the most popular character in the books. So
the blind
guy,
yeah. I thought he was in the novel. I thought in the novel he was black.
Yeah, he's African American in the books. They race swapped him in the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's what I got.
You don't see that.
I was like, what?
Man.
They did that. They did that.
Yeah.
But no, I thought that was funny. I was like, oh, I thought he was a black guy.
But it was it's so weird seeing action scenes that I wrote. I mean, the pool, the fight inside the van.
Yeah.
The initial confrontation at the construction site. It's like pretty neat.
Yeah, that's got to be really cool to see stuff that it was in your mind to be translated visually.
Yeah. And in a picture that everybody's got a lot of faith in. So
I know. Imagine Chuck. There's so many books, so much out there. Just like someone's got a screenplay, someone's got an adaptation somewhere that's sitting in production hell, and like your book got made into a movie. It's just crazy.
Great. I mean, 10 years later. I mean, I sent the book to Sly 10 years ago.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
He never gave up on it. So
that's been a 10-year journey.
Yeah,
That's right. You had an opportunity. Like there was going to be possibly a TV show.
Yeah,
right?
he was setting it up as a TV show. He wrote a bunch of episodes, and and then COVID happened. That delayed it.
That's right. Yeah.
And then,
yeah.
You know,
but that's crazy.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's generally like the time. Like I hear that a lot. Like where it's about a decade, like a decade or so, and then something finally gets made.
I mean, we're lucky. We're in comics. We think of it, and we do it.
Right.
You know, and within a year, it's out.
Right.
You know, and we just do that, and we just crank it, spin the wheel. Hollywood is like meeting after disappointment, after cancellation,
right.
turn around, after studio changes. It's like, I don't know how they do it. I would lose my freaking mind. I'm no good at production meetings because I just lose it.
Well, I remember we were talking. We were all talking together with my sister Suprema.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, with Jean-Francois. Yeah.
And I remember sitting in that, and I'm like, well, what do you think, Anthony? I'm like, what do I think? I'm like, and I felt like I said like all the wrong things. I was like, why did I say any of that stuff?
Every production meeting goes the same way. They all seem to go well until you leave the room.
Yeah.
But Jean-Francois is not a Hollywood guy. He's a good guy. You can I trust him implicitly. He's a good guy. He's not Hollywood. In fact, if you call him Hollywood, he just loses his temper.
Yeah.
But I was on a call once with Saban, you know, the Power Ranger people, and they were going to adapt this graphic novel that I'd written into a like an afternoon series, and they started going on to me about that I needed to develop the characters more. I said, you do the Power Rangers, right? And I go, yeah. I said, where the fuck do you get off telling me to develop my characters more? And then on the conference call, you just hear click, 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 click.
Uh-huh.
And it's just me and the guy that brought me there. And he says, wow, that went well.
That's so great.
That's great.
Yeah.
Good for you, buddy.
And that guy's like super successful now. He produced Hawaii Five-0 and Magnum PI and everything else for CBS, the reboots. So good for him.
Oh.
He wasn't going nowhere with me.
I'm going to turn in, boys.
All right, Laddie Buck.
Take my leave of you. Good luck, Graham. And
just poured this for you too, Billy.
Oh, now I'm going to have to get a drink. Then hang on. Give me a
All right.
twist my arm. I am. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you really had to talk him into that.
Yeah.
A lot of persuasion.
Where the hell's Billy going? What's he doing?
Bass fishing all over again. What, Andy?
What's Billy doing?
He's going to pour himself a drink.
Oh, okay. I thought he said he was leaving. I'm like,
he
what?
was, but then he saw that I poured a drink, so he goes, all right, I'm going to go pour a drink.
No, okay.
Peer group pressure.
I was going to say peer pressure always works. Let's start smoking. See if we'll pick that up.
Hey, I can't do that. I can't do that in the house.
Oh.
I know. Look at this, guys. We hit 113,000.
Wow.
Nice.
It's a milestone.
Wow.
Cool. Look at where we ended. We ended at 98 before it went into demand. So
yeah.
We're
very good.
That's 15 grand in demand.
I'm so proud of you, Graham.
Thanks, Dad.
You built something from nothing. Nothing.
How much did Joe Frankenstein 2 do? How did that do?
That's a good question. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I just remember he got my name right on the deck.
That's right. That's what matters.
Let's see. I'll tell you what it is. Hold on. Let me go over here. Hey, Dan, you're in.
Yeah, what's up?
What's happening, bro? All right, part 2 did part 2 did 86,000.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Well,
with 1,600 backers. Part 1 did 105.
Wow.
So part 3. Now, a lot of people already had part 1 and part 2 from the IDW hardcover and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's the same thing I'm running into with Escape from Monster Island. Like right now, that's sitting at 83,000.
That's still damn good. That is still damn good.
Yeah, I mean, considering how many versions of Monster Island were published,
Yeah.
And so this once it gets into demand stuff, it'll hit the 6-figure mark. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And once I have, I stop promoting Joe because we're going to be fulfilling it. I can focus on that too. So, yeah. So this is doing very well, guys.
Cool.
I'll be leaving town tomorrow morning, and you'll never hear from me, Chuck.
Oh, I was like, what?
You're gonna run for the border.
Oh, and by the way, you owe Anthony some money.
I already owe Anthony some money.
No, wait, no, you already paid me.
Oh, that's right, I did. Next call from Graham will be from Costa Rica.
Where the wine and the women are warm.
And there are no Walmarts. Boy, where'd Billy go for that drink?
I'm right here. I had to let the dog out.
Scotland.
Scotland. I had to let the dog out.
Down at a liquor store.
The liquor store, yeah.
What'd you pick up, Bill?
I got a 15-year-old Dalfini by Isaac gifted it to me actually.
Oh, nice.
I saw Isaac hung out with Fraga in New Mexico. He brought it to my Christmas gift 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, see, I inspired that whiskey.
I'm drinking up Compass Comics whiskey.
That's
yeah.
Look at that. There's Joe. Joe 1 and 2.
It's aged in the tub.
No, that's Joe. That's Joe 3 right there.
There you go.
Where's Joe Mama?
Oh,
it's not me. It's the booth talking.
it goes right to my head.
Yeah, I put another product placement for Compass Comics in the one of the pages.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
So like Joe, he's holding a mug, a Compass Comic mug. Yeah.
Oh, at the end of the story?
Yeah, towards the end of the story. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'll have to look at that.
But it's like, but I thought it'd be cool. I was like a purple mug with the yellow logo.
Cool.
So I'm like, it just stood out. It was like, oh, the purple stands out like a lot on when Joe was holding it. So I was like, oh, I'll leave it like that.
That's cool.
Mm.
And then at the close up when he's like sipping in it or something, you could see the logo on it. So it'd be cool.
Nice.
You got to make those.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What's next, Graham? What's next after Joe Frankenstein and after from Monster Island? What's the next one?
The next one is going to be Chenoo 77.
Nice. What's
that? The Chenoo. We find out the story from the first Chenoo. They reference the storm of 77, the blizzard of 77, that crushed Buffalo, and so we're going to tell that story.
Does he go and watch Star Wars?
Actually, the blizzard came out. Star Wars came out in May, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This would have been January.
Hey, I wonder if that's the big storm that we got too. Then
probably you got one in 78.
78, yes.
Yeah. Buffalo got the big one in 77.
Yeah, I lived on a court, like a cul-de-sac, and when they shoveled, when they plowed all the snow to the end of the court, it had to be no shit 30 feet high.
Oh yeah.
And we dug tunnels and made this fortress out of it. It was the coolest freaking thing, man. Oh my God. I wish I had pictures of it. It was insane. Like, some of the older kids, the stairs, when how.
Oh yeah.
You think these kids today could do that? They'd be like, you know what I mean? There's no friggin' way. There's no way.
Yeah, there was snow here that was up to telephone poles.
Wow.
As high as telephone poles. Yeah. Because what happened was the lake was frozen. It wasn't really a snow event so much as it was a wind event. The snow had been dumping out on the frozen lake. And then so there was feet of snow out there. And then the wind came in and blew all the snow into the city.
Wow.
And dumped it.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
It went on for like 3-4 days, something like that.
Damn,
brutal.
That is.
Yeah, I was here in 2014 when we had this November storm. We had 7 feet of snow in 3 days.
Ooh. Oh,
wow! I had to put on a jacket last week.
Now come on, Jock. You had snow in Florida too.
Yeah, not where I was. Yeah, we had it. Yeah. I love that meme with the alligator in the snow, and it says, "If you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside."
Yeah.
Wait, did you actually get snow where you are though?
No, but it was.
No, I was going to say it's just the
cold.
Panhandle, right?
No, it was up the Panhandle, and Gainesville got a little bit.
Yeah.
It was all
right. So, guys, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to start. Thanks for having me on. Thanks, Billy, Andy, and
see you later, man.
Be good.
See you, bud.
Good guys.
All right.
Have a great night, Anthony.
See you later.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Hot damn, is he doing good work in that book, bro?
I know.
Hot.
Is he all done?
He'll be. He said he'd be done Saturday. He's got the last
tomorrow
pages.
So Sunday morning, you need to message him at like 12:01 a.m. and go, "You're not done. What the hell? It's Sunday." Why? You know how much we dock your pay for missing your deadline? 90%. So see what you did to yourself?
Oh,
He
damn.
was quite the find.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he gets better and better with each job.
Yeah.
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 And he
It's
takes
so
chances.
funny.
I haven't worked with as many artists that takes as many chances.
Yeah.
He pushes the envelope on every page.
You know, it was funny because I'm looking at pages that have come in, and at one point I said to him, "Are you left-handed?" He says, "Yeah, I am." And I said, "Oh, that explains a lot." Because he has people facing the wrong way.
Oh,
You know,
interesting.
yeah, and he has panels going where the action is going the other way.
Yeah.
So I had to have him flip stuff and
Oh.
move things around to get the action flow right. And as soon as he did that, it's like boom, the stuff.
Oh,
He looks at a lot of manga too. So
Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't think the left-handed thing would just do it on its own.
Yeah.
Billy, aren't you left-handed?
Sure am.
Wow.
Burn him.
Lefties
Burn
die
him.
first. That sucks.
They do?
Yeah.
Hey,
Are you
Dan, we're getting
clumsy?
an echo through you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you clumsy, Billy?
Lefty die? Yeah, kind of. No, I'm. Debbie called me a bull in a China shop.
Yep. Well, it was good knowing you.
Yeah. Well. Oh well.
Why did you ask if he's clumsy? Is that something that
Lefties. Yeah, I mean, from what I remember a long time ago, lefties are kind of clumsy as well.
Yeah, we're also like the devil's children too. So
Yeah, you're sinister.
Small dicks too.
yeah, tiny like that's fucking hard right there.
Yeah. It's amazing he has 2 sons.
If they are my kids.
Yeah, there's no proof.
That's
No.
true. I mean, they do take after Debbie in the looks department. So
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, I got good looking kids. Good thing my wife runs around.
Yeah.
I said to my son, someday you'll have kids. And he goes, yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Well played, Rodney. Well played.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Man. What's going on for the weekend, boys? What are we doing?
I got that convention tomorrow with Dan in town.
Is that Shelton's show?
Yeah, it's his mini con that he does, just the one day. So
Look
it'll
who's
be fun.
back.
Oh, look who it is.
Hey, was that? Did you just have a little whiskey or something?
Well, I'm bored if I come back. I had a bad Friday night if I'm coming back home.
What's your hat say?
Ron.
Aaron,
too.
what's that hat say?
Is it Papa? What's your hat say?
Well, yeah, but it's Papa with a Bigfoot.
Oh.
Papa Sasquatch.
Oh, I thought it was maybe something they got you for being a granddad or something.
Well, I think it is, but there's the Sasquatch.
Yeah, but you're not a
element
Bigfoot.
because, as you know, I'm a cryptozoologist.
I know.
Chuck knows, of course, that cryptozoology is a made-up degree, so I can just declare it, and I am one.
It's like
print
women's
one
studies.
out at home.
Yeah. Huh?
It's like
Hanging
women's
on your
studies,
wall.
You know,
Yeah, women's studies,
Made up degree.
exactly.
Yeah, women's studies. No, those are gone now.
Oh, are they?
What are going
yeah.
now? Oh yeah.
They're gone.
And
I think the university.
critical race theory.
Did
Yeah,
you see that he's mandating that all government employees take pronouns off of their signatures
Yes.
and emails?
Great. Oh, it's so
Let
great.
the meltdowns continue.
Oh, it's
so great.
And
So
he's,
great.
he stopped. He's holding up all government loans and grants while they audit them.
Yeah.
So your non-government organizations, they must be wetting themselves.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No
All
more
the
money.
people that were-
Condoms to Rwanda or something.
Yeah,
Gaza.
no condoms to Hamas.
Oh, Hamas.
Gaza.
Oh, well, that's great.
Yeah. No.
What
Yeah.
was it?
He's,
Oh, I saw
he's
somebody
been in there like
posted
a week and a half, and he's already like turned things around. And I just have this feeling inside of warmth. You know,
Yeah.
that reason has returned to the world. The way he handled Colombia was just unbelievable. You couldn't take a shit faster than before they turned tail and sent the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
He's rescued.
Then Cortez is out there. You know, everybody loves coffee. The price of your coffee has just gone up, and it's like, lady, he's already capitulated.
Yeah. You can stop
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, they haven't even sent a coffee bean yet. You know, before.
Right.
Plus,
Oh,
everybody in the
amazing.
world grows coffee. Vietnam, Uganda. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, we can get coffee. Hawaii, for God's sakes, we can get coffee somewhere else.
Right. And he's rescued 40,000 children that were
Wow.
undocumented in his first fucking week and a half.
Well, they knew where they were. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it didn't take a detective. There was no mystery. They knew where all these guys were. You know, cops, Billy. They know where all the bad guys are. If you just let
Right.
them go arrest them,
Right.
they can clean it up.
Well, they were handcuffed for 4 years, and now they actually can take out their handcuffs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Use them.
Oh, it's just been wonderful, and I've been fascinated by the hearings. You know,
Oh my God, they've been so good.
yeah,
I watched Cash's and I watched RFK's.
yeah.
I caught.
I've watched some of Tulsi's too.
Yeah, I got a little bit of hers.
Isn't it amazing how when there's a Democrat president in there and they nominate all these weirdos for their office and they go in there and they just get destroyed by Congress, the senators just destroy them because they're complete fools. But
Right.
then you get someone like Trump in there and then everybody he nominated is sharp as a freaking tack and they
Yeah.
go in there and they end up embarrassing the senators.
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Did you
Yeah,
see
did you-
when RFK took
Great.
it to
Bernie?
Bernie about
Yeah.
getting money? And
Oh,
Bernie was like,
Bernie
"Whoa, wait,
Had an
no,
aneurysm.
that's not what we're talking about here."
Yeah, I've been waiting for this for a long. I mean, I
and he's
haven't seen
calling
this.
him Bernie too. He's calling him Bernie. He's not calling him Senator.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, they were senators together. They were senators together. So,
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, hell, he was a supporter of Bernie's.
yeah.
Yeah.
But this is like when they called in Howard Hughes to Senate hearings and he burnt the place down. He just didn't take any of their shit.
Mm.
And this hasn't happened since him.
Oh,
Oh.
No, that's true.
that's cool.
Look at this.
They what's that?
So,
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
yeah, this is Bernie Sanders. Zero donations from pharma CEOs. Zero donations from Wall Street CEOs. And he goes on,
Right.
8 million from working people giving $27 at a time. Yeah, $1,953,613.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's such
Right.
a lying sack.
He really is a piece of shit.
He's
They
a
all know.
commie. He's a commie, man. Of course he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has no morals.
Remember when I guess it was when he was running in 2020 when they were talking about he owns this waterfront house in Vermont that's
Right.
over $1 million. How does a socialist have multiple homes and one for $1 million. Well, you got to understand that everybody in Vermont has a lake house, you know.
Yeah, but remember also.
Yeah, but they're not all socialists.
Well, remember also, he went his narrative changed from millionaires don't pay enough to billionaires because he fell into the millionaire category. So he had to up it.
Well, did you ever see that movie Farewell to the King?
I don't think so.
Nick Nolte, he gets shipwrecked on a South Pacific island, and he eventually becomes king of this war tribe. And British soldiers come and visit him, and one of them says, "You know, you're a communist. Why did you make yourself king?" And he says, "Because only a communist would have thought of
it." Oh, that's great.
Oh, that's great.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that was the one where the Japanese. Well, we can say Japs. The Japs were eating people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were cannibals. Yeah.
That's a great movie.
Do you remember when we were at that? What was that restaurant in New York called, Chuck? Pomodoro, the one that Darren loved. The
Pasta de Oro.
Pasta de Oro. Yeah, a bunch of us are at this place. It was one of our editor's favorite Italian places, and they knew him by first name and all this kind of stuff. And it was me and Chuck and a couple other writers and our editors. And Scott Peterson was one of the editors. And somehow the topic of World War II came up, and we were talking. And you know, Chuck's laughing. and we're talking about the atomic bomb. And I said, you know, we gave him fair warning. We dropped leaflets that told him to surrender and everything before we dropped the bomb on the Japs, you know. And Scott Peterson kind of like, everybody's like really like, oh my God, did he just say Japs? and Scott, he says, you know, there's not a lot of people today that are comfortable using the word Japs.
Comfortable.
And I'm like, whoa, hold on a second. I just used the phrase that our fighting men used for our enemies. I didn't mean Japanese people. I meant dropping it on the Japs.
Right.
Very different thing.
Yep.
So
I don't think they recognize the difference there.
No, they don't make it.
They did not.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have said the nips.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Hold on. Check, please.
Well, that's like when the Enola Gay was pulling away after dropping the bomb, and the tail gunner looked back and he saw the explosion, and he said, "Those poor damn Japs." And I'm like, that distills the American character right there.
Yes.
He dehumanized them, but he still feels sorry for them.
Yeah. Well, it's like they started it, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
You know,
without question.
Fucking sorry. Oh well.
In that restaurant, after Graham got through with his explaining, he stood up and said this. Go ahead and share my screen, would you, Graham?
Oh boy.
You know, and then it inspired. I'll show you something else. I got to share.
That's the outfit I was wearing, Aaron.
Yeah, I know. You had the big wrench in your hand, and everybody's like, "No, I'm not Japanese. Don't hit me."
I'm just glad Mussolini didn't come up during lunch.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't dare do that in the Italian place.
No,
that's
not a good idea.
A real godfather on you, man.
I gotta share something. This is good, but give me a second to find it. But while we're on the subject, why not?
Mm-hmm. Is it a Superman cover?
Yes. No, not. It's a panel. It's if you want to talk.
It's the one I sent, right?
Yeah. You share it, Graham?
Huh?
Yeah, you share it. Yeah, you share it. It's one you sent.
Okay. Hold on a second here. This is, I love when they talk about where the hell is it?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Well, that damn thread of ours is so damn long. Here it is. Got it.
Okay.
All right.
And there was one man in the restaurant that agreed with Graham 100%.
That's right. And it was this man, the man of steel himself.
Oh, damn, yeah.
Oh, geez, I just read it too. Characteristics will make it easier for me to see what's going on as a Jap.
Good Lord. Boy, man, Superman could just do anything back in the golden age.
Oh,
yeah.
I love all these people. Superman stands for hope.
Just send him that. Just send him that. Whatever they say stuff, just send him that. Yeah.
Yeah. That panel didn't age well.
Good Lord.
Oh boy, the golden age, baby, huh? Different
Any
times.
of those panels didn't age well.
So great. So great.
Yeah.
Those are comics, people.
That's right. That's what we're trying to bring back.
Speak for yourself, Aaron.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, superhero and his sidekick sharing a bed. Yeah, we're gonna bring that back.
It's so wrong. So wrong.
Oh, God.
Aaron's like, yeah, my girl Esther might not show a lot of skin, but the mouth on her, just when you read what she says.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Good Lord.
Woo.
Lord.
Hoop Nerd Rod has that issue. He probably does. He's supposed to dig out a Fantastic Four 5 for me from his collection. He's got some extras. So if you're watching me, Gary,
he's got
extras of Fantastic Four 5.
He said, yeah, I told him I need an FF5, and he had just bought in a collection. Had a whole bunch of stuff, and I think he had a duplicate of an FF5, not in great shape, which is fine. I just need it for my collection.
Turned Aaron off.
Yeah, I was like, I got an FF5 just laying around. Here you go, Graham. Go sit on it. It's like,
well, I'm gonna pay for it.
Why doesn't he give it to me?
He's
because
not
it's
giving
not
it
in
to
good
me.
shape, Aaron.
All right.
Yeah, and don't worry, Aaron. It'll be in worse shape when I read it in my thing chair.
I know. Well, the thing is, a book like that, I can't afford it in nice grade. I have to, if I were to get one, it'd have to be in crappy condition.
Yeah. Well, I should wait till the movie comes out because then it'll go down in price.
Oh shit!
Well, Graham hates this, but I have a 5. I bought it for 12 cents.
Wait, that must be in the condition I'm looking for.
Yeah,
I'll take
yeah,
it.
it's in
I'll give you 15 cents for it.
Yeah, I read the shit out of that book.
Wait a minute, inflation on 12 cents is probably more like $1.25 at this point.
Yeah, probably
right.
at this point.
Chuck, I'll give you $10. I mean, that's a huge.
That's a
way
big
over.
markup from 12 cents.
What is that? 1,000% what you paid?
Yeah, I don't know. It's of great sentimental value. I need at least $11.
That's
So-
right.
So I give you 11.
I was at a convention once, and this guy had a pretty close to near mint copy of Savage Tales #1. Right,
Yeah.
it wasn't graded or anything. Really, really nice copy of it, and he wanted I don't know. I think it was $110 for it or something. And I will never, never pay what someone's asking. So I was working the guy, and I said, okay, I said $90. Because I think it was worth. I wanted to feel like I was ahead of the game, whenever I buy a book, right? So I'll give you 90 for it. And he looks at me, goes, my dad bought this brand new. And I go, then he paid 35 cents for it. You're making a ton.
No.
He took it. He took the 90.
Wow.
Yeah, well, he's had it for that long and you didn't pay for it, so
Jeez.
Why not?
Wow.
35-cent investment, and I give you $90.
Wait, Savage Tales #1? That was $1, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was
because that was a magazine. Savage
No, it
Tales.
was 1971. It wouldn't have. I'm going to go look right now.
I think it was
'Cause he
75
has it.
cents.
Yeah, it
I
might have
bought it
been
off the
75
stand,
cents, but I
so-
know it was more
Whatever
than
it was.
35 cents.
Yeah, it was more than 35 cents.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Oh, are you saying I ripped him off then?
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Probably.
Yeah.
I still have mine
Yeah.
somewhere.
I don't think I have a
that one.
Savage Tales. I know I have Savage Sword #1.
Yeah, I got that too. Oh.
First Conan comic I ever got was Savage Sword #2, the Neil Adams cover and the first John Buscema Alfredo Alcala story,
Ooh,
Black Colossus.
that that is gorgeous.
That is absolutely gorgeous. When
Yeah.
Thugra Khotan pulls that mufti off his face and he's all eaten up, I've used that on so many shows. It's so great.
Yeah.
Let's split the difference. It's 50 cents.
Really?
50 cents. Is it really?
The first
Wow.
issue was 50 cents, but it went up to 75 right away.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, even though it's a magazine, it was still black and white. So
yeah. So his dad paid 50 cents for it. You know, give him the.
So what was Savage Sword then? Was that still 75 cents or was that 75 cents?
Are you making me get up again?
Well, Savage Sword came out after Savage Tales, didn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so that was probably 75 or
Came
$1.
out like 6 months later.
Yeah.
I think it was still under $1 at that point. I think it was 75 cents for Savage.
I think it was 75.
Savage Sword.
Yeah.
And then it went up to $1 at a certain point.
Yeah, because it was $1.
In the 70s, it was constantly going up.
It was $1.50 when I was writing it. So,
was it really?
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Savage Sword number 1, $1.
Oh, it was $1.
I'm surprised.
Memories aren't worth a shit, are they?
Well, it was a few years after Savage Tales. I think it was 74.
Well, Graham stole his copy, so he really doesn't know what.
Right. Well, how would he know how much it would cost?
I remember I was sick and my mom was going to go get me some comics one time. So she goes to the rack and I told her what I was looking for. And one of them was Conan. And it was that I think it was the giant sized treasury, you know, those $1.50 ones.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And had all this Barry Smith stuff in it. And there was, you know, topless women in it. And it was like, you know, back then your mom could buy, you know, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, Green Lantern, whatever, and never have to look through it to worry about it. But she sees all this scantily clad stuff. She leafs through it and she's like, I'm not sure about this one. And I'm like, come on, Mom.
Come on. Let's just see where it goes from here. Come on.
Hey,
your boy's got needs.
Come on, I'm a peacock. I gotta fly.
Don't you want me to become a red-blooded man?
Yeah, you want me to turn gay?
So I just threw my ascot off at her and I said, I'm not reading this.
My ascot threw it. No, you just tell your mom, hey, Mom, I'm an artist. It's a female figure. I need it for reference. And they're like, okay.
I guess I tried that once because one of our neighbors was moving out and he threw out all his Playboys into the garbage can. And all the boys in the neighborhood were hanging around this guy's garbage can. We're reading it. My mom was a teacher. She knows what's going on. So she comes over and she goes, what do you say, boys? You come on over to the house and I'll let you look at the National Geographics.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
You know, even at 11 years old, we knew that the boobs that were slapping the thighs were not for us.
Yeah.
We needed those airbrush beauties, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got, you know, and there's a woman, right, and she's naked, like they said, the National Geographic or the pancake fucking boobs and like flies in her fucking eyes and shit, and a fucking ring in her fucking mouth to make her fucking come on.
The plates or the rings on the neck, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that's so beautiful. Yeah, you're right, Mom. That's so beautiful. Okay.
Now you know the answer to this, right, Mom? None of us are biting.
Oh gosh, that's good.
That was funny.
Jeez.
Oh,
all right. I'm gonna go, gentlemen. I finished this.
All right, laddie.
Let's do
a refresh here. See where we're at. Okay, 1,473 backers. Oh, nothing. Ain't nothing. Nothing, honey. You may leave. I dismissed you.
Graham, I give it to the weekend. Close it out Monday. A weekend. Everyone gets paid today. They're going out. Shitty weather. Give it the weekend. Close it Monday night. Close it on the Kings. Come on, give it a few more days.
Well, you know, by the time I wake up in the morning and turn the thing off, you know how it is with Indiegogo. It could take hours or a day. It'll probably still be until Monday before it actually, is unavailable.
Right.
Yeah. So,
just saying. All right, boys.
I got you, brother.
Congratulations. Hey. Excellent campaign.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you, brother.
Have a great night, Billy.
Hello, and Frank and Andy. I'll talk to you later. Bye, boys.
Bye.
Hey, bud. Yeah, I don't think we're going to stay up too much later, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna bug out.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. I got Judy's.
I was waiting for Billy to finish his drink. In case I had to drive him home. So.
Nice. Hey, we should all leave now, and since Andy's not in here,
Andy comes back and
he comes back and there's nobody here, and the thing's still live.
Yeah, leave it.
You really want him taking over?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
it'll turn into the Cordrath show,
and that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's all right. We help each other out. But,
do what we can.
All right, well, I'm going to take off now.
All right, Chuck.
Chuck,
all right.
Pleasure.
Thanks, pal. Good seeing you.
All right.
Good old Chuck.
Yeah, he's great. Great guy.
One of the things about CrossGen that was cool about The Office was Mark Alessi had an incredible original art collection. He had a Wrightson original, one of the inside front covers to Creepy.
Oh, wow.
He had an Al Williamson Frazetta page from EC. The one where Williamson drew it, but Frazetta inked.
Yeah, yeah.
One of a sci-fi story. He had some Wally Wood stuff, some original Wally Wood.
Those are the large size arts too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it was for me, and he also had a bunch of old comics that were like in really super nice shape. Like he had an entire run of Piracy, the EC series, right? But those were all Reed Crandall and George Evans covers, so they were all beautiful.
Yeah,
and had them up framed on the wall, So it was like every time you'd go up to the front, leave for lunch or whatever, and come back, it'd take you a half hour to get to your desk because you'd always be stopping looking at the. He had that, that blonde chick that the Frazetta painting, the blonde girl that's like bathing in the pond, and she's like the front view, huge knockers, and she's got her covering her privates. It's a very, very. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Hanging on his wall. I mean, hanging in the conference room, the original.
It's a watercolor painting, right?
Yeah. The one, the blonde hair, and it was
It's probably
that original.
Wow,
it's incredible.
Now he passed away, right?
Yeah, he did. Shockingly, he had like a was it a heart attack or something? I don't remember now what the deal was, but
yeah, and I don't think he was that old, right?
No, he wasn't. I mean, he was older than me, but not. I mean, he died like several years ago.
Such a weird thing.
Smith.
Hey
guys.
Hey, you look weird.
This lighting is so nice. Look at all these cameras.
Is it nice?
Wow.
And these gels and lubes.
Hey, don't give away my secrets.
Jellies and lubes.
What are you doing?
Hey, we're glad you made it in safe and sound, but it sounded like there was a lot of rain because
it was raining the entire way, man. The entire way, and I got stuck behind a Werner truck going 40 miles an hour. We were supposed to be here about 25 minutes ago, but
what show are you guys going to?
Heroes Minicon.
There's a
one-day show that Shelton does. It's because Shelton started off doing a one-day Minicon, 48. This is the 48th one, so he brought it back. He paused it for a while, then he brought it back. So God, it's got to be like 10 years ago now. So he does that every first week in February, and then Heroes Con 2-day show or 3-day show is in June.
It must be a decent enough show. I mean, for you guys to go.
As big as a drawing desk.
I know. You saw it last year.
I didn't.
Yes, you
I
did.
Didn't, you know what?
Well, you didn't sit here, but
I didn't see it like this.
Dan has never seen something so big in his life.
No.
My Cintiq, you sick bastards.
I was talking about
all the lubes that he was talking about.
Hey. No secret.
So you guys never collected the arms of your favorite monsters, right? Because these things are called monster fists, and I don't recognize any of them.
No. That's because they're
that's Andy's special.
I'm walking around, man. I've been sitting for 5 hours.
Oh, all right. Well, then
I don't blame you.
Wait a minute, where'd you get that Marvel chair at?
Amazon like 3 years ago. Or actually, no, I've had it for 7 or 8 years.
Is it comfortable?
Yeah, and it lays all the way flat.
Oh wow!
All the way. So all you need is a footrest, and
I
you're
need a new chair. They still make
back.
Take a nap.
Just search. It was less than $200 too, I think.
Ooh.
But just search Amazon for like Marvel gaming chair.
Oh, it's a gaming chair. That's why I don't
No.
recognize it.
Marvel gay chair.
Hey,
oh,
It's
wrong.
It's not a gay chair until we turn this off, and
yeah,
Dan and I are
goes
alone.
flat. It goes.
It lays flat. Right.
Okay, Andy, help me out with this. Someone wanted to know who worked at CrossGen with us. So the writers were Barb Kiesel originally.
Yep.
Ron Mars.
Yep.
Chuck.
Yep. Tony
Bedard was there.
Who'd you say?
Tony Bedard.
Yeah. Mark Wade for a bit.
Yeah, but Mark Wade until he lost his mind and then he left.
I think Dan Slott too. Didn't Dan come in for a little bit or no?
That's before me, maybe, but it was before me.
No, Dan would have been after.
Why did Mark lose his mind?
Maybe. Oh, Mark and Mark Wade, Mark Alessi didn't get along and stuff, and basically that was that. So
didn't he like punch a hole through the wall in his office or throw something through the?
I think it was from slamming the door open, and it was the doorknob.
Oh, so not quite as dramatic. Now, who was the art director before Bart?
Brandon.
Oh yeah, Brandon was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Brandon Peterson.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so then there was well, in our quad, it was me, you, Mike Perkins, and Steve Epting.
No.
All right, go ahead.
No, and where I always sat, and when you might have moved, but you were in the quad. Bart was, and then when Bart moved into an office, Jeff Johnson was in it.
Right.
Wasn't Butch there too? Butch guys?
Butch was there. Steve Epting, Mike Perkins, Greg Land, Jimmy Chung, Scott Eaton.
Yeah, Eaton. Paul Pelletier.
Paul Pelletier. Yep.
Matt Smith came later, right?
Matt Smith, Carl Moline.
Yeah. Jimmy Chung was there.
Yeah, Jimmy Chung.
Bart tried to get me to come down there.
What's that?
Bart tried to get me to come down there.
Yeah.
He got me to come down, and it worked.
That's right.
I had nothing going on, man. That was when that's when Ethan stepped in and ruined my X-Men career. I had nothing. So
yeah, I was working for King Features at the time, but I wanted to get back into comics, but I just didn't. I was getting a vibe that things weren't that great financially. At
good vibe
CrossGen.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I loaded Bart up with a lot of booze and got him talking.
Oh well, that'll do it.
And he spilled some beans, and I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna stay where I'm at right now.
Well, yeah. I told Shelly, I said, well, first of all, I said, I got to do this because I got nothing going on. Like I said, I was about ready to take over the X-Men books, and then Ethan got the 2 X-Men editors fired, and my career went down the toilet. And so I didn't have anything going on. So I said, look, we got to do this. But I said, let's look at it this way. I said, if we get 2 years out of this, we'll consider it a win. And then we'll decide, if we want to move back, we want to go someplace else. And that's exactly what I got out of it was 2 years before they went under.
Now, did you stay there after they had closed for a little bit, or did you immediately move back?
Well, what happened was they had a first round of not firings, but what do you call it when they had to let people go?
Firings.
Yeah. Layoffs.
Okay. All right.
And so we stuck around there for that. And but at that point, we all knew the writing was on the wall because Bart's brother, Brett.
Oh yeah, Brett was working there as an accountant, right?
Right. So
yeah, he was. Yeah.
He knew exactly what was going on, and
CFO.
Yeah. And so he would keep us abreast of the information. And so we would take our lunch breaks and we'd go out back in this field back there. And you'd see 3 or 4 guys at a time, about 50 yards apart, all on their phones, calling Marvel and DC to try to get something set up.
No shit.
Before, everything went under. And I got on at Marvel. And so I was working on Captain Marvel in the studio. Now that's when we were in the same quad. You, me, Jeff Johnson was near at the latter half.
Oh, no, you were okay. So are you talking about when we were in the other building?
No. When I first moved in, I was in a quad with you, right? Or no? No,
yes.
I wasn't. Were you in there?
Yes.
Perkins was in there, wasn't he?
No.
Because he came later.
Perkins was there before you, I think.
Yeah, but when I came in, he was there, and so was because he was inking Epting, right?
But he was never in the quad I was sitting in. Never.
Yeah, but you left.
Well, maybe after I left.
My dad came to visit. My dad was one of those guys. He would talk to anybody, I mean, he could talk to a brick wall.
Yeah.
And so he was over there. He came into this quad and he was talking to Perkins, who was in the back corner, about fishing of all things. So, but
Perkins is a great guy.
Oh, he is.
Perkins is.
I really like Mike.
But then when he was going to expand and got the building next door, then you, me, Jeff, and Drew, and I think, was it Rob? Did Rob go?
Yeah, it was Rob. Yeah, Rob.
And we were all over there by ourselves in that because we could turn the lights on.
Oh, it was great. It was so great over there.
But all we did was
come over. Chuck would come over and hang out.
Yeah, because the lights were on. Everybody else, the colorists demanded the lights be off so they could see better. So we were constantly working in the dark.
I tell you, Mark just wouldn't, Mark Alessi, that is the owner, he just wouldn't do it. But we were like, Mark, you've got this room right back here that next to the kitchen, which is really big, and all the colors would have fit inside that room comfortably. It wouldn't have been tight, and they all would have fit. And we were always like, just put them in there. Then they can shut the damn lights off. They can shut the freaking doors if they want. Instead, you're bowing down to them, and all the pencilers and inkers that are sitting in the same huge bullpen of a room have to work with no lights on.
Wow.
Overhead lights, just our desk lamps. And it's like, talk about the minority getting their way. And look, I love all the colors are great. I love them. I love the work they did, but it's like, so 5 colors.
Yeah, but the bread and butter is the storytelling. It's the writing and the artwork. You could have printed them in black and white.
That's why my buddy Brad Vincata quit. Brad quit because he couldn't take it with the lights. He's like, I can't. That is why he quit.
Now, when did you leave, Andy? Did you leave before the end?
I left in the fall of 2003.
But they were still up and running.
Oh yeah, they were up and running until. Did they make it into 2005, or did it finally go down end of 2004?
No, because we moved in the spring, and you guys moved like 3 months after we did, I think. But I was working at home.
Wait, we moved before you, I thought.
Did you?
We moved in 05.
To South Carolina?
North Carolina. We sold our house in 2000. We sold our house in December of 04. And then closing was in, 90 days later in 05. And yeah, because we moved up here in March of 05.
So what precipitated your move, Andy, leaving the place? Because they continued on for a while. So
it was honestly, out of the whole time that we lived in Florida, and we lived there it was my second stint in Florida, but for Helen, it was her first. And we moved to Florida to Orlando in 97. So, it was 97 to 2005. So almost a decade. And in 2004, the hurricane season
We had to evacuate once because of a hurricane.
Yeah.
We had a
That's the year
tropical
Charlie
storm.
went through.
What's that?
That's the year Charlie went through.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Charlie was supposed to go right over our house.
Yeah.
And Aaron was real close by. So if it didn't cut in early, it would have, if it stayed on track, it would have went right over us.
It went right across the state because we were trying to sell my dad's house. He had died that year.
Okay.
And the hurricane had gone over to the East Coast and like tore up like screening and stuff around his pool. And
yeah, so basically the hurricane season, there was that hurricane, a tropical storm, which felt like a category 1 because we didn't have to evacuate, but just staying in the house, it felt bad. And then I think there was another one, and we were just like, yeah, let's move. And then it was also, it wasn't 100% that was a part of it, but then we were also looking at Courtney was only 1, and she was born in May, so she was only 1 and change. And we were like, you know what? Helen and I both grew up in areas with 4 seasons, and we were like, you know, it'd be kind of nice if she got to experience that and not just summer and spring, basically.
Summer and spring. I love
Florida is.
So you got summer, spring, hurricane, and love bug season. So
Yeah.
you got 4 seasons.
that and honestly, here's the other thing. We had it was sometime in the fall. I can't remember what it was, but we had people over, for whatever reason. And I don't know if just the talk in general was about moving, whatever. But after everybody left, you know, I think I brought it up to Helen, and then we just jumped on Zillow and just typed in our address. And when we saw what our house was worth compared to what we bought it for,
right,
and this is no joke, that sealed the deal because it was before the crash. And we were like, yeah, let's move. Because if we sell this house now, and it was a hot real estate market still, we were like, we'll have enough money to move, money to put in the bank, be able to, you know, put a down payment and all that. So that really sealed the deal. Like if we would have looked it up and the house was only like 10-15% more than what we paid for it, we probably wouldn't have even thought of it. But honestly, it doubled from what we paid for it.
Right. See, we sold it about the same time. I know we did because Shelly was bugging me. She wanted to move practically the minute we got there. And I was like, we can't afford to move back to Oregon. I said, you know, with what our house is worth. And I had stopped working. I mean, I was working for CrossGen, but I started working at home because I was doing the Marvel stuff during the day and CrossGen at night. It was just brutal. But then we found out, kind of like Andy did, like how much our house was worth. We're like, and I wanted to stay because I liked Florida.
Yeah.
And Shelly was like, we're out of here. And I'm like, all right. So
yep,
that's how it kind of went down. So I worked 3 or 4 months at home, and then for CrossGen sort of, and it was like pretty soon they weren't sending us any work because they didn't have any money to pay us.
Right.
You know, so it was always, I'd get calls from Alessi every once in a while, and he'd be like, you know, we got a big investor coming in. And I said, hey, I'm here, dude. Just let me know when you guys are ready to roll. And he was, you know, well, you can come back into work, you know. I go, well, you know, as soon as you guys get it taken care of so you can actually pay me, you know, I'll do it. And I remember him saying something like, oh, you got to see the nails in my hands, huh, before you believe. And I was like,
no, I just need to hold the rights and artwork.
Yeah, go, you give me that rights
and I'll start working for you.
Yeah. You know, and the thing is, every now and then I think about it, and every now and then I'll look up the house that we owned just to see. I mean, it's still worth more than we paid for it, but I think it's worth a little less than what we sold it for.
Right.
Now, because, you know, it leveled out.
Yeah.
Well,
after the crash,
I went back just a couple years later. Because did you know those guys at Yancey Street Comics?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. You and I would go there. I'd go to your house and pick you up.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And well, anyway, they had a con in that mall.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
Graham and I went
there.
I was there one time with Graham on Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah.
The Ron Garney. That's when Garney did.
Ron Garney.
Yeah,
and,
you were
and
there.
Aaron was
Okay,
there
yeah,
too.
we were all there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because Garney was there, and Chuck was there.
Oh, that's right. I remember Shelley was there. So
Yeah,
you
Jim
had to have
Townsend.
been there.
Yeah. So I went.
No,
Yeah,
Shelley wasn't there.
I know, but I'm just saying that's that's the
That's
old
the
joke.
time we drove around Aaron's neighborhood. He wanted
Yeah.
to see his house.
That's right.
Yeah.
You guys were all pissed at me because I took so long talking to my neighbors. But
Yes.
you guys drive me over to the house.
Right, you did get out to talk to your neighbors.
That's right. We
Then
pulled up.
Josh
You're
was
like, well,
with
let me
me.
say hi to him.
It was
Yeah.
Josh with me. Yeah. Well, I went out there and I talked to my neighbor, and the point of the story is,
And
at
he
that
said, "Who are
time-
you?"
No. At that time, he said, because the people that bought my house they got divorced and went bankrupt and everything else. He goes, you could get your old house for 150 grand right now if you want. And I was like, I didn't have it, or I would have done it. 150 grand, which was
Wow.
less than what I had paid for it when we first moved in, and less than half of what we got, or more than whatever. It was, like I said, it was worth more than double that when I sold it.
Don't do it. I can read the chat.
But man, you're just thinking, where can I get 150 grand to go buy a second house? I mean, wasn't going to happen, but it was practically, they were giving it away. And you saw some of the houses in the neighborhood, people had just moved out, and it was over, they had weeds and high grass in this nice neighborhood because these people just had to vacate because they couldn't afford the houses anymore because the whole bubble burst.
Hey, doesn't it look like Dan's taking a leak on Andy's books back
It
there?
does.
It does, that bastard.
He's just spraying the
Dude,
bookshelf.
your studio on that house was nice. It wasn't huge, the studio that is, but it was nice.
Yeah, well, I had that upstairs bonus room.
Right. Yeah.
And that was all dedicated to my studio stuff.
I love that bonus room. As if you don't have to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You don't even have to pay taxes on it.
Wouldn't that be nice? When the realtor shows you a house and goes, and you've got this nice bonus room up here, you should go, sweet. So how much off the price is it then if it's a bonus?
Yeah. You take that room back, and I want a new price.
That's right. That's right.
I love that house, man. It was about 2,600 square feet. I love the layout on it. And then the only thing upstairs was the bonus room, and all the bedrooms were downstairs. So
Did you have a lanai out there? Do you have an outdoor area? Did you?
It was screened in, for the mosquitoes and stuff.
Yeah. Did you have a pool?
No, Andy did. So we'd go over to Andy's house and swim.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we had the bird cage with the pool.
And what's that worth now? What's that house worth now, Aaron?
What, mine?
Well, both of you.
I mean, I could look it up.
Andy,
you still remember your street address, Aaron?
Yeah, I just looked it up like less than a week ago.
Yeah, well, he's asking, so maybe look it up now.
Okay, all right. Well,
Jesus,
where do you look? Where do you look to get the actual value, like on Zillow or something?
Yeah, just type in your address in Google. Jeez.
While you guys do that, I'm gonna do a refresh here and see where we're at, because we are closing out Joe Frankenstein tonight, folks. So
gym days at 5 a.m.
Let's see where we're at.
Yeah, you're correct.
All right, we had a bump. 113, 195. Very nice.
You put
Thanks, everybody.
It means gym, since I could work out here if I had to.
You fucking did it. What is this?
Oh, damn, my house now. I mean, I don't live there, so I'll share my screen and show it. I don't care.
Jenkins really likes you, dude.
Let's see.
I found my house. I'm not seeing a price for it. Where do I have to look to get the price?
If you go to if you type in and go to Zillow, it says Zestimate right below.
Okay. That's what I asked you. If I had to go to Zillow, and you said just type it in.
Well, yeah. You type the address in and then go to Zillow.
Oh,
Lord.
Right.
Anyhow, so that was the house.
Yeah,
it's estimated at 445. And the funny thing is now
2,000 square feet.
What's that?
It's not even 2,000 square feet.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, it was. It had to be better than that.
No, mine was 1958, 4-bed, 3-bath.
Yeah, you can't.
But here's the thing, like,
count the lanai area.
I don't know when they sold it last, but whenever this picture was taken, that is our paint job.
Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah.
That's nasty.
You shut your mouth.
Yeah, that's gay.
Well, you had that peach in there.
I like the blue though.
That's our paint job. That blue.
That blue's nice, but that vomit.
I'll bet it's probably still there.
They like that peach.
Well, it depends on when it was sold last. Like this isn't our furniture, so this could be if the people that bought it still live there. I got no idea, but you know, it was a nice house. You know, big open floor plan, whatnot. So
they're telling me where
yeah,
am
because
I?
that was my office right there, that kid's room.
Oh, okay.
And that was Courtney's room.
It's like these people can't afford furniture or something.
I know. There's the pool.
Oh, there's the pool. Nice.
What are you looking at? Oh yeah.
I'm huffing comics, guys.
No cover.
Nice.
Well, the guy that owns my house now,
Aaron,
they put a pool in.
look at that.
Your house?
Oh.
Aaron, does that hurt your feelings?
Wait a
Look
minute.
at it. It's coverless. Gil Kane.
Oh.
But it
Brutal.
smells good.
So the grass, I mean, look at the lot. The lot is so small. It took me with a push mower a whopping 20 minutes to cut my grass.
Wow.
And then
And your pool is butting up next to that other dude's pool.
almost, yeah. Well, this was new construction, so we had the house built. And then not the house right across the street that has like the peach garage doors.
Yeah.
But the one you can't see to the right of it was
Yeah.
where Bart was for a
Oh,
time.
no kidding.
Yeah. And then him and Joe got divorced, so obviously they sold it and moved before we did.
Yeah,
But yeah,
according-
that was the
okay,
house. Aaron, share your screen. Let's see yours.
Yeah.
I don't have any pictures. I just got the aerial shot.
There's no pictures on Zillow?
No, just the aerial shot.
That's weird.
It says it's off the market. That's why it's not on the market.
Yeah.
No. This one's not on the market.
Yeah, they'll show it whether it's on the market.
They show pictures whether it's on the market or not.
Well,
Like
There's no pictures of my house inside because I built it. And
right.
It's never been
That's
sold.
just it.
So
like the house I grew up in Maryland, every now and then I go back to look at it on Zillow because I just want to see what the inside of see what the house looks like now, right?
Right.
And also on Zillow, you can scroll down and see how many people have bought it, like the purchase history.
Right.
The people that bought my parents' house in 2003 when they retired and moved to Florida still live there.
What? That's awesome.
So,
22 years later.
so on Zillow and Redfin and all the realtor sites, there are no pictures of the inside of that house because when my parents sold it, there was no Zillow and stuff. So until they finally sell it and move, oh well. I just want to see what they did to the inside of it.
So what are they saying yours is worth then, Aaron? Yours estimate
433,000.
430.
I
And
can't
what's
believe
the
that's
square
less than mine, and yours is bigger.
Yeah, I don't have a pool. I was looking at the wrong house. Mine
Oh.
doesn't have a pool. Yours has a pool. That'd make a huge difference.
Yeah, no, that'll do it.
We're about 2,500 square feet, 24 or something.
Okay. That's funny because maybe in Florida it's different, but typically a pool in the north does not affect the value of the home. In fact, and sometimes it can be a detriment to it.
Oh, up north?
Yeah.
Yeah, because of especially up there, because you're like, what? You get 3 months to use it, and then
Right.
you got to deal with closing it and
Gotta
maintaining
close
it.
it. Yep. Exactly right.
So the house sold, my house sold last time in 2019 for $265. That is less than what I paid for it in 2003.
Whoa! The last time it sold was how much?
$265.
And what did you sell it for?
We sold it for, in fact, I'll tell you straight up because it goes all the way back. Oh no, it doesn't. Because that's when, no, that's not it.
Well, we paid one.
Oh no, we sold it for. Oh, actually, wait, I take it back. Okay, so it sold for $265,
I forgot what we paid for it. We paid $175 for it. And it didn't double. I gave it way too much. We sold it for $240 and we paid $175. So it was still enough for us to move and put 20% down up here. And
we paid $186 for ours and sold it for $319. So we moved after you. I think the housing market was still going up when you guys left.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And then we got out just before it collapsed. So,
but here's the crap thing for the people that we sold it to. So they bought it in 2004. They sold it in 2015 they bought it for $238. They sold it in 2015. So 11 years later for $190.
Oh, 50,000 upside down in that, or 40,000. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. And then those people sold it in 2019 for $265. So they made 75 on it.
Right.
You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
That's right.
Jeez. That's incredible.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, Paul Taylor is in the house.
What's
for
up,
$10
Paul?
Canadian. Hail and good evening. Pools are nice in humid places, like on the Great Lakes. My brother in Windsor enjoys his, but after you've had it a while, the thrill of having one is gone. I don't know. I don't think it's the Great Lakes isn't humid. Typically, like at least for Lake Erie in Buffalo, that's like the air conditioner. It's never hit 100 in Buffalo ever, because because of the air conditioning coming off of Lake Erie.
Does your house even have? Your house probably doesn't even have air conditioning, does it?
Oh no, it does.
Oh, it does.
Oh yeah, I put it in there because even if I need it for a week, just to get the humidity out of my paper.
Oh, the house that we had when we lived in Syracuse, when we bought it in '96, it didn't have air conditioning, and it had baseboard electric heat, which we were like, oh, that's going to be really expensive. It had 2 wood burning stoves.
Oh, there you
and
go.
that kept that, and it's I mean, Syracuse, it's freezing up there too.
Oh yeah,
God, in the winter, those wood burning stoves kick ass.
Yeah,
Holy crap. They heated that place up.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just looking at my Zillow, my Zestimate. We built this for $183,000, I think.
You built your house.
So did you? So wait, was it a neighborhood that was going up, and you picked like the house? Yeah,
yeah. We picked a lot and built on it.
Yeah, that's how it was in Florida.
183, I think it was. Now it's the Zestimate is 521.
Nice.
Yeah, and we own it. Got no which is nice.
Oh, nice.
Hey, did they ever do a collection? I don't even know how I got on this tangent, but did DC ever just collect like a run of your and Chuck's Detective into like a graphic novel, or is it just broken up because they were doing stories that crossed over different Batman books?
They did actually. A couple of years ago, they did a hardcover book that collects the singular stories that we had done that weren't connected to Nightfall or Night's End or
oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I'll have to look
and they used my cover, which is my favorite cover that I did, was Detective 711.
Is that the one with the compute with the he's leaning down?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's the cover of the hardcover.
Oh, I have to look for that.
Yeah.
You'll be at a show tomorrow. Who knows? You might find one.
I know. I might just do that. I already bought something when we went and set up. I'll show you.
Wait.
I'm going to steal your chair.
No, you're not.
Okay.
That chair?
Yeah.
So this one. I got me a little Spanish edition. I love foreign books. I love them.
Cracks me up. La Masa Incredible Hulk.
Kevin Nolan cover.
Is that Mephisto?
Yeah. It looks like Nightmare. Looks like Nightmare.
Yeah.
Little Sal Buscema, Gary Talawick on the inside, and then there's a She-Hulk issue behind it as well in Spanish. So
I liked Gary Talawick inking Sal.
I hated it as a kid because I didn't know any better.
I like Joe Sennett over Sal, and I like Sal when he inked his own stuff. As an adult, and this goes back, years, I love Gary's stuff over Sal.
Yeah,
Holy
he
crap.
really brought something to it.
Yeah.
I stopped reading Hulk shortly after Sal took over because I liked Herb Trimpe. I didn't like Sal's Hulk. I liked Sal's other stuff. I liked the Submariner, and I liked a lot of stuff he had done.
Now,
Captain America.
Now Aaron's odd man out because he doesn't like Herb Trimpe. So
you don't like Herb Trimpe?
He would be a
I liked him when Severin inked him. That was the only time I liked him on the Hulk.
But he's such a great storyteller.
Dude, I loved it when Jack Abel inked him.
I wasn't a Trimpe fan either, Aaron.
You didn't like Jack Abel's inks?
Oh no, I hated Jack Abel's inks.
Oh,
everything
I thought he
was
did
hairy.
I thought Jack Abel did a great job. I mean, I liked Herb's inks the best over himself on the Hulk, but I thought Jack Abel did a great job over him.
John Tartaglione inked him, which I liked. I love John Severin on it.
Yeah, Severin was
him.
good.
I love Severin on anybody.
I liked Joe Sinnott on him too.
Oh, Joe,
not Joe Sinnott, not Joe Sinnott. Joe Staten.
Oh yeah, Joe. Wait, Joe didn't ink that much over Herb though. Joe inked more over
towards
Sal.
the end. It's toward the end in the 190s.
Yeah. I like Joe Sennett over him, but Joe didn't ink that much. At least on the Hulk, he didn't ink that much. He inked the What If over him. What if the Hulk was a barbarian or something? I think he inked that over him.
You know,
Joe Sennett?
Over Herb, yeah.
Oh.
You know who I liked on the Hulk? Dale Keown. That's when I got back into the Hulk.
Yeah, that was good stuff.
I was not a fan of Dale's work on the Hulk.
Really? Oh god.
Yeah, I didn't like that pointy nose.
Well, they humanized him though in that later in the series. That was like when he first drew the Hulk, he drew him, like Byrne on steroids.
I liked Byrne. I like Byrne's Hulk. I liked McFarlane's Hulk when he did the Gray Hulk. That's the first time I ever saw McFarlane's work. But after that, I sort of got out of it because I didn't like what they were doing with the Hulk. But before that, I loved the Hulk as a comic.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I was never a big Hulk fan. I read a little bit here and there. Like I never read a lot of FF. I was like into Spider-Man, then I was into like all the secondary characters, the dumb ones like Iron Fist and Luke Cage. And Luke Cage was cool, but
Aaron too, because
I read Cap, but I couldn't stand Frank Robbins, so he ran me off Cap.
I hated Cap in the era that I was reading comics because it was that Steve Englehart. Cap is given up. It seemed very liberal Cap.
About it until this Wednesday.
I wasn't old enough, I don't think, to realize it. I mean, looking back on it now, yes, but at the time, I didn't. When he became Nomad,
yeah, that's the part I'm talking about. I didn't even get it. I was just like, oh, okay. And then Nomad was my favorite character for 3 issues until he went back to being Cap again. But I didn't really understand. You went at Halloween in a costume.
Yeah, I dressed up as Nomad. But then Frank Robbins chased me away. I couldn't take Frank Robbins on Cap. And then so I read the Avengers on and off. I read Monster Comics, like you did, and Spider-Man was the main thing.
Spider-Man, well, and Fantastic Four when Buckler was doing it was my favorite.
I like Buckler stuff on Fantastic Four.
I didn't dig. I mean, when Perez took over, it was held together by
Sennett.
Yeah, but I didn't. The Thing is a hard character to draw. Most people can't do it. It's like Superman. Superman's a very hard character to draw. A lot of people can't do it.
Took me forever.
There's others that lend itself to all different kinds of iterations and stuff, and you can get by it, like Batman.
See, I think Batman's harder to draw than Superman. At least for me, he's always been harder than Superman.
Both of them were challenging for me when I went over to DC, mainly because I'd never been a DC guy growing up, so I wasn't really all that familiar with them. And Batman, I don't know if I ever completely figured Batman out. Superman, I just could not get the vibe. And then when I finally, like the last stuff I did for DC was 4 issues or 4 or 5 issues of Justice League. And that's when I finally figured Superman out. And I really liked how I was drawing him. And, but yeah, he was challenging. And so was Batman. Because Batman is like one of those guys that no matter what position you put him in, you're always asking yourself, does he look cool enough? Would he be in this pose because he's too cool to be in this pose? You know what I mean? You can't draw him like you can Spider-Man, right? There's only certain things Batman would do and certain things Batman wouldn't do, or you don't imagine him doing.
That's true with Spider-Man too. You know, it's like you just never draw Spider-Man standing.
It's not true, Aaron.
Yeah,
it's not true.
What is it?
And I'll tell you why. The thing that attracted me to it was a big bomb in my little kid brain when I was 12 when Dark Knight came out. Frank Miller did things with Batman that you couldn't do, and that's what I wanted. I wanted that.
But it was a different looking Batman. It wasn't. I was drawing like the Neil Adams Batman. I wasn't drawing.
Yeah, but it's up to you as an artist to go, this is my Batman.
Right. No, I get that, but I could never get something consistently that I was happy with.
Right. That's how I was for the few times. I mean, I didn't draw him nearly as much as you, but for the few times I did, and even in commissions, I just still am like,
what about Mr. Batman right here? This guy nailed it.
Oh yeah, no, he did. That's why I asked him about if there was a collection of his and Chuck's stuff.
I think there's something to it. I think Graham grew up a DC guy. He understood Batman before he even got on the book.
Yeah.
He understood the character and had a deep appreciation for the character. Mine was always just superficial. The only time I read Batman is when, Neil Adams issues or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I didn't really know. I mean, I knew the general thing about it, but I didn't really have a complete understanding of the character. So it was really hard for me to get a grip on it.
Yeah, for me, when I first drew Batman, it was like I didn't give it a second thought. I knew exactly what I was doing.
Yeah.
Same thing with Superman, because those two were my jam. And I studied the characters. I studied the guys that I really loved who really made those characters great to me. Because there's plenty of bad iterations too.
Oh, yeah.
And then that became an amalgam of how I approached it. You
could have put me on any Marvel character and I'd have been comfortable. But and they did when I was at Marvel. They gave me everything and anything, and I was totally fine with it. I never struggled with any character. But when I went over to DC, man, Batman and Superman were difficult for me.
Yep. Actually, it's funny. I was the same way when I worked at Marvel. The only character that, and I mean, this is when I first started out. So, but that kind of was like getting my head around was the Punisher. He was in one issue of Quasar, and I was just like, God, I like the Punisher. I got all the Mike Zeck stuff. Always liked him, but just something about it. It was almost like the Batman thing. It was just,
See, I could at Marvel, like I could have done a Fantastic Four because again, the Thing is one of those characters that I understand. I get. I can draw that character. Thor, as much as I love Thor, I had a huge collection of Thor comics. I'd have been terrible on that book.
Thor's hard.
I could not draw that character. I just could not, in my mind, make him look cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that Thor was difficult, and the iterations I always had in my mind were either Simonson or Buscema for Thor.
Yeah, it was Buscema and Kirby for me.
Right.
Well, I could go any of those guys. Simonson, Buscema, or Kirby were all great on Thor in different ways.
Oh yeah.
But my favorite, I nailed this Sleepwalker for Marvel.
Well, he's a tough one to draw, Aaron, because nobody wants to draw him.
I know. Well, he was in Ms. Marvel. He was in Ms. Marvel because I asked my writer to put him in there, and so I got.
Aaron's like, I nailed the Living Mummy. That was so easy.
I would have killed this Living Mummy. I would have.
Yeah, Aaron would have killed on Living Mummy.
Man, I nailed that character.
So. But that's what I mean. It's like all these goofy Marvel characters I just was totally comfortable with. MODOK, and but yeah, DC was when I went over there, I went over to DC for 2 reasons. Well, actually, one reason, because I felt like I was going to get the respect that I wanted. I'm not saying the respect I deserved, but the respect I wanted. And it wasn't even because Marvel offered me more money to stay at Marvel. And I wouldn't do it because they pissed me off by offering me Ultimate FF and then not letting me do the covers.
What?
25th anniversary.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. It was coming out of Ralph Macchio's office. I know that. And he was a guy that would notoriously dick people around for entertainment. And I said, well, let me do a sample cover. And as I was doing the sample cover, I got mad at myself. You know, it was like one of those Bugs Bunny moments where the sheriff of Nottingham buys the house in the Rose Garden of the King, and he's got it halfway built, and he starts looking around and goes, I hate myself. I do. You know, he starts hitting himself with a hammer. I got halfway through the cover and realized, what am I doing? Why am I lowering myself to do a tryout cover when I've been in the business for, you know, at that point, 15 years? So I finished the cover, showed it to them. They said, yeah, okay, you can do the covers. I said, I quit. And I went over to DC.
Wow.
So you got petulant.
I did. I was a baby. And they offered me, $20 more a page than DC. And DC had upped my rate. And Marvel had offered me $20 more a page. And I just felt like, he goes, I'll give it to you for a year. And I thought, yeah, and that year's going to come up. And then, you know, and the other thing was I had been doing some good work for them since after CrossGen. You know, I'd done X-Men stuff for them. I did Ms. Marvel. I did the Planet Hulk stuff. And I was trying to get them to let me do this Man Thing one shot. And I pitched it to them and they were like, yeah, we can do that. That'll be, yeah, sure, we can do that. And every time I brought it up, they just kept pushing me off. And I said, they're never going to let me do what I want to do. And in DC, they at least, you know, let me write some stuff and do some stuff I wanted to do. So, but it was like, dude, it was like going into East Berlin when I went to DC. I was like, they gave me Wonder Woman and I'm reading the script. I go, I don't know who any of these characters are.
So what's the highest rate you ever got paid to pencil?
$285.
Marvel
offered me over $300 to stay, and I didn't do it.
Wow.
What was DC paying you?
$285.
Oh, DC was $285.
Yeah.
The top rate I ever got was $185 from DC.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, but when was the last time you did mainstream stuff? I mean, it was years ago, wasn't it? Regularly?
2003, he said.
That's what, 20 some years ago.
Yeah, but the entry rate at Marvel was $210.
What?
Yeah.
They weren't even paying you entry rate?
I left comics.
Wow. At one point, a top rate at DC was $220.
$220.
Yeah.
But $221 if it was George Perez.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how it was.
I'm pretty sure there's top rate and then there's top rate.
Right.
I got top rate, but George got top rate. See the difference?
Yeah, well, you know, when I first started at Marvel, which was 89, 90, somewhere in that neighborhood, I started off at $75 a page, I think. And the top rate was $135 a page. And we said, well, I'm sure John Byrne and Frank Miller are getting more than $135 a page, but it just goes to show you like how different, you know.
Yeah, but you know who got more? John Buscema.
John Buscema. By $1, right?
By $1.
Yeah.
No. So if anybody negotiated a killer rate, like John Byrne became the hottest shit in the world, they had to give the same rate plus $1 to John Buscema.
Yep. Well, he did enough for the company. He deserved it for sure.
Oh, he definitely deserved it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, and that's why I went to, I made a lot of dumb decisions in my career, but I went to Malibu Ultraverse. I left Marvel just when I was starting to get some steam at Marvel. I left because Malibu offered me $135 a page versus $75 a page at Marvel.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
that's easy.
Yeah. I was like, how do I even, you know, so, but it did hurt me. It hurt me when I got done with Malibu. It was really difficult to get back in both at Marvel and DC. And it took me a long time, like a couple of years to get it back together. And then finally, like I said, I got back in at Marvel and things were starting to go good. Then my X-Men editors got fired, and then I ended up at CrossGen. So then it's like, and I had to start over again. So it's a
Then
roller
we left
coaster.
all that to do crowdfunding.
Yep.
And own our own properties.
Oh, look at that.
Do
Nice.
wonderful things. Let's do a little refresh here. 13,195. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah,
Beautiful.
22 backers. Get it to 1,500 backers. Damn it!
We gotta do that. Yeah, yeah. So
Hey
anybody
guys, I'm
that has
tapping
just
out.
checked in-
We got to get up early tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
I'm going. Got to get up early tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Dan still owes me a back massage.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Andy. Thanks for coming on, Dan. Great seeing you guys.
How that's spelled.
I'm gonna close her down in just a minute. I'm just gonna do one more pitch and then head out.
All right, guys. Aaron,
So,
it was good seeing you.
I got Junie's
Papa.
birthday party tomorrow, so
Oh, nice.
Love
yeah.
you, bros.
Hey, love you, brothers.
Good idea for Tuesday.
Yeah.
See you guys. Enjoy the show tomorrow.
All right,
Yeah.
guys. We'll talk to you
Be
later.
good. Represent the bros.
We will. Congrats, Graham. Good night, everybody.
buddy. See you guys. Okay, so here we go. Oh, I hate that damn thing. Joe Frankenstein 3. We are closing down tonight. It's 11:45 right now. This thing will be over at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have the closeout cover. This is a very rare cover because it was only for the closeout night. So you want to grab this because there's going to be very few of them. There's only 24 claimed. I'm just going to print what I need. So for collectability's sake, that's going to be killer. We've got various covers. We got a main cover by Anthony. Got the variant by me. JF t-shirt. Compass Comics red logo t-shirt. Glow in the dark. We got also plenty of add-ons. You got both covers. Here's the monster pack, which is all my covers for Joe Frankenstein 1, Joe 2, and Joe 3. So you can read the entire series up to this date. We have the limited edition collector's cover. This one I'm still talking to the printer about, but we're going to do all kinds of, kind of cool enhancements to it. Either a die or a foil stamp or something along those lines to make it really unique. It says only 500 copies. That's wrong. There's only going to be 200 copies. There's 61 that have been sold so far. So again, this one is a true collector's cover that you might want to check out. This is the Anthony cover package. Again, it's Joe 1, Joe 2, and Joe 3 with Anthony's covers. Got a signed CGC version that's signed by the entire team. It's signed by Chuck Dixon, me, and Anthony. And this is the everything package that has you'll get Anthony's cover, my cover, the glow in the dark cover, a Compass Comics shirt, coasters, and then the Joe Frankenstein challenge coins. And then Anthony still has commissions available. I'm pretty sure those aren't going to go at this point because we are closing this sucker out in just a few hours. But you still have time if you're into that stuff. Then grab one. You can check out here. We've got pages, lettered pages to see where the story is going. So you have time to do that. Here's some larger versions of the cover. This is Anthony's cover. This is my Basil Gogos inspired pulp cover.
How many of us remember Basil besides you and me?
Right? Hey, if you read Famous Monsters magazine, you'll know who Basil Gogos is. Got a glow in the dark cover. These are awesome.
Those are cool.
Here's our CGC. And there you go. There's also, this is stuff here that are add-ons. You can get the Compass Comics shirts. You can get the challenge coin set that has Ghosts of Matacumba Key, Monster Island, and Joe Frankenstein. Here's the coasters. Here's the stretch goals that are unlocked. So everybody's already getting these. You're getting the bookmarks, the vinyl stickers, the mini print, the phone wallpaper, and the trading card. All of that stuff is free for everybody who backs a book already. So if we end up closing this at 120, then there'll be another freebie for everybody as well to be announced. But so that's where we are, my friends. And I just want to thank everybody. Paul Taylor, absolutely, we're on track to fulfill in March, unless our printer says, you know, they're backed up or something. But I'm going to have the files to them shortly. So we are on track to fulfill as every Compass Comics book has done on schedule. If it doesn't, it's out of our hands. it's a printer schedule. So we're doing everything on our end. So the short and long answer is, Paul, yeah. So yeah, I do too, actually. Mortal 5. If I'm not on track, I blame Lopez for sabotaging me.
I'm all about support, man. I'm a support
That's right.
valve.
Look who's the last man standing.
That's right.
That's right.
We could do a Star Trek show right now, Graham.
We could. We could do like Star Trek 2, you know, the Wrath of
the debate continues.
We got to do that at a convention sometime. Have like, you know, what was that political show that they used to do? Where
Crossfire,
you had Crossfire. Yeah. The conservative, and he'd say that guy who was the host. I can't remember his name now. He'd be like, President Reagan is cutting taxes on blah blah. Go. And then the guy's gotta, you know, they start spitting at each other.
Oh yeah. Well, we could do that. We could have a Star Trek 2 debate. Then we could have Abbott and Costello meets Frankenstein debate.
No, there's no debate there. It's a great movie.
Oh my gosh. See, that's
this guy. Yeah.
I
don't know why I call him a bro.
I don't know either. I'm getting so salty in my old age. It's just
you are salty.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, we got 468 people here. Please hit that like button. Subscribe to this channel so you don't miss out on anything.
Do
it. Doesn't cost a thing, but you get notifications when we're going to do our shows, like the landing party with Lieutenant Commander Lepresti. You don't want to miss out on that stuff. So we have a lot of fun on our shows doing stuff. And so, yeah, just hit the like button. It helps the algorithms, and back this project if you haven't already done so. I think we're going to wrap this one up tonight. It's 11:52, and I have a first birthday for my grandbaby tomorrow.
Fun.
And, yeah.
We already did that.
Oh, yeah, you did. Right.
And they had pizza and cupcakes. And I felt really bad I didn't want them to have any leftover pizza and cupcakes. So I
took one for the team, did you?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Well, we're doing about the same thing. I actually have to go get the pizza. And there's like a mini cake for the kids. And then Mary made some kind of, I forget what she called it. It's something in a cup, like a garbage cup. I don't know what the hell it is. It's
garbage cup.
I don't know what it
already doesn't sound good.
It's got like Cool Whip in it, crushed up Oreos.
I'm liking
mud something, I think it's called. Mud, not mud pies, but mud something.
Cup of mud?
Could be. I don't know. I don't eat that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'll eat the pizza.
I'll say I'll eat your cup of mud.
Oh, yeah. That's it. It's a dirt cup, I think it's called.
Garbage cup, dirt cup. You know, you're in the ballpark.
I think you got it, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's called a dirt cup. Yeah, you nailed it. All right, my friends. I want to thank everybody who has supported the Joe Frankenstein project. It's been a long time coming. We're fulfilling on time. You still have time, even though I'm going to bed, to get in here.
You have to.
Doesn't mean you have to. It means you have your orders. You have your marching orders. Is to get out your credit card, get on there, back the project, back Independent Comics. Aaron has an awesome project. His Wraith of God 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wraith of God 3 is up right now.
Thank you.
Check that out on Indiegogo. And you know what, Aaron? Do you want to pull your campaign up before we go so we can get this up here? And if people are catching it later on, they can see it.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. No.
Nice of you.
And folks, if there's any wrenches that are still here, would you put Aaron's link in here too, please? That'd be awesome. There it is. Thank you, Mortal 5. You guys are awesome. So fast.
Yeah,
there we go. And we got Aaron's store too. Mortal 5's on the ball.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased that I'm actually selling stuff out of my website now.
Nice.
So instead of
I just
spending,
had Eric Weathers redesign mine.
Oh, you're having him do it, or he just did?
He's doing it right now.
Yeah. I just got mine redesigned a few months ago and got it set up with where you can actually order back issues and things.
Oh, perfect.
On there and prints and everything, and it actually has worked out. I've had not a ton of traffic, but a steady flow of traffic over the 8 months or so that I've been accepting orders. So it's cool.
Beautiful. All right, give us the pitch, Laddie Buck.
Well, this is Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow. This is the third graphic novel in a series featuring the Wraith of God and his partner Esther, the former Salvation Army worker. And they're facing off against a menace from the Wraith's past. Someone maybe you're familiar with, the Headless Horseman.
Oh, yeah. I live in New York. I know who he is.
Well, there's not only the Headless Horseman, but there's also a witch that might be controlling the Headless Horseman. But then we have to ask the question, who's controlling the witch? And so if you're interested in scary, fun, superhero-ish horror comics, if that's even a genre, this is the book for you. There's cover A. You have 4 cover options. Cover B, which is the EC flashback cover, variant cover, whatever you want to call it. Then the 1972 tribute Marvel box cover.
Get all 3. They're all awesome. Look at those.
Well, why don't you just go ahead and get all 4, because you can get the painted cover by Chris Stevens as well, which is our big seller. So
is that the biggest selling cover?
It is he's edging out my cover A, but I kind of cheat because I attach the cover A to all the extra perks.
Sure.
So that if you get one with multiple things on it, you get the cover A, and that's how I can keep myself from being embarrassed by my guest artist selling more than me. But look at this little Sleepy Hollow-esque town there. But there's a witch in her hovel there, and then this guy shows up. Who's this guy? Well, you're gonna have to read the book to find out, Graham. But I'm telling you, there's multi-layers of trouble brewing in this particular storyline. So you don't want to miss this. So anyway, there you are. Wraith of God, Fear Hall. There's tons of extra perks in there as well that you can check out. So yeah, thank you very much. And I'm working on it right now. In fact, I'm going to reveal, probably won't be, maybe on Sunday.
You're $61 away from 75K.
Yeah, 61 is all. Yeah. Let's do it, you guys.
That's it. You guys, come on. Let's get this thing up there.
But I'm about to reveal did I just freeze? I think I froze.
You don't want to miss that.
Did I freeze right there?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. You know what's weird? When I freeze, all you guys freeze, but I'm still moving.
Yeah.
I know that I froze is because I'm sitting here talking and you guys are all frozen. I'm like, I know they didn't all freeze. It's me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm about to reveal the big first time we see the Headless Horseman splash page. So I'm working on it right now.
That's going to be great.
So anyway,
that's going to be great. Awesome.
I appreciate you, giving me a few moments here.
Oh, of course. Of course. That's what bros do, bro.
That's right, brother. Us 60-something brother street kids that we are.
Right. Oh, everybody says I froze, so maybe it was my internet that bugged out for a little second there.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm not plugged in. I'm on Wi-Fi, so sometimes
I am plugged in, and I keep wondering because I've been on other streams where I've had this kind of reoccurring problem recently, where everybody else froze and I was like still moving. I like that means I froze, right? And so I don't know why I'd be freezing when I have direct internet connection, but
right.
Maybe it's just the cold.
I think it was me this time.
Might have been.
Yeah, mine bounces out. I got, I've got it set at the 5G, and sometimes it'll bounce over to 2G, like the signal, because the receiver and stuff is upstairs. So it's I've got a booster that'll put it down here. And yes, Randy, it is cold in Buffalo.
Well, it's in the 30s here, so it's not warm here, but not as cold as it would be in Buffalo, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the 30s today, almost high 30s. We had a lot of melt off, but then the temperature dropped, started snowing again, and that's where we're at.
You guys are getting snow right now?
We get that bad of weather. I mean, we get a lot of snow, but weather-wise, we're no different than any northeastern state, really, temperature-wise. So, but we get a lot of snow because we got the lake effect.
Really? So you get like cold air blowing in from the lake or whatever, and that makes your
If the lake doesn't freeze, then that becomes like all the moisture comes off the lake, goes up into the air, and makes snow, and then you have these snow bands and stuff that come across. It could just be killer. But once the lake freezes, then it's just whatever snowfall is coming is anywhere. It's the same. So.
Is Joe Jusko up there in Buffalo too, or is he
Syracuse?
Syracuse. Okay, so
yeah,
northern New York, but not quite as far north as you, right?
The same amount. I mean, he's straight up the throughway.
Okay,
I got on the throughway. I'd be there in 2 hours to Syracuse, but he's also up there by Lake Ontario. So he gets lake effect from Ontario, not Erie, because Erie's too far.
I was shocked. I went to a convention in Minnesota, and this was in the springtime, maybe early summer, and it was so humid. And I was like, why is it humid in Minnesota? Because you don't think, but of course they have the lakes right there, right? And that's where all that humidity comes from. But I was surprised because I always think of like places like Wisconsin and Minnesota as just like cold weather places, or it's snowing all the time. And it never occurred to me that they would have like this really bad humidity there. But we were in a fairgrounds in one of those, I don't want to call it a barn, but I don't know what you'd call it. The out there in the fairgrounds for this show, and they had the doors were, there was AC running, but they had the doors open, the front and the back doors open. And I had art boards, my portfolios that were just buckling up because they were just absorbing so much moisture.
Wow.
It's crazy. So
we don't get a lot of humidity. I mean, we have some humidity in the summer, but the same lake that creates all the snow also acts as an air conditioner. So it keeps it cooler.
Interesting.
Because like I was saying to Andy earlier, Buffalo's never hit 100.
Well, that's nice. I mean, we get up to like 100 every once in a while, like in August around here.
Oh,
for a few days, but it's nothing overly extended like you'd get in Arizona or Florida, or Arizona you get up to 115
right
or more.
But Florida, now you're talking humidity.
Yep. Oh God.
Oh my gosh. I work construction, and then when I lived down there in the summer in August, and
that'd be the worst.
A ditch, and it was 102 and 98% humidity. So brutal.
Gosh. Well, I guess that explains why you moved it to Buffalo, right? You're just like, I want the thing that's most antithetical to
right.
Yeah.
Well, you fall in love with a girl from Buffalo, and that's where you end up. So now that you got a grandbaby, I got a grandbaby here. They're not moving anytime soon. So like, I ain't moving.
Well, that's the thing. We sit there, and my son keeps threatening to move, but he has such a great job. I shouldn't say he's threatening to move, but he talks about it, And we're like, well, because we hate Oregon for a variety of reasons. At least the part of Oregon we live in. And so I'd move in a minute, to follow them if they went to Texas or
Sure.
But so far,
well, good luck collecting on that.
Yeah, well, there's not always the thing. It's like
Yeah.
as soon as you get it, oh yeah, we'll sell you the insurance and we'll sell it to you cheap. Oh yeah, well, we just house burned down. My $200,000 comic collection is well, that's too bad.
Yeah, well, how do we know what the condition was?
Yeah, exactly.
We can only pay you what you had into it. Yeah, but I bought it for 12 cents when it came out. Now it's worth $8,000.
Well, I assume that if you go through an agency that does collectibles, that's rather than your regular homeowners, which most of them won't insure it anyway.
Yeah.
But I did have collectible insurance for a while, but I just got tired of paying it. It's like another insurance premium to pay every month, and it's like, and then as soon as I don't,
yeah,
the house burns down, and you're like, my comics and my art and all my books,
You can't replace it. They'll give you money, but you can't replace that stuff.
Yep, that's for sure. So, especially the original art. Oh,
right. All right, my friends. I think we're gonna close her down here. I got to get some sleep before the big 1-year birthday party tomorrow.
Yep.
But I want to thank everybody for coming in. I want to thank all my friends for showing up tonight. It was a great and fun evening, and we will see you again next time. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.